Just the plastic bag in his hand.
Doesn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
No knife.
No knife.
This is a different part of the sequence.
Overall.
No gun.
No.
No knife.
No.
No baseball bat or club.
No.
No chain.
No.
Obviously, in the end, at the time that he is shot and killed by the defendant at the 63rd Street car source, is there any evidence in the record of any kind that you've seen as the lead detective in the case that Mr. Rosenbaum was armed with a weapon?
No, he had the plastic bag, which he threw, and then had nothing in his hands after that.
I want to talk about that incident at the 63rd car source where the defendant shoots and kills the defendant, or Mr. Rosenbaum. Can we please pull up exhibit number 19? Can we please play exhibit number 19? This is the video that is entitled Drew Hernandez Shooting Video. For the record, I'm just going to point out the parties as they're walking here. For the jury's benefit, we've heard testimony about this. This is a video that's taken as people are walking south on Sheridan towards the 63rd Car Street. This individual is Richie McGinnis, and this is the defendant in front of him. Agreed?
Yes.
Please continue. Detective Howard, on the screen there, it appears to show the car source dealership, correct?
The car source at 63rd and Sheridan, yes.
Okay. And would you help us to understand, maybe using the laser pointer on the map, approximately where this person would be standing when they're taking this video?
Right. Drew Hernandez at this time is on the north end of the car source, so looks like he's standing in the grass if you look at the bottom of the screen. So I'd say he's right about here, and his video is pointing south into the parking lot. So I'd put him right about here in the grass.
The property that you are pointing to there on the map, which is just to the north of the car source, what is located on that lot?
That's one house.
So this individual, Mr. Hernandez, is in the yard of that house. Is that fair to say?
Yes, this house right here.
Okay.
And the grass right there.
All right, please continue the video. Lower right-hand corner of that screen, there appears to be an object laying on the ground. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you identify that for us?
That is the plastic bag that Joseph Rosenbaum can be seen throwing in other videos.
All right, please continue the video.
life.
Can we now please go back and show the FBI? Actually, no, I'm sorry. I believe it is exhibit number 25. The FBI video with markings, please. Detective Howard, in this exhibit number 25, I think we've already established that person of interest number 1 with the circle around him is Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this shows where he runs immediately upon entering the car source lot. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, based on what you're seeing there, where it appears he's located at the moment of this video?
Pretty close to where Drew Hernandez was standing in the last video we watched. So this right here is going to be that. All right, I'd put Mr. Rosenbaum right about here at the far north end of the car source parking lot. I think it's important to note that on this map, the car source lot is filled with cars, but as we can see in the aerial footage, it's not filled with cars at this point in time. So I would put him right about Mr. Rosenbaum right about here.
Okay. Please continue the video for just a couple more seconds, then I'll have you stop. All right. Go ahead and stop that, please. Now, can we go back to the last video, which is exhibit number 19?
The bailiff advises, I'm sorry, but someone had inquired about whether using the laser on the screen.
The video you're speaking of?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a search warrant for
To the car the other day that you began to tell a joke about the shooting of Jacob Blake, and I wanted to see if is that accurate or not. It is. Okay. Began to tell a joke. Sure. Can you move over so the reporter can see you? Just about 10 feet over towards the back door or the front door, rather. A little bit more.
Right here?
Right there is good. Okay. Okay. The reason I asked you to come down was there was I was told that while you were being escorted to the car the other day, that you began to tell a joke about the shooting of Jacob Blake, and I wanted to see if is that accurate or not. It is. Okay. Are you comfortable repeating what the joke was, or do you want to just leave it alone? I'm going to tell you that I spoke about. Well, I guess I'll hear from Mr. Did you want to finish what you were saying? I will tell you that I've talked quite a bit about public confidence in the outcome of the trial, And regardless of whether the issue is as grave as you presented it in terms of inner feelings, it is clear that the appearance of bias is present, and it would seriously undermine the outcome of the case. So that in itself would be sufficient cause for discharge, but if you want to expand on that, you're welcome to.
No, Your Honor.
Did you want to say anything, defense?
If number 7's unwilling to repeat it, what it was, I think we're at a disadvantage, and I suppose his unwillingness could be taken in the worst light. So, based on the unwillingness at this point, I think it's probably the proper course.
Okay. All right. I think the best thing under the circumstances, I'm going to dismiss you from the jury, sir. And we do thank you for taking the time to come down here. Thank you.
My feelings is that it was nothing to do with the case. It wasn't anything to do with Kyle and his 7 charges.
No, here, and I have not, I've not stated that you have, it's not, one of the things that I have to do when I have to make judgments, I try to confine my judgments to the things I have to judge and not forming opinions about other people other than that. So I don't want to get into that. The point I'm making is that the public needs to be confident that this is a fair trial, and I think even at the very most, it was bad judgment to tell a joke of that nature. Okay, so that's okay. Thank you very much, sir. Did I say at the very least or at the very most? At the very least, it was bad judgment. All right. Now, anything else other than checking the jury's temperature?
If the question is being withdrawn, then there's no need to resolve the objection, and we can continue with the testimony, I think.
Splendid.
Judge, I would ask that if you address the jury generally and instruct them that if they cannot hear or see anything, to let us know immediately, as we've already gone through
Oh yes, that's
2
That's
days.
an
Okay.
excellent point.
I told him to be the first one down so that he could sit wherever would be most best for him. The videos he talked about the FBI were shoot the
Okay.
I couldn't see, so.
Okay.
I told him to wait and then talk to you directly.
All right. Now the next thing is.
Parent to the north.
Ask questions about whether or not at any point in any of those scenes understand
That Joseph Rosenbaum
But the lasers do not work on the screen.
adjacent to where that gentleman is standing.
Okay. Thank you. Now, there's been a lot of testimony regarding the shot that was fired by Joshua Zeminski. Did Joshua Zeminski fire that shot in the direction of any particular person?
Objection. He doesn't know that.
If he knows, he can answer. Well, how would he know? You're going to have to set the foundation as to how
Absolutely.
he would know.
Have you watched the videos that show Mr. Zeminski firing that shot?
Yes.
Where is he pointing the gun?
Straight up in the air.
You also testified that the lapse in time between that gunshot and the defendant shooting Mr. Rosenbaum was 2.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
You said you based that on timing it with a stopwatch?
Yes.
Did you do that based on one of the videos in the case?
No, I believe I did it with approximately 5 or 6 of the videos.
So you went through 5 or 6 videos, and each one of them timed it with a stopwatch and determined that they're all right about 2.5 seconds?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
In video 19, which was just shown, and you pointed to the... Can you bring that up? Where they're standing on the grass. Hernandez. Bring it up, please. Just go forward to further. A little bit more, stop. You can play from there, please. Stop. When you talk about the white sedan, that's the one that's centered right in the middle of the frame now that's been frozen, correct?
Correct.
And it's your belief in sinking in your mind when looking at the aerial footage that he would have went up approximately to the driver's side passenger tire?
No, you said the driver's side passenger tire. The passengers, the front passenger tire, I would approximate that's where Mr. Rosenbaum went.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are we talking here or between these two vehicles? And when I'm pointing at the vehicle, I'm pointing at the white sedan and what looks to be like a silver late model Cadillac.
I would estimate the white sedan that's closer to us in this video.
So you're saying he's here,
I would estimate there.
okay, and not between these two vehicles, correct?
That's my estimation,
Can
yes.
we have the video that was just shown to him, the aerial video, please? Stop. Person of interest one is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a vehicle I'm pointing at right here, which is the vehicle nearest the only house on that block.
Yes.
So he's not on the passenger side, he's between what I would refer to as, if the Duramax is car number one, there's car number two, the late model Cadillac, and then the white sedan.
Yes.
So he's between them.
That's what appeared. The FBI has a better depiction of that, yes.
So when you testify that he was at the passenger side of the white vehicle, that's not correct.
Not correct.
And you see person of interest one, which is my client, Mr. Rittenhouse, he doesn't go into these cars after him, correct?
Oh, he's person of interest 2 on this video, and Mr. Rittenhouse does not. He stays closer to the sidewalk area.
And he walks down in this location to the corner of the Duramax vehicle,
In that approximate area, yes.
where he's then, the individual comes up from behind him, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Mr. Rosenbaum comes around those vehicles towards Mr. Rittenhouse.
And we're not suggesting, or excuse me, you're not suggesting that there was more than one chase, correct?
At any point in the evening, or
No, just car source 3 that night at approximately 11:50 p.m.
on this car source property, I observed one chase.
And you testified on redirect about Marcy's Law. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were told by someone, or Detective Antarami was told by somebody about Marcy's Law, and you couldn't go in the phone even though there was a signed search warrant, correct?
It was erring on the side of caution.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but your department went into Mr. Huber's phone without a search warrant.
He's deceased.
He's still a complaining witness, decedent, or victim, however you want to label him, correct?
I think it's different if someone is deceased, then they don't even have the ability to give consent.
Their estate, correct? What I'm getting at is, you went in the phone without a warrant for Mr. Huber, correct?
We don't need search warrants if they're deceased.
That's your opinion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you went and you got a search warrant, which you drafted and were the affiant, meaning you swore to it, for Mr. Grosskitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
And then it was never executed, correct?
No, because I did not feel comfortable with my knowledge of Marcy's Law, and I wanted to err on the side of caution with that.
He's nodding at you right now, isn't he?
He's what?
I'm pointing at Mr. Binger as he's nodding at you, correct?
I was not even looking at Mr. Binger, I was looking at you.
Okay. Last night, during the break overnight, did you talk about this testimony?
No.
Nobody from, can I finish the question?
You can finish.
Nobody from the Kenosha District Attorney's Office about this issue. Never talked about it.
No.
Okay. If you don't have a search warrant, you can get into the phone other ways, correct?
Which phone are we talking about?
Grosswitz's.
I see you have consent on one side or a search warrant on the other
Okay.
side.
And consent was asked for, correct?
Correct.
Was turned down, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Nothing further, I said. I'm sorry.
You may step down, sir.
The state calls Richie McGinnis.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
If you could please make sure to pull that microphone close and speak as loud as you can into it. Thank you. Could you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Richie McGinnis. Richie McGinnis. RICHIEMCGINNISS.
How are you currently employed?
I'm the video director for the Daily Caller.
What is the Daily Caller?
It's a news website.
How long have you been working for the Daily Caller?
Since May of 2017.
When you say you are the video editor, you said?
Technically chief video director.
As chief video director, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee all of the video content that goes up on the website and all of our video and social media platforms.
Is it fair to say that the Daily Caller is an online news source as opposed to, say, a newspaper or a magazine?
Yeah, there's no print.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in Middle Eastern history and Arabic from Georgetown University.
Would you consider yourself a journalist?
I would consider myself somebody who works alongside journalists every day.
When you say you work alongside them, what are the different roles that you have versus the journalists that you work alongside?
So basically the journalists are the ones who actually post the articles. I'm the one who, for example, if a journalist is on a location, they record a video, I'm the person who helps them get that video onto whatever platform necessary, as well as packaging the video, distributing it, and just helping them with any technical issues associated with that.
Who were the founders of the Daily Caller?
Neil Patel and Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson is a Fox News personality, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And did there come a time where you personally showed an interest in covering some of the protests that are going on around the country?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you tell us about what your focus was in that regard?
Well, at the time that the protests erupted in Memorial Day of 2020, it was very clear from the onset that actually two of our reporters, Jorge and Shelby, who were with me in Kenosha, they were in Washington, D.C. I was actually with my family in New York at the time. But that first weekend, there were violent riots in Washington, D.C. And after that weekend, it was very evident to me that Shelby and Jorge, being young and brave folks, were able to capture aspects of what was going on that I didn't see elsewhere in the media. And that's when it became clear to me that we could show the public a side of what was happening that the corporate press wasn't keen to show.
You mentioned that these began around Memorial Day of 2020. Was that in part because of what happened to George Floyd in
Correct.
Minneapolis?
Yes, correct.
As far as you personally, you talked about some events in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Were you one of the folks that was covering any of that?
I returned back to Washington. I was in New York with my family. I returned back to Washington on actually Memorial Day, that Monday. And starting on that day, I was on the ground with our reporters.
Other than Washington, D.C., over the summer of 2020, did you go around to other locations to cover these types of events?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
We went to Seattle, we went to Portland, we were in Washington, D.C., obviously New York, Kenosha, and basically it was very clear to us that while for example, cable news correspondents would go in and say what was going on, and then they'd leave and go back to their hotels. We just hung out in these places for hours and hours on end, and we just used our phones to show the public what was happening.
At these events that you covered in Seattle, Portland, etc., were you ever personally exposed to violence or rioting or arson or anything along those lines?
Yes.
Tell us about some of the experiences that you had at those locations.
Well, Portland, for example, there was a lot of clashing with law enforcement. There was a lot of, I saw incendiary devices thrown at police. And Seattle was a situation where we did see some violent clashes between protesters and counter-protesters. And the same in New York as well. Police breaking up the occupied protests, people clashing with the police. And in fact, in New York, for example, if you're one of these people in there, we're dressed up to look just like everybody else. But if you film one of those violent interactions, then it's only a matter of time if somebody sees you that the crowd will turn on you, and that did happen in New York to Shelby and I.
When the crowd turned on you in New York, did you feel like your safety, your personal safety, was at risk?
Yes.
Did you actually suffer any sort of injuries as a result of that?
I bear hugged Shelby and I dragged her out, and no, I did not.
Okay.
I have suffered injuries in these zones, but not in that instance.
Okay. I want to move forward to Kenosha. Everybody here is familiar with the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020. After that, was there a time in which you became interested in coming to Kenosha to cover what was going on here?
Yeah, Shelby and Jorge, who are two of our reporters who I traveled with extensively, implored me to book the trip, and we had lengthy discussions with our editor-in-chief regarding whether or not we should go.
Eventually, the decision was made to come here. Is that fair to
Correct,
say?
yes.
Do you remember when it was that you first arrived in Kenosha to begin covering these events?
Yes, it was that Monday.
Do you remember approximately what time of day?
It was the afternoon. I'm not sure. It was before it was dark.
There's been a lot of testimony about the events of that night, some of the things that happened around town. Did you personally witness any of that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you personally witnessed?
Witnessed many cars being burned. I actually, Shelby recorded an interview with some of the individuals in front of, so there was the big car lot that was burned, but then there was the lot actually where the armed individuals were on the night of the shooting. We actually were in front of that business the night before, and Shelby recorded an interview where those individuals were, there were people who, I guess the owner of the business had asked people to go out and try to put out the fires. So she recorded an interview with individuals who were using a power washer, and there were other people using like buckets to try to put out fires with the cars.
Mr. McGinnis, we have a map on the wall behind you there. I don't think there's going to be dispute that we've established that on Monday night, the car source location, which is at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan Road, had a large number of cars that were destroyed by fire that night. Did you personally witness that?
Yes.
Now, you said you spoke to the owner of the business. That would be the car source business?
I didn't speak to the owner. I spoke to individuals who were out there trying to put out fires, and I believe in Shelby's interview they mentioned that the owner had asked them to come out to put out the fires.
Now, you also mentioned there was a second location, and that would be this car source, which is sort of kitty corner to the southwest. I know you mentioned there were armed individuals there on Tuesday night, right?
Yes, and that's the same business that we saw people with power washers at the night before.
At this location that I'm highlighting here, which is at the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan, on Monday night, did you see any armed individuals there?
I did not know.
Were there fires at that location on Monday night?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you saw people putting out fires with pressure washers, were they putting out fires only at that location on the southwest corner, or were they also trying to put out the fires on the northeast corner?
It was only at that one, and I didn't see anybody trying to put out fires on the other one across the street.
Understood. I think the fires were out of control at that point, so I get that. I'm just trying to pin it down. So you told us that you witnessed the fires at those two locations on Monday night. Did you witness any other events on Monday night that were noteworthy?
Yes, I mean there were fires everywhere, and Shelby, Jorge, and I recorded a number of those, including multiple businesses that were also burned.
And you recorded that information and then obviously published stories about it on the Daily Caller website. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yeah.
I want to move to the next night, Tuesday night, August 25th, the night of the shooting. Did you come back to that area to view the events of that night?
Well, the way that it happened was we went to the courthouse to document the demonstrations that were happening in front of the courthouse. And then subsequently, the police pushed the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, away from the courthouse. And that's actually when everybody ended up in that area.
On Tuesday night, based on what you've just described, do you recall approximately when it was that you first got out and were covering things?
We'd been out all day. We were actually, during the day, we were interviewing the owners of the businesses that had been damaged the night before. And so, and also many people from the community in Kenosha came out to help clean up. And so we recorded a bunch of interviews with those folks, as well as getting aerial footage of the damage. And then we went and ate, and then we went back out before sunset as the demonstrators were arriving at the courthouse.
When you said you took video or photos or whatever of people trying to clean up and things like that, did any of that include the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse?
No.
When you, I know you discussed some of the events that occurred right out in front of the courthouse. Do you recall approximately what time that was when you were here out in front of this building covering things?
We first got out there probably about 7 p.m.
And how long was it before the event occurred that you described as the police pushing people out of the way?
That was after dark, and it was probably closer to 8:30 or 9.
What did you do then?
Well, I was typically in these kind of situations, the goal is to show both what law enforcement are dealing with and what the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, you want to show both situations. So you want to, I was in the middle of the protesters on one side and the police on the other, and actually recorded, a variety of things, including things being thrown, bricks being thrown at law enforcement, and then I returned to the hotel because there was no cell service to get Wi-Fi to communicate with folks back in Washington, D.C., as well as post the videos for our team to then redistribute.
What hotel were you staying at?
I forget the name of it. It's literally right there. It's
Is it the Stella?
Stella, correct.
And that's located a little bit off the map here, I think, to the north, but very close to where all this is happening?
Actually, my hotel window was on the third or fourth floor, and it was overlooking that car lot right there.
That's actually the Stella there, isn't it? Yeah. After you returned to the hotel, you've described what you did there. Was there a time when you came back out onto the streets after your time at the hotel?
Yeah, I actually didn't. I didn't even post anything because when I returned to the hotel and got on the internet, I saw armed individuals in front of the same business that we had recorded people trying to put out fires the night prior, and in my mind, that was a continuation of that story, and so I actually dropped what I was doing. I also had Shelby and Jorge who were out there, and once I saw people who were armed, the situation was clearly escalated in my mind in terms of the level of danger, and part of my role was also to, make sure that none of us were harmed. And so I went outside, back outside, and actually I couldn't see that business from the window, but I could see the car lot across the street from it. And basically I just ran down the stairs and went right out there and started communicating with Shelby and Jorge to find out where they were.
The business where you saw the armed people out in front of, was that the car source location at the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
You mentioned that after seeing them, you felt like the situation was escalating. Why did you feel that way?
Anytime that there are guns, that elevates the level of danger in my mind. Just given that, I've been to, like I said, across the country, many protests in places where people have guns and there's a lot of people in a confined space. These are the kind of situations where everybody's very passionate about why they're out there. So in my mind, that the presence of weapons meant that, I should be on the ground, and Shelby, Jorge, and I should be as close to each other as possible to ensure that, we're all safe.
So did you feel that the presence of guns at that location, did it make you concerned about the safety of your reporters?
Yes.
So you said you ran down the stairs of the hotel, and did you go then, after you left the hotel, did you go directly to that location, that car source at 59th and Sheridan?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you've referred to guns. Are you familiar with guns yourself?
I'd say familiar.
One of the guns that we've talked about already in this case is, it's technically a Smith & Wesson M&P 15, but it is an AR-15 type rifle.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that type of rifle?
I've shot it.
Okay. And when you got to that 59th Street car source location, did you see individuals who were armed with that type of rifle?
Yes, multiple.
Tell us what you did once you left the Stella and went to that location.
I went down and proceeded straight from the hotel to the car source, and basically as I walked up, I saw, I guess there were about 3 on the ground, and I couldn't quite tell how many people were on the roof, but there were like approximately 5 or 6 armed individuals in front of the business. And typically in these situations, especially with armed individuals, I'm just trying to look as unassuming as possible. And so I put my hands up and I said, hey, are any of you guys willing to do an interview about why you're here? Yeah.
Now you've given interviews to various media outlets about your experiences that night, correct?
Yes.
And at one point you described the appearance of these armed individuals at the 59th Street car source as menacing. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. What interview was that?
Sure.
I mean, I wouldn't say that that's. I would say menacing is not a bad word to describe it. I would say actually, like I said, the presence of weapons, just in my mind, elevates the level of risk.
You did an interview shortly after this August 25th incident with someone by the name of Kyle Hooten. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
And in that interview, at one point, you indicated that the group that was armed at 59th Street car source appeared menacing.
Okay.
Would you agree with that? We can
yeah,
play it.
I would agree. I would say that. I mean, I don't know the exact definition of the word menacing. I guess I was using it in a live interview, but I would say that the level of risk was elevated. Okay. Is what I would say.
One moment.
Give a fuck.
Thank you.
TVs.
My spirits are spent.
I'll survive.
She went upstairs to get a cold one.
I love it. Fuck all that.
I have up on the screen a section of the interview that you did with Kyle Hooten. Do you recognize yourself on the screen?
Yeah.
And do you remember giving this interview to Mr. Hooten?
Yes.
Okay. Can we play the excerpt from 7:12 to 7:47, please?
I basically just walked up to them and said, is anybody willing to do an interview? And Kyle was just the most willing. And obviously that's the kind of situation where you have 5, 6 guys armed with some heavy weaponry. Most of them looked like they had AR-15 style rifles. And a couple of them were standing up on the rooftop in the darkness. So it was a menacing situation. So my goal was just to get my interview and be as non-threatening as possible and get out of there. So when Kyle volunteered himself, I just wanted to, go with the path of least resistance. And he actually.
Thanks. Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And this was something that you said within a week or two after the incident?
I was in Kenosha when I recorded that interview. That's in the basement of the hotel.
Oh, okay. Good.
That
Thank
was
you.
like maybe a day or two after.
Now, when you, I think you said in that interview, when you approached the group, you wanted to interview someone from the group. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How many members of that group did you interview?
One.
Who is that?
Well, I guess Mr. Gulch was the other one who walked into the interview as I was recording, Mr. Rittenhouse, and then we proceeded up the street after that. So if you would constitute that as part of the interview, then two. But Mr. Rittenhouse was the only one that I interviewed prior to him arriving.
And I think you said Gulch, but actually, for the record, that's Ryan Balch.
Balch, sorry.
No
Yes.
problem. No problem. Did you ask, and for the record here, the person you interviewed, Kyle Rittenhouse, is seated here at council table with the gray suit and the red shirt, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Did you ask him how old he was?
I believe as I was taking out my phone, generally the procedure is, are you willing to do an interview? Yes. Okay, I'm going to record it. Yes. And I believe that I said something along the lines of, how old are you? And I believe the response was something along the lines of, I'm an adult. I actually don't recall because I was doing two things at once, but I just remember the answer being satisfactory enough for me to proceed with the interview.
If the defendant had been honest with you and told you that he was 17, would you have recorded an interview with him?
I would, in those instances, I can record an interview if somebody's a minor, but I need permission from the parents.
Based on what the defendant said to you, whatever the wording was, you had no indication from him that he was 17. Is that fair to say?
I actually told the police the night of that I believe that he was in his mid-20s, but I believe I said exactly that he had a baby face.
We've got the interview that you recorded, and that is exhibit number 16. Can we play that, please?
What are you doing out here? Obviously you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night, so what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit. So.
And what about these other folks? Obviously there's some other people who are armed as well.
Their job is to protect me.
Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof?
Their job is to provide overwatch to protect me also.
Gotcha.
They're protecting everybody on the ground. We're protecting each other.
Understood. And
we're running medical, and we're going in, and we're getting people.
And what about, are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to the people that need it. If somebody's injured, like, you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
I'm getting hit with plenty of pepper balls, but
Your eyes good?
as long as it's just bruises. Yeah, I got my mask. I'm good. And have you encountered any issues yet thus far with law enforcement or anything like that?
We had a group earlier try to come and set a fire at the church. So we went to the church and we de-escalated the situation, telling them they need to leave or they will be detained and then arrested.
This church right over here?
That church right there. And we stomped the fire out all the way down at the school.
Wow. And what do you think it would have been different if the police had to try to stop them from setting the fire?
I feel like there would be a lot more casualties and a lot more people injured. So I think the police are fine where they're at and that let us run the medical because EMS is not coming in. This is considered a red zone to the EMS fire. They are not coming in.
Yeah.
So us citizens, we need to help each other. Me and him are out here running and seeing if people need medical attention. Speaking of which, we need to go check to see if somebody
What the fuck?
Understood.
If you want to follow us, you're fine.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Good night, Ann. This might be one of theirs.
You are, at this point in the video, walking south along Sheridan behind the defendant and Ryan Balch. Is that right?
Correct.
At that moment, given what you've told us about why you were out there and the coverage you've done with other events around the country, why did you decide at that moment to follow them?
Well, during the interview, he mentioned, what his mission was there, and it seemed to me that they were proceeding to, try to do what he was talking about, and I wanted to record it.
Can we please play exhibit number 17?
I can't do this just yet.
Anybody need medical?
So you guys are kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I just got the thing, and I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my
Gotcha.
The defendant tells you that he is an EMT. Is that right?
Yes.
Did he say anything else to you? It's a little hard to hear in the video as to what his qualifications were.
I believe he mentioned something about lifeguard certification.
In your experience at the various events that you've covered, similar to what was going on in Kenosha, Seattle, Portland, etc., have you seen other individuals who proclaim themselves to be medics or EMTs who are armed with AR-15s?
I don't recall any people who... I saw a lot of people who were medics, some of whom were armed, but not with an AR-15 that I recall.
When you saw these other medics who were
holy
armed,
shit.
what sort of things had they armed themselves with?
I just recall specifically in Seattle...
Well, that was a good setback.
A medic armed with a handgun.
Fuck me.
Other than that one medic with a handgun, do you recall seeing any other medics in any of the other events that you covered who armed themselves with a gun?
No.
Do you recall seeing any others that armed themselves with an AR-15?
No.
We can continue the video, please.
Seems
former Army
sort of
infantry, and I
irrelevant,
got a
though.
whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you. If you didn't need it.
Appreciate the service.
Oh, shit. Dude.
There. Do you? It appears Mr. Balch reacts to something at this point in the video. Do you know what that was?
That was I believe it was a brick that was thrown at... A piece of a brick that was thrown at the armored personnel carrier right there.
Did it bounce off towards you guys or something? Do you know?
Yeah, it bounced off in front of us.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. There's a guy with a rack. Be careful. Right behind that white fence, there are racks in there, so be careful.
Hey! Friendly! Medic coming through! Medical! Medic coming through! Medic coming through! Does anybody need medical? Anybody need medical? We're running through Roger over here. Anybody need medical? Hey, guys. Medical? The guys walking out the fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know. Okay, good. They know. You just got shot up. You good? It's all right. Where you shot? I'm not shot. I'm just. You just said you got shot. No, I didn't.
I thought you got rubber bulleted.
Oh no, I just got rubber bullet. Yeah. Oh, it didn't even leave a welt. It just stung.
It just fucking stung. I'm back. I knew.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody.
It was literally just like, oh,
It's a little spicy, that's all.
It was like, oh shit, that was really annoying.
Yeah, a little salsa.
Could you please not?
Does anybody need medical? Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical? Medical! Does anybody need medical?
You were just the one to get off the car, trying to help you off the car. Now you trying to do medical? I remember you. You said get off the car. Fuck you talking about medical? Yeah. Y'all ass are.
Does anybody need medical? Medical!
Boy, yesterday or today?
Today. Dude, he just had up the gun talking about get off the car. Now he's talking about medical.
What car over in the dealership?
Car
Sorry,
down
I don't feel. Hey, if you wanna, that's cool. But no, I'm not gonna do it without your permission.
If I had it, the crowd wouldn't be right here right now.
I wouldn't fucking do that fucking car though.
First of all, Mr. McGinnis, the video we just watched was.
Let's take a break at this point. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. 15 minutes. Really, really turn it up high. And, oh yeah. And the rest of the family is, must be the chocolate I ate. I said it must be the chocolate that I ate.
And it's got sea salt in it. It's dark chocolate with sea salt.
Mm-hmm. And caramel.
Oh, and caramel?
I think that's what it said. It tastes like it. Either that or...
What the fuck?
If it's always been titled in his wife's name. The interlock device has been installed on our other car. Okay, let's proceed, Mr. Binger.
Thank you. Mr. McGinnis, when we left off, we had finished watching the video that is entitled Richie McGinnis Walking with Kyle. It is the one in which you followed him south along Sheridan. And at some point in the video, the defendant encounters a group of individuals. The most noteworthy of one is wearing bright yellow pants. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
And there's some interaction between the defendant and that individual, and then the defendant walks across Sheridan Road, but you stayed.
Yes.
Why was that?
Well, Kyle had told me my goal going into these protest zones is to tell the full picture, or our goal. And after interviewing Kyle, or Mr. Rittenhouse, it was clear, what he thought his mission was there. But these individuals seemed to think differently. And so I wanted to hear what their opinion was on the matter, because that would be part of providing the complete picture.
And the individual in the yellow pants accused the defendant of pointing his AR-15 at that individual. Is that fair to say?
I believe he said, yes, something along the lines of, you were waving the gun, you think you're in a movie.
When you approached those individuals to speak with them, you took your, was it your phone that you were recording with?
Yes.
You took your phone and you stopped recording. You pointed it to the ground, and then after a while it stopped.
Yeah.
We've established you're a video director for your website. Capturing video is one of the things you do. Why did you stop recording that interaction?
There are 4 individuals there, and you can see in the video one of them had large rocks in his hands. And, you know, it's a public street, so generally speaking, but just from the perspective of an ethical perspective as a journalist or somebody providing content, you generally want to get the permission of people if you want to conduct a proper interview. When I walked up to them, one of the individuals who had these bricks in his hands stepped out on me like he was gonna, you know, smash my head. So I put my phone down and I told them, I'm not gonna record. I just want to know why you guys are mad.
Did you ever ask any of them for permission to record them?
I did. So based on this guy's actions, they didn't want to be recorded. So I actually just, I was more concerned with why they were mad than actually getting it on video, just from the perspective of gathering information.
As someone who works in journalism and takes video, gathering information without having a record of it doesn't do much good, though, does it?
It can, because it does do good, because you can, from that information, then, you know, ascertain other individuals to talk to, and also I think there's an aspect of gaining somebody's trust before you conduct an interview. So a lot of times it's helpful to speak with people about why you're there, why you want to interview them, and then maybe try to restart and say, hey, you know, now that we're on the same level, can I do this interview?
So the question I asked you right before that last one was, did you ask any of those individuals for permission to record them? And I don't believe you answered that question, but I'm assuming the answer is no, based on what you've told us.
I actually mentioned that I was going to stop I stopped my phone and I said, listen guys, I'm not recording this. I just want to know what the deal is. Why are you guys mad? So it was clear to me that there was no permission to be granted because the guy had bricks in his hands and he wanted to.
And again, I don't mean to be overly formal, Mr. McGinnis, but the question is, did you ask them for permission?
I did not.
Understood. And obviously, they never verbally gave you permission, correct? They never said anything like, hey, go ahead, you can record us. Nothing like that.
No, they did not.
You took their reaction to you, this physical movement, as a sign that you shouldn't be recording them. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
You mentioned that one of the individuals had some things in his hand. I think at one point you said rocks, and another one I think you said bricks.
Well, it was like I guess bricks wouldn't be the right word either, because they're like gray. So I guess generally a brick would be like red. There were like pieces of gray stones that you would use to build a building.
How many of these individuals did you speak with that are all in a row there? Do you remember?
I talked to all of them.
But how many were there total?
There were 4.
Okay. And one you said had a couple of rocks or stone in his hand?
Yeah, one had like one in each hand, and then another one had like a stone in one hand, and then it was like a strap, leather strap, something like that. That seemed to be, couldn't tell if it was attached because it was in his hand. And I believe, yeah, those are the only guys who had rocks in their hands. There were 2 of them.
Okay. Other than what you've just described, did you see any other weapons of any kind on any of those 4 people?
At the time, I did not, but in hindsight, I believe that one of them was armed with a handgun.
With a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. The person who was wearing yellow pants did not have any sort of weapon, correct?
No.
Okay.
Not that I could see.
So just so we're clear, at that moment when you were dealing with those 4 individuals, you perceived 2 of them to have rocks in their hands. And that was the extent of any sort of weapon that any of them had that you saw at that time.
That I saw, yes. But in these kind of situations, it's never really clear who's armed and who's not. You know, I was still unsure of my safety in that situation.
Were you armed?
No.
Can you help us understand what it was about these 4 individuals who, by the way, all 4 of them are black, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What was it about these 4 individuals, 2 of whom had rocks in their hands, that made you concerned about your safety?
Well, the way that the one stepped out on me, it was like he was presenting the rocks as if he was ready to smash my head. And he stepped out in my direction, at which point I kind of took one step back. And in those kind of situations, I'm just trying to keep my distance to ensure that, you know, if he's going to advance closer, then I'm going to take that many steps backwards to keep our distance. Yeah.
Do you have any idea why this individual stepped forward towards you in such an aggressive manner?
It was because of my phone. Because I believe that it was because he perceived me to be recording him, and he didn't want to be recorded.
Once you stopped recording, did his demeanor change?
I put my phone down, and then I told him I'm not recording, I just want to know what happened, and his demeanor did not change. And he still had the rocks in his hands, as if he was ready to hit me. And so then I said, hey guys, let's take a step back here for a second. Does anyone want to, I generally carry like cigarettes and White Claws to diffuse these kind of situations. It's like a tactic, you know, people are always really angry in these areas, and that's a good way to, I guess, break the ice.
So in your experience in these types of crowds, you have experienced anger, threatening behavior, that sort of thing before. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Definitely.
And one of the ways you've learned to diffuse the situation is to offer individuals something like cigarettes.
Anything,
or
yeah, just any, cigarette or White Claw. That's generally.
White Claw is a hard seltzer, an alcoholic beverage in a can.
And actually, I had 2 in my gas mask bag, and I just said, does anyone want a White Claw? And it's like, you know, people generally think it's kind of funny and oftentimes take me up. And it's a good tactic to kind of, you know, because the goal here is to elicit their truth, what they think is the reality in this situation. And so my goal is to basically make them feel comfortable telling me what they think the truth is, you know, and that's one tactic to achieve that.
So when you offered these guys a White Claw, did they take you up on it?
One of them did, yeah, the guy who was squatting down in the image.
So you handed him the White Claw?
So yeah, I said, do any of you want a White Claw? I had my hands up, and I said, I'm going to reach, and actually the guy who was squatting down, he started to stand up. He said, I'll take one. And I pulled it out, and I used to bartend, so I cracked it for him and then handed it to him.
I used to bartend?
One, yes.
No.
This individual you described with the rocks who stepped forward to you, can you demonstrate for us the manner in which he was holding those rocks? Because you made it sound like he was about to hit you with them or something.
Yeah, it was, I mean, he was like holding it, you know, as if like he was ready to fight, but with rocks. So, you know, he was kind of in an athletic position, and he stepped out in front of the other guys towards me like that.
How close did he get to you?
Probably 8 feet.
Did he ever?
I took a step back when he took a step forward, and actually that was part of the reason why they thought my actions were so funny to them, was that I was so scared and so ready to run away.
You say they thought your reactions were funny. How do you know they thought that they were funny?
Because they all laughed when I asked them if they wanted a White Claw, and actually after that, once I gave it to the one individual, they started making fun of the guy with the rocks, saying, oh, you think you're so tough, like there's one of him and 4 of us, and like look at how scared he is.
Sounds like at that point the whatever tension was gone.
Correct.
Okay. And this individual who stepped forward with the rocks, did he ever throw a rock at you?
No, and actually he put his hands down at that point once his friend made fun of him.
Okay. You were never harmed in that incident in any way? Okay.
Nope.
All right. So we've seen the end of that video, which at that point you are talking with those 4 individuals when you stop recording on your phone. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. We just watched a video of you following the defendant and Ryan Balch down south on Sheridan. You encounter the individual with the yellow pants and the other 3 individuals next to him. You walk up to them after the defendant walks away. You start to have a conversation with those individuals, the 4 of them, and you stop recording.
Yes.
Okay. What I want to know is, after you stop recording, how long did you spend talking to those guys?
It was a matter of minutes. I'd say less than 5 minutes. That whole interaction that I just described was probably about 2 minutes, and I talked to them for maybe another minute after that.
After that, what happened?
I got back to my task at hand, which was inquiring about why they were mad at who I later found out to be Mr. Rittenhouse. And they said something along the lines of, yeah, we were over there, we were jumping on some cars, and he came up with his gun. And that was actually, right then was the point that I saw Mr. Rittenhouse running down the street. And I said, hey guys, I gotta go.
Are you able to show us on that map when you saw the defendant running, which you just described, where was that on that map? Are you able to show us that?
It was like, let's see, so we were right in this green right here. We were approximately right here at the green in the parking lot, and he was running this way.
Okay, you just kind of drew a line all the way from 60th down to 63rd. Are you able
Yeah.
to be a little bit more specific as to where he was when you saw the defendant running?
So you're saying where was the defendant?
Yes, when you first saw him, you said he drew your attention because he was running.
Yeah, he was. So he was basically right running down this corner right here.
So you've indicated an area right in front of the Ultimate gas station.
It was in front of this. We were over here.
Okay.
And he was here.
All right. So again,
I don't. The gas station's up here. It was down here.
Okay. On that map, I think it's labeled the Ultimate Convenience Center, but it's the gas station that is on the southeast corner of 60th.
That's correct.
And,
That's
okay.
correct. Yes.
And so, just because sometimes these things don't translate into the record, you've used the pointer to illuminate an area in front of the First United Methodist Church. On the east side of the church, between the church and Sheridan Road, there's a parking lot area there, and you've kind of pointed to that as where you were talking to these four gentlemen. Is that a fair summary of the location?
I believe actually it was a little bit further south, so it was like somewhere right around here.
Okay.
Sorry, it was actually just a bit farther. Is this south or?
The bottom of the map is south.
Bottom of the map is south, so it was a bit farther south than that. Yes.
Okay. And you saw the defendant running. Was the defendant in Sheridan Road when you saw him running?
Yes.
Did you see anything in his hands when you first saw him?
Yes.
What did you see?
He had one of those small fire extinguishers that you saw earlier in the video. It was that sized fire extinguisher in one hand and the AR-15 in the other.
What did you do next?
I told the guys that I had to go, and I proceeded after Mr. Rittenhouse.
Why?
Because, he had a fire extinguisher in his hand. So, I perceived that as he was running to some kind of event that was taking place that would be newsworthy.
What did you do after that?
I started jogging after him, and he was quite far in front of me, and I called my coworker Shelby to inquire where she was, because seeing the way that he was running and the fact that he had a fire extinguisher in his hand, I said something along the lines of, I won't use the expletive language that I was using, but something's about to go down. Where are you? We should make sure we're close to each other.
You said you made a phone call to Shelby?
Yes.
Where were you physically when you made that phone call?
So I was in the process I was actually jogging, right around here.
You are pointing to an area on Sheridan Road, just to the north of 61st Street.
Yeah. I was probably right around this corner by that point that I called her. Actually, right around here, because I had opened my gas mask bag for the White Claw, and then I ran off without clipping it back. My gas mask actually fell out of the bag. So what happened was the gas mask fell out. I picked it up. I put it back in the bag. I clipped the bag, and then I pulled my phone out to call Shelby. So it was probably actually just south of there by the time I got on the phone with her.
You have given an interview in which you indicated that your attention was drawn, or when you saw the defendant running, that you felt that he was drawing the attention of the crowd. Do you recall saying that in one of your interviews?
Yeah, I think in that interview, I was referring. Which interview are you referring to?
I think it's the one that you gave to Tucker Carlson, actually, but I'm not.
Okay, I
can find
believe
it.
that I was referring to him shouting medical. And I did notice that when he was running, there were a lot of people looking in that direction. There were like, in this area, this parking lot here, there were like dozens, if not hundreds, of protesters or rioters or whatever you want to call them, right in here. And so when he was running, it was like kind of people directed their attention that way, for sure.
You also said that you felt that this was going to be a hairy situation. You also characterized it as a dangerous situation. Do you recall that?
Yes. The combination of the fire extinguisher and the fact that he was running indicated to me that something was about to happen. Potentially, if there's a fire involved. That's why I wanted to get a hold of Shelby and find out where she was.
Did you also feel that the defendant running with an AR-15 through this type of crowd could cause a problem?
In my mind, in that moment, I couldn't think of a situation that would necessitate somebody running through a public street with one of their hands occupied by a fire extinguisher and the other one occupied by a weapon, kind of serving dual roles there. It seemed to me, it's not the way that I was taught to handle a weapon in a public place.
Did it seem a contradiction to you to have a weapon in one hand and a fire extinguisher in the other?
I wouldn't say contradiction. I would say that, all these, like in these protest zones, there's like, everybody's kind of serving a role. So there were like those punk rockers that we saw, the skateboarder dudes. They were clearly like kind of a fire brigade type because they all had fire extinguishers. And you have like people who are medics, you have all kinds of different roles. So I wouldn't say necessarily contradictory because generally speaking, I just wouldn't deem that to be a contradiction.
The punk rockers, the fire brigade that you described, did you see any of them with guns?
I did not, no.
Did you feel that carrying around an AR-15 was incompatible with the role of a medic or the fire brigade?
I wouldn't use the word incompatible.
Certainly doesn't match up, though.
I don't know exactly what you're getting at, but I wouldn't say, I don't know what matching means here in this instance, if you could clarify that.
So you indicated that when you saw the defendant running, you left those four individuals and followed. You've described a point in that process where the gas mask fell to the ground, you picked it up, whatnot. Did there come a time when you were following the defendant when he was no longer running?
Right about, I was on the phone with Shelby at the time, and right about when he slowed down, I was still running to catch up. So he did slow and stop, down and around where the eventual shooting took place.
So he starts running, walks for a bit, and then there's a time after that when he begins to run again. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you in relation to the defendant as you're following him down Sheridan Road?
So he was probably just, at the moment that he slowed down, I was probably like a half a block back. He slowed down probably right around here. And I was like, I could just barely see him. And so I was probably right back here when he slowed down right around here. And I was still on the phone at the time.
When the defendant slowed down, were you still running?
Yes, I was running to catch up with them.
When you eventually caught up to him, how close were you behind him in the end?
So it's hard to, I guess, from the point where he was slowed down, when I caught up to him, it was just a moment after that he started running again. So I guess at that time, I was probably like 30 feet back.
And you described that the defendant then began running again.
Yes.
Was there any event that you perceived, that you heard or saw, that attracted your attention at the same time that the defendant started running?
There were a lot of people yelling.
Do you know what they were yelling?
There were a lot of screams. I heard like an N-word, and you can hear in the video the friendly, but it was mostly just yelling. I didn't hear really anything decipherable.
We've heard some references to that friendly. Now, I know it's hard, Mr. McGinnis. I'm going to try and ask you to put yourself back in the mindset of that evening. I assume since that evening, obviously you said you've given a lot of interviews, correct?
I gave as many interviews as I felt necessary to inform the public of what I saw.
And I wasn't trying to make it exaggerate or anything like that, but
No, that's fine.
you've given some interviews. There have been a lot of videos out there on the internet. I assume you've watched some of those. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If we can try our best to put aside what we've learned since then and try and go back to that moment, and I'd like you to tell the jury what you were thinking and observing in that moment without the benefit of hindsight or other videos or things like that. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned friendly. At that time, that moment, in that evening, do you recall hearing that?
I do not. I recall I was on the phone as well, so I was talking to Shelby, and I recall hearing the yelling while I was still on the phone, and I said something along the lines of, "Oh, expletive, I gotta go," and I hung up on Shelby, at which point that's when the running had started. Like I was already basically running with Mr. Rittenhouse and later Mr. Rosenbaum at that moment.
So let's continue at where you just left off. Please tell us what happened next.
It was hard for me to see because, like I said, I was like 30 feet back at the time, but I could see a lot of yelling. I could hear a lot of yelling, and I could see there was a crowd of people in the street, and one individual, Mr. Rosenbaum, advancing towards Mr. Rittenhouse, as well as a couple of other individuals who were moving very quickly in the area. But it was hard for me to see because I was a little bit back, and it was dark.
What happened then?
Mr. Rosenbaum advanced towards Mr. Rittenhouse. Mr. Rittenhouse gave I think he maybe saw him coming and gave like kind of I said on the night of to police that it was like a juke, but it was more like just a pivot and a run.
Please continue. What happened after that, as far as you recall?
And then he pivoted and he ran towards this parking lot right here. So he was like right on the side of the street, and he ran towards this lot, and Mr. Rosenbaum ran after him, and I was behind both of them.
So the sequence of the folks that were involved in this running, as we've seen in many other videos, is Mr. Rittenhouse is in front, Mr. Rosenbaum is running after him, and you are behind Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How far back from Mr. Rosenbaum were you as the pursuit went through the car source parking lot?
Well, it's hard to say because I kind of caught up to them. I was running a bit faster, and so at the time initially I was probably 30 feet back when everybody first started running, but then by the time I arrived in the lot, it was 15 feet.
And you continued to be behind Mr. Rosenbaum at the time that the defendant shot and killed him, correct?
I did alter my trajectory a little bit when I saw Mr. Rittenhouse turn around and saw Mr. Rosenbaum lunging for the front portion of the rifle.
Okay. Let me stop you there for a second. First of all, we know now that that individual who was shot and killed by the defendant was Joseph Rosenbaum.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment this was all going on that night, did you have any idea who that person was?
No clue.
Had you ever heard the name Joseph Rosenbaum before?
I'd never even seen that individual.
Up until these events, you had not seen that individual at any time?
No, I had not.
Okay.
I saw videos after the fact of where he was, but I actually wasn't at that location, that gas station at that time.
And again, I want to hear what you
Yeah.
saw and what you know and not
Gotcha.
other stuff. In the videos of this incident, you appear to be holding up your cell phone.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So I got off the phone with Shelby, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I attempted to record on my phone, and I thought that I was recording at the time. It turns out that I actually just took a live photo of the ground. I assume at the time that I pressed what was the photo button instead of the record button, the video button.
So as you're running, you're holding up the phone thinking you're recording video, but in fact you're not. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the video did not start until, and I've turned all of this over, I'm sure you've reviewed it.
Sure.
But it did not start until just as I was arriving over Mr. Rosenbaum after he had been shot. So I don't know what happened in that period of time. I wasn't even looking at my phone. Usually when I'm recording, I'm constantly looking at what the video is recording to make sure that, everything's in the frame and whatever. But at that time, obviously, I was fixated on the situation in front of me rather than my phone, so I didn't realize that it wasn't recording. And I don't know what happened or why it started later.
What was it about the situation in front of you? You said you were fixated on it. What was it about the situation in front of you that focused your attention?
Well, there were we were running very quickly, number one. So I was just by virtue of the fact that I was running, I was focused on that. But also, I knew, having seen Mr. Rittenhouse earlier and just using my eyes at that time, that he was armed. And also, there was a bag that was thrown by Mr. Rosenbaum, and so clearly there was something about to happen, so I was paying attention to that.
Did you ever see a weapon on Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Never saw a gun on Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Never saw him have a knife?
Nope.
Never saw him have a club or a bat or a chain or anything like that?
I just saw the bag that was thrown, that was it.
As the chase is occurring in the Car Source parking lot, did you hear, and again, I want you to go back to that moment.
Yes.
We've seen other videos, we've heard other videos, so we have hindsight. But in that moment, as you are following the chase behind Mr. Rosenbaum, behind Mr. Rittenhouse, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything?
There was a FU. And at the time in that instance,
Oh, no, not the F word.
recollection of it the night of, it was really hard for me to decipher, whether that was who yelled that. After seeing the footage, it's very clear to me who yelled it.
Okay,
And
let me
after,
stop. I don't want to, I want to, in that moment,
Yeah.
I'm interested in your perceptions of the sounds around you. So I understand there's a lot going on and it's a scene, but put yourself back in that moment. Do you recall hearing Joseph Rosenbaum say anything?
No.
Do you hear recall hearing the defendant say
I
anything?
heard things said, but I don't recall it coming, me perceiving it coming from him because, like for example, in that instance, there was a pop, and then when Mr. Rittenhouse turned around, my focus was purely on the barrel of the weapon and where that was going. So I didn't.
Okay. In fact, when you were talking to the Kenosha Police Department after this incident, and very shortly thereafter, you were asked if you heard any words exchanged between Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse, and you said no.
Yeah,
Remember saying that?
Well, that was the phrasing of the question, which is, were there words exchanged? And so that would imply, like some kind of conversation. If they had have asked, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum yell anything, I might have phrased it differently because I just didn't focus on that at the time. But the way that, there was nothing exchanged. That's that I saw.
So let's continue. You just mentioned hearing a pop sound. Was that during this chase?
That was right before Mr. Rittenhouse turned around during the chase, yes.
Okay, and just to finish that thought up, you're talking about when Mr. Rittenhouse turns around and shoots Joseph Rosenbaum.
Correct.
Just before that, there was a pop sound.
Correct.
Again, with the benefit of hindsight.
Yes.
But let's put that aside. In that moment, as you are running, first of all, did you hear that pop as you were running?
I did hear the pop, but given like the environment, it's not that uncommon to hear those kind of pops. So at that time, it was not clear to me that it was from a gun or what it was from. In fact, I did tell police that it was my understanding that he turned around because he felt like he was running into a corner, because that area of the parking lot where the shooting actually took place was like, there's the wall right here, and then there was like cars parked kind of, so it at night of, it appeared to me that he turned around because he had reached a dead end or something like that.
Could you please pull up Exhibit 25? Mr. McGinnis, we have, and I think I need to turn on the TVs again. Mr. McGinnis, there is a video on the screen which has already been introduced into evidence, and we've heard some testimony about it. Have you ever seen this before?
I saw screenshots of this thermal footage.
Okay. Was that from yesterday or the day before during the trial?
Yeah.
Okay. There's been testimony that there is an individual with a circle around them identified as person of interest number 1. That is Joseph Rosenbaum. There is a square around a second individual who is identified there as person of interest number 2. That is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
You will come into this video, if you're not already on it, behind all of them, so I'm sure you'll be able to recognize yourself. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this forward a little bit so you can see it. I'd like you to pay attention to the movements of the 3 of you, Mr. Rosenbaum, yourself, and the defendant, and then I'll ask you a couple questions about it. So if we can play it forward, please. Let's pause it there, please. Were you able to see yourself on that video?
Yes.
Okay. And it shows you, can we back up about 10 seconds, please? Go back a little bit further, please. 10 more seconds. Okay, continue there. Go forward, please. Or play it, rather. Thank you. Pause there. I don't know if it's possible, Mr. McGinnis, are you able to see yourself on that video at that very moment?
I think I'm one of those 2 people.
Okay. Let me continue forward, and unfortunately
It's
that
hard to
laser
tell.
doesn't
I
work
think
on the
I'm right,
TV.
like-
So
oh, gotcha.
let's continue forward, and I'll pause in just a little bit here.
Yeah, now I can see me.
All right,
yeah.
pause. Mr. McGinnis, I've got a Sister Marciana's pointing device. The judge has allowed us to use. May I approach you on it? Could you please use this and go up to that screen in the corner, and can you point out yourself on that video?
I think it's hard to see right here, but can you just go back for a sec?
Yeah, why don't we rewind it?
I'm right under the text.
Yeah, let's go back 10 seconds and play from there. And then, Mr. McGinnis, just pause when you see yourself, or raise your hand when you see yourself, and we'll pause it, okay? Okay, can you hold it up there one more second, please? I didn't quite see. Okay, so just for the record, you are pointing to an area that is on a screen to the left of a vehicle that has, right or wrong, been referred to as a Duramax. Is that a thing, a Duramax?
Vehicle.
Is it? Yeah. A Duramax vehicle. I know from other videos that this vehicle is parked in a way that the hood of the vehicle is to the lower left, or sorry, lower right of this TV screen facing Sheridan Road. So if you'll accept that representation, then you're pointing to an area that is near the right, or the rear passenger corner of that Duramax. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit farther out here, right?
Okay. All right, let's continue the video forward, please. Pause. Can you use your Miss Sister Marciana's pointer to show us where you are? Okay, and you've just can you hold it up there for a second longer so we can make sure we all see it? Okay, that is you. Now I can tell from that video that there appears to be part of your body extended forward. Is that your arm holding the cell phone? Yes. Okay. Was that your right arm, if you recall?
Usually it'd be my right arm.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
That good?
You can leave that up there. That's fine. Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat, please. Now, this is stopped at a moment which is right around the time, I think we're maybe a frame or two before Mr. Rittenhouse fires and the shots at Mr. Rosenbaum. And everyone can see where you're at in relation to that. What I want you would, what I'd like you to do, Mr. Guinness, is tell the jury in your own words, what was going on at this particular moment where we stopped in the video.
So basically, I was running behind Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, and like I mentioned before, Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum continued, and I was continuing, but then I realized, that they were about to basically collide, and so at that moment, I was still running, but just before the shots, I kind of altered my trajectory of my run a little bit in the direction that I perceived to be out of harm's way.
What do you mean harm's way? You were several feet away from them. What was the harm to you?
Well, once Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum continued, it was a very short, very, very short period of time from when he turned around to when the shots were fired. And basically in that very short period of time, I realized that Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance and that Mr. Rittenhouse was standing still, and that they would be, based on Mr. Rosenbaum's, the way that he was running and then eventually lunging towards the front portion of the rifle, it was clear to me that something with the weapon was about to happen, and I didn't want to be on the wrong side of that.
When you say something with the weapon was about to happen, what do you mean?
Well, it wasn't clear to me whether the weapon would be grabbed or fired or what exactly was going to happen, but it was clear to me that It was a situation where it was likely that something dangerous was going to happen, be it Mr. Rosenbaum grabbing it, Mr. Rittenhouse shooting it. I didn't know, but I knew that my eyes at that moment were, like in this exact moment, were fixated on the barrel of the weapon because I didn't want to end up on the receiving end of that.
You said your eyes were focused on the barrel of the weapon.
Yes.
Where was the barrel of the weapon pointed?
At this moment, when he stopped, it was aimed about 45 degrees at the ground.
Did the aim of the barrel of the weapon change?
It did. And when Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, Mr. Rittenhouse kind of dodged around. And then that's when it was leveled at Mr. Rosenbaum and fired.
What was the position of Mr. Rosenbaum's body when the defendant fired at him?
Well, there were 4 shots, but it was like in one continuous motion. It was like a lunge towards the front portion, a dodge around, and when he missed, his momentum continued forward.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second.
Yeah.
When he missed, who's he?
Mr. Rosenbaum, I'm sorry.
Please
Yes.
continue.
When Mr. Rosenbaum did not make contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, or it wasn't clear to me whether or not they made contact, but what was clear to me was that the trajectory of the rifle wasn't really altered by Mr. Rosenbaum's lunge. So if they did make contact, then it was just a glance. It wasn't enough to alter the trajectory of the rifle, but and again, this is just because that was the only thing that I was looking at that point, and it's not clear to me whether
God damn it!
Forward, but
Okay,
that
I'm
was
gonna
as.
stop, I'm going to stop you for a second because you said he again. Can you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. He fell forward.
Yes, like it was as if, if you were to lunge at somebody, if anybody were to lunge, they'd probably stop themselves, from falling face down on the ground, but the shots were fired in the exact instance that his momentum was going forward, and that continued until Mr. Rosenbaum landed on the ground.
When Mr. Rosenbaum landed on the ground after being shot by the defendant, what was Mr. Rosenbaum's body position?
He was lying face down.
Is it fair to say, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, that when the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward?
His momentum, I wouldn't say falling, I would say his momentum was definitely going forward. It's not clear, to me whether he would have, fallen if, the shots hadn't been fired, but certainly his momentum was in the forward direction, and also his hands were out in front of his feet, such that, his center of gravity was beyond where his feet were.
You gave an interview in which you characterized this incident as the defendant shooting Mr. Rosenbaum while Mr. Rosenbaum was falling. Do you recall saying that in an interview?
There were 4 shots, so I don't recall specifically saying that, but was that the direct quote?
Let's put it up on the screen.
I'm told that Ed Today Lunch is here early, so I'll give you a few more minutes. Do you want to continue?
Oh,
Can we
my
just
God.
finish this
You
little
may.
piece up
You
and
may.
then I'll
You may.
break? Can we play this starting at the 52-second mark, please?
Well, Tucker, I was just about 10 or 12 feet behind them as they ran into the parking lot. And what I saw was Rosenbaum pursuing Rittenhouse, and Rittenhouse turned around. Now, right before he turned around, I'm not sure if this was a reason why he turned around, but there was a gunshot, and that's actually visible on video. It's not clear whether or not that gunshot was fired into the air or towards Rittenhouse, but Rittenhouse did turn around immediately after that. And at that point, he went from running away to aiming his weapon at Rosenbaum, and I was actually directly behind Rosenbaum. So I took 1 or 2 steps to my right as Rosenbaum was lunging for the barrel of the rifle, and he was that close to him. And Rittenhouse actually took the barrel of the rifle and just dodged around. And at that point, as Rosenbaum was falling forward, he fired quickly 4 shots into Rosenbaum. And at that point, I was only about...
We just played an excerpt from a video interview that you did with Tucker Carlson on Fox News. Do you recall this interview?
Yes.
And the date of this interview is August 28th, 2020.
Yes.
Does that sound about right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 days after the event occurred. Is that fair to say?
I think it was so it happened on a Tuesday, and I believe that was Friday.
Sure, 3 days later. Fair to say that on Friday after this incident, your memory of it might be better than it is 14 months later?
It's just the same. I'm never going to forget it.
Generally speaking, people's memory is better when it's closer in time. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
And you mentioned seeing some other videos before you gave this interview to Tucker Carlson. So you'd watched some things in those 3 days, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. But in this video here, you are telling Fox News, Tucker Carlson, that the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum as Mr. Rosenbaum was falling forward, correct?
Yeah, it's unclear to me because the shots were so quick whether, the shots are the reason why because he lunged and then the shot was fired as he was lunging, so it was like, I guess, perhaps it was the shots that caused him to then, rather than stopping himself, just fall flat.
That's not what you just said. Let's play this back about 20 seconds, please.
for the barrel of the rifle, and he was that close to him. And Rittenhouse actually took the barrel of the rifle and just dodged around. And at that point, as Rosenbaum was falling forward, he fired quickly 4 shots into Rosenbaum.
Your interview 3 days after this incident says that Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward when the defendant used the gun and discharged the shots.
I don't see why that's inconsistent with what I'm saying right now. He was lunging, falling. I would use those as synonymous terms in this situation because basically, he threw his momentum towards the weapon, and when the weapon wasn't there, his momentum was continuing, and that's the point at which he fired. So if you use the word falling or lunging, it was his momentum was going forward, and that's the point at which he fired the shots.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. A few seconds ago, you were saying that you weren't sure if Mr. Rosenbaum started falling because he was shot. But in your interview here, the falling is occurring before the defendant even shoots him.
This is so fucking vivid.
According to your interview,
let me clarify. I said that I wasn't sure if he didn't catch himself because he was shot. Because you can lunge forward and then put your foot out and stop yourself from falling. So it wasn't clear to me, for example, if the shots had not been fired, it's not clear to me whether he would have fallen or whether he would have caught himself. That's what I meant when I said that.
At any rate, your statement in this interview and what you're telling us here today in person is that Mr. Rosenbaum was already falling forward when the defendant shot him. Is that accurate?
His momentum was going forward. I don't know, this term falling, I just wouldn't use that. So I'm not going to say that because that's not what I said.
You actually have said that. I'm using your
I'm not going to say that right now because I'm clarifying. It's correct. It was a live interview.
You can ask questions, but don't comment on the witness's testimony.
Fair enough. At any rate, whether it's the momentum, falling, however you want to put it, Mr. Rosenbaum was in that motion.
Yes.
Before the defendant shot him.
Yes.
Okay. We can take a break now, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a break. Folks, please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Any questions, anybody? Okay, thank you. I didn't even tell them that. I usually keep it a secret, and then they eat faster. But I was going to say about 12:30, but if you have somewhere, it's something you have to do or something. Okay, let's aim for 12:30. hope that I could get my haircut looked up. The answer to your question is yes, and it's a number one buzz is what it's called. But can anybody tell me why they'd call it a partial? Why would they call that a partial? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. McGinnis. We're going to continue where we left off this morning. You were describing the situation where the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum. I want to talk about where you were at that location and what was going on through your mind. Earlier, I think you said your eyes were focused on the barrel of the gun. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you saw what was going on in front of you between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, what was going through your mind at that moment?
Well, at the point at which Mr. Rittenhouse turned around and Mr. Rosenbaum was continuing to advance, that's when I realized that they were going to, I guess, collide or meet, but it was clear based on the speed with which Mr. Rosenbaum was running and obviously what was shouted beforehand that they weren't coming together to have a friendly meeting. And given that Mr. Rittenhouse was armed, I became extremely worried because I was behind Rosenbaum that I was going to be caught in the whatever was about to happen.
Did you feel like you were positioned in the line of fire?
I did, and that's why I altered my trajectory slightly as the shots were being fired.
When those shots were being fired, did anything happen to you?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Did you get hit?
Nope.
Did you feel at that moment like you had gotten hit?
Well, I told the police the night of, because they were asking me, where my eyes were. So as Rosenbaum was lunging forward, my eyes were on the gun. But as the shots, when the shots were fired, I did actually change my. I looked down at my legs because it's difficult for me to say whether it was a sound or a sensation, but there was feeling sound that something went past my legs, and I looked down, and then I looked back up, and I actually stepped my feet to make sure that I was fine.
You told the detective that you felt something on your leg, and your first thought was that you had been shot, correct?
I was worried of that, absolutely. I'm not sure whether it was something that actually, actually contacted my pants, or whether it was just the, sensation sound, but it caused me to look down, and I did, stamp my legs to make sure that they felt okay.
Did you feel that the defendant's actions of turning around and pointing the gun and discharging those rounds put you in danger?
No, go away.
I would say that, given where I was, certainly I was in danger. Yes.
Let me back up 1 second. We've talked a lot about Mr. Rosenbaum's actions towards Mr. Rittenhouse, and I just want to clarify one part of that. At any point, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum touch the defendant's gun?
It's hard for me to say whether he actually made contact with the gun, but what I can say is that they were extremely close, and that if he did, then it didn't alter the trajectory of the weapon. So if he did, it wasn't like, he got a hand on it. It was maybe barely grazed it, but they were very close. And it was actually, since I was behind him, his body was partially obstructing the barrel of the gun at that time. So it's hard for me to say definitively whether or not he actually made contact, but not that I saw. I couldn't say definitively.
I couldn't hear the last
Oh. Which part?
last sentence.
I couldn't say definitively whether or not there was contact made.
We know from all the videos, from all the evidence, Mr. Rittenhouse fires 4 rounds. You testified earlier, Mr. Rosenbaum winds up face down on the ground, correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
Well, after the shots were fired, there were other shots that were going off, and at this point, I'm aware of the fact that that's probably gunfire. Mr. Rittenhouse, from my perspective, had run away, and Mr. Rosenbaum was lying behind a car, and so I knew that he was, given the shots were fired at such close range, that he had to have been hit. And he was lying lifeless on the ground, and so I saw him behind the car, and I saw it as both a place that I could get safety, but also help him. And so I ran over. I said something along the lines of, "Are you okay? I'm going to flip you over slowly." And then I flipped him over, and at that point, other people were arriving, and that's basically all the rest is on video. But we were trying to. I presume that there were, given the weapon that he was using, that there had to be big wounds, and as people arrived, we were looking for those, and then somebody shouted that there was a hospital across the street. At which point, I told one individual to grab his other arm, and we carried him across the street. Should I just continue with?
Let me stop you there for a second. Can we please play Exhibit 19? 19?
Oh. Okay. I don't know that. Ah. I guess it's actually worth something. Do we care? No, I don't think we do.
Is it hard for you to see that?
I certainly don't like to watch it.
I understand. I wanted to show. Is it hard for you to see that?
I certainly don't like to watch it.
I understand. I wanted to show that to you because there's a moment after the shooting where you are taking your shirt off. Why did you do that?
Because I presumed that, given how close they were, that he had been hit, and that my dad was an ER doctor, and you know, if something's bleeding, you apply pressure. So that was the goal with doing that.
We see in the video that the defendant runs around the cars and comes close to you. And again, like I said earlier, we're going to try and go back to that moment in time. I
Yes.
know benefit of hindsight, but at that particular moment as you're standing there next to Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know that was the defendant?
I did not.
What did you think was
Oh.
going on with that figure next to you?
Well, the way that I saw it from it was kind of a
Oh
tunnel
my
vision
God.
situation. So I was looking at
Fuck
Mr. Rosenbaum on the ground and attempting to find where the wounds were, and it was like a pair of legs arrived next to me from my peripheral vision, and I just screamed, "Call 911!" And then I saw a hand reach into the pocket, and I assumed that that was what was happening. And actually, when I got up, I did. Watching the video after the fact, I was facing Mr. Rittenhouse, but given that I was in the process of removing my shirt, I was actually looking at the ground, and I told the police, and I actually remember the moment the next morning that I realized that that was Mr. Rittenhouse when I saw the video.
If you had known in that moment that that was Mr. Rittenhouse, would you have felt in danger?
I think I felt in danger anyways, but I think would have maybe changed my tone of voice. I can't really imagine what I would have done, but I mean, I was afraid in that moment, anyways. So it's hard for me to say.
The individual who you sensed next to you, we now know the defendant. You said he pulled out his phone.
I just saw his hand go into his pocket, and that, like, from my perspective, that's all that I saw. And I assumed that, that was, I had said call 911, hand went into the pocket. I assumed that was what was happening.
Did you hear the defendant say?
Hey! The fuck? Rep.
Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower.
Apologize, but I need to show it. I'm sorry.
Exile, are you going to build the tower as I've so kindly requested? The blight is reacting. Hello? Please do not test my limits. Patience is not something I possess great confidence of. Build the tower, Exile. Now.
You okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick? I'm gonna flip you over real quick, bro. Here, flip over real quick. Just gotta get pressure on this, dude. Where's it at?
Where is it? On it. Turn around.
Where's it at, dude? Get a light on it. Get a light. Give me a fucking light.
Put pressure on it. Put fucking
Where?
pressure on it.
Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
Wait, where you at?
Get the
It's
fucking
right
mask
here
up.
in his head. Come on. Put pressure. Put pressure. Put pressure. Put pressure. Hey, keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open. You shot him.
I didn't. Let it go.
Hey, you're okay.
Just get pressure on this shit.
We gotta keep him alive.
I got him, brother. Just talk to me, bro. What's your name, bro?
Stay with me.
Hey, what's your name, bro? What's your name, bro?
Is y'all thinking the hospital right here?
Yeah, get him up. We got a car. We got a car. Yo, keep pressure on it.
I got him. Get him. I got him.
Keep pressure on that.
Get his arms. Put that.
I got you, dude. I got you.
Hey, guys, make sure he has a hold.
Yo, keep pressure on it. Just get pressure on this shit.
We gotta keep him alive.
I got him, brother. Just talk to me, bro. Just get pressure on the name, bro. What's your name, bro? Yo, keep pressure on it.
I got him. Get him. I got him.
Keep pressure on that.
Get his arms. Put that.
I got you, dude. I got you.
Hey, guys, make sure he has a hold.
Keep pressure. Keep pressure.
The video we just watched was one you were recording, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Earlier you described holding your phone up as the chase is going on, and the phone wasn't set to record video.
Mm-hmm.
At what point did you realize that and make the switch?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no clue. I don't know how it went from photo to record, and I don't know how it started at that particular moment. I actually, I did call my CEO of my company immediately afterwards from the hospital and told him that I had recorded a homicide. And then I looked at my phone and I realized that it wasn't recording at the time.
I think you testified a little bit ago, and I want to pick up where you left off, that you attempted to treat Mr. Rosenbaum, and then there's a process by which he is carried over to the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell us about your involvement in that process?
Well, my hand was on his head, and I was under his right shoulder, there was another individual under his left shoulder, and then there were maybe one or two people carrying his legs. And we ran across the street, and there was somebody who told us that he worked at the hospital and that we should put him in the car to get him there quicker, at which point he opened the tailgate. We loaded him into the back of the car, and there were people actually, there's a large crowd around the back of the car, couldn't close the tailgate, and so we just said, forget the tailgate, and we drove down a small ramp, and at that point I was alone in the back with Mr. Rosenbaum, and I was just telling him that we're going to have a beer together afterwards, and it was all going to be okay. And once we arrived, a gate had to go up, and we went through the gate, and that was like right next to the ER, and I helped some medical personnel came out with a gurney, and then I helped them load him onto the gurney, and then they took him into the hospital.
We've seen the video that you recorded at Mr. Rosenbaum's body. There's another video that we were watching before that of someone else approaching the scene. It appears to me in the videos that, at least at the beginning, Mr. Rosenbaum has his eyes open. Was he ever responsive to you?
I believe that when I was talking to him in the vehicle, I like to think that he could hear me. It seemed that his eye was looking at me, but it was kind of rolling back, and then when I started talking, it rolled back kind of towards me, and I was looking at him. So I'm not sure if he heard me, but I think perhaps he did.
Did he say anything?
No. He was having difficulty even breathing.
And just so we're clear, from the moment you came upon his body after the shooting until the end, did you ever hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything at all?
No.
After you helped the hospital personnel get him on a gurney, did you stay at the hospital for a while after that?
Yes. I was, number one, covered in blood. And number two, I didn't have a shirt. And the police actually locked down the hospital. My coworkers, Shelby and Jorge, came to the hospital, and actually Shelby literally offered me the shirt off her back so that I could, not be conspicuous if I tried to leave. But then the police said, you're going to, can you come to the station? I mean, it wasn't really an ask. It was more of a, you're coming to the station. But, I had already talked with my mom and my CEO, and I was resolute and cooperating fully with the police. So I said, whatever you guys need me to do. And I stayed at the hospital for maybe an hour or 40 minutes before a squad car came and got me. And there was actually a detective or a uniformed police officer who asked me some questions while I was at the hospital. And I gave him my phone.
While you were at the hospital, did you see any other folks that had been shot or injured that night?
I did. I saw Mr. Gruswitz.
Grosskreutz?
Groswitz.
Where did you see him at?
So right after I loaded Mr. Rosenbaum onto the gurney, before I could even grasp what was happening, he came in there were like, the doors that we came in were on one side of the hospital, but then there were like the emergency room sliding doors, like the public access, and he came in through there with an officer, and he was holding his arm, and I saw his arm.
Can you describe what you saw?
It was, his bicep was effectively gone, and there was just a lot of blood.
Can you tell us in your own words how you were feeling at that moment?
It was just surreal. It was, I felt scared about what was going to happen, what I would have to do after that, because I knew, that I had what I had seen. I became more worried once I realized that my phone wasn't recording.
Why do you say that?
Because that made me realize that it was my eyes that saw it, and that rather than just being able to show, I'd have to tell.
Like you're doing today?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oop, holy shit.
After you left the hospital, you went to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed shortly after this happened by a detective, Separus.
Yes.
And that's not either of these two individuals here, correct?
No.
And you gave them video, taped, and sound recorded statement, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that was in a room with a small table and carpeted walls?
Yes.
And you stated to Detective Separus, and I'm quoting from your interview, the guy who I interviewed was trying to evade him. When you're using the term guy who you interviewed, who are you referring to?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And he was trying to evade whom?
Mr. It depends on what instance you're talking about, but initially it was very difficult for me to tell who he was evading because the street was dark and I was a ways back. There were a number of individuals kind of moving in his direction, and there was a lot of noise, so it wasn't clear to me who he was evading initially when he started to run.
Okay, but you used the word him, which should be singular. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. I believe that in that same statement, though, I said that there were a couple of individuals, including the man who was shot.
Okay. I'll read from your statement at page 20. And there were other people who were moving very quickly, and I noticed two guys who were moving quickly. One of the ones was the guy who ended up, I guess, getting shot and dying, and they were moving towards him. So he was, according to what I saw, trying to evade these individuals.
Yes.
Okay, so one of the individuals is the guy who gets shot, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Correct.
And the other one is somebody who, to this day, you would not know who it is.
No. Yeah. It was dark, and it was very difficult to identify. I don't think I could. No.
And you had interviewed Kyle before this shooting, maybe 15 minutes?
It was like 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm off of my-
I have the metadata
Okay.
in my phone, so
Okay.
according to the metadata on the phone, it was about 14 minutes.
Okay. And when you met Kyle and you interviewed him, he was not menacing to you, was he?
Beyond that he had a weapon, no.
Okay. So what was menacing was the weapon.
When I said menacing in that context, it was the situation that was menacing, which is a number of armed individuals. And specifically in that instance, I was most nervous about the individuals on the roof because I couldn't see them. So it was just more concerning to me because at least, the folks on the ground, I could see them.
Okay. And Kyle was one of the ones on the ground?
Yes.
And the interview, which Mr. Binger took from and referred to the menacing word, was you being interviewed by a Kyle Horton, and that interview was 26 minutes long, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you used the word menacing once.
I guess so. You went through it, so I'll take your word for it. But I don't recall saying it another time.
Okay. And this is your word to Detective Separus. No, it's cool. But he did. I mean, the interview, he was very cordial. Detective, yeah, you, very nice, and almost seemed like innocent. Almost seemed like too much for his own good. Do you remember that statement?
Yes, I do.
And you're referring to him being too innocent for his own good, correct?
I was alluding to the fact that it seemed to me that a lot of the people, protesters, rioters, whatever you want to call them, were casting negative looks in his direction, and he wasn't. He didn't seem to be aware of that.
Meaning Kyle wasn't aware of how the people
How pissed off the people were. Not in his group. Just the group. Generally speaking, the people who were on the ground, who had just been, basically volleyed back by the law enforcement. Those people, not the other
Holy shit, what
individuals.
the fuck?
The rioters didn't like the people with long weapons. Is that a fair statement? The way you
That's
perceive it.
a fair statement in my perception. Yes. I think it was also additionally that I was referring to the fact that he was shouting medical, and that people were looking at him negatively, kind of like angry when they heard, him, and then saw his, I guess, presume his weapon or whatever it was that made them mad.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. That's where you talked about the duality, a medic having a gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And
Oh shit, it's a Baxus, my guy,
problem with that dual
my
role
brother.
based upon your conversations.
Get absolutely fucked though.
Yeah, he might not have perceived how other
Baxus, chill.
Him in that situation.
Okay. Reading from a statement from you. I didn't know. I don't know if it was the fire.
A long time since I met
or if
him.
It was a piece
Yeah.
of metal or something. Kick something. I have
Oh
idea.
my God, I don't
When
know.
I turned back, the fire extinguisher is gone, and he
I
had
wanna
the
try to test with
AR-15 kind of like aiming downwards. And at that point, they were heading into the parking lot, and he was kind of facing backwards, and the individual who got shot was advancing towards him, and he
Yo,
actually
what?
dodged. He dodged around, and then he
Who the
ran
fuck
backwards.
is doing
so he
this?
almost like he turned his back a little bit. You're describing him running away from Mr. Rosenbaum there, correct?
What?
Correct.
And as
What's up, my guy?
Rittenhouse is running away from him, Mr. Rosenbaum is in pursuit, correct?
Correct.
And at one point,
2 second Belgians. So close.
downward position, but
Good.
towards Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes. Are you talking about the final instance where he turned around? Or
The first instance.
yes.
Okay. And this isn't where Mr. Rosenbaum gets shot, correct?
Correct. That was he was kind of up on the curb.
What? That's it?
And
Bro, that was a Baxus. Oh my God.
he kind
Really?
of headed in the direction towards the car lot, and then he stopped and turned.
Okay, one more.
And then he continues running, and Mr. Rosenbaum continues to chase Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
Didn't he see? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. The instance where I described that there were 2 individuals, that was kind of at that point in time. So I didn't zero in on Mr. Rosenbaum being kind of the one person pursuing him until after that first kind of juke and run.
Okay. And do you
Juked.
remember Mr. Rittenhouse turning around in the parking lot when Mr. Rosenbaum is chasing him, just Mr. Rosenbaum chasing him?
Yes.
Okay. And this is before the final confrontation.
When he turned around initially, he was kind of on the sidewalk before they got into the lot.
Oh my God,
And
this
that
is
was
like
when
forever.
it wasn't clear that Mr. Rosenbaum was the sole, because it was very dark. So perhaps I'm assuming that was him, but also like I was fumbling with my phone at that juncture, and I was hanging up with Shelby. That was kind of all happening in that simultaneous moment. So it's hard. I didn't identify Mr. Rosenbaum until we kind of entered the lot where it was very light.
Okay.
Well lit.
And when he enters the lot, Mr. Rosenbaum, it's Kyle and Mr. Rosenbaum really in that area where the shooting occurred. There's nobody else.
Yes, correct.
And he runs, according to your vantage point, basically as far as he can.
Yeah, I did state to the police the night of that it appeared that when he stopped, he entered an area where there was like a car parked and a wall. I mean, it would have been conceivable that
6,000.
could have.
Oh.
The car was like not. It wasn't up against the wall.
Kind of
like,
done
it could
then.
conceivably have continued, but it seemed to me, my perception that night that he, had entered a bit of a dead end, or at least felt that way.
And he turned and looks at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Correct.
And Mr. Rosenbaum knows that he's chasing an armed individual, correct?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, it's speculation.
He's seen the gun.
We don't, well, it is, we don't know what he
Okay,
saw.
I'll ask it this way.
Okay.
Mr. Rittenhouse turns around, has a firearm in his arms, hands, correct?
Correct.
The AR, as we refer
Correct.
to it.
Yes.
Mr. Rosenbaum is running towards Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing between those two individuals to block Mr. Rosenbaum's view, correct?
Correct.
Could have stopped at any time once he sees an armed individual, correct?
I assume he could have. Yes.
He kept advancing.
Correct.
And he continues to advance.
Oh,
until
this
he
would be
makes a
fucking
left,
horrible. I just
correct?
know it. Oh
Yes,
no.
it appeared that he was lunging for the front portion of the weapon.
Okay, which would be the business end of an AR-15.
Oh no.
And you know, as you sit here today, that he yelled the words F you, but the whole words, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was the tone of his voice as he yelled that?
Very angry.
As he goes at Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
And there's been some statements about him shot in the back. Don't dispute it. If you're Mr. Rittenhouse and I'm Mr. Rosenbaum, would you ever see him turn away from you back to Mr. Rittenhouse?
Oh.
No.
Okay. And your vantage point would allow you to see if in fact this is the proverbial shooting an innocent person in the back, correct?
You mean, was I close enough?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And as he shot, you never saw him turn around, look at you directly, and begin running away for the back shot, correct?
Correct.
You to the detective that evening describing the confrontation between Rosenbaum and Kyle Rittenhouse. In my best estimation, I think this individual and possibly the other individuals decided they were going to get his gun from him, correct?
I'm going to object to that. It calls for speculation.
It's his belief.
Well, you can explore what appeared to him to have happened, but when you say belief, people don't talk the way lawyers want them to. The lawyers want very strict adherence to just perception by the senses. In ordinary discourse, people don't talk that way. They combine a whole array of things that they see and perceive with all of their senses and their experience in life, and then they put that into the form of an impression. And now the lawyers, and I'm not singling out one lawyer or another, lawyers typically, they want, well, just as was referred to earlier, just the facts. I'm going to let the witness testify as one would ordinarily discourse with others, but keep in mind there's a huge component of things other than what
Oh
you
my
perceive
God.
with the senses.
I
And
did
then
it
I'll
so
let the
fast.
state,
Am I going to lose this one too? Fuck,
answer
I
the question.
am.
I'll read the statement to you, and then I'll ask
God.
you why you believed it or why you thought that, okay?
Yep.
But in my best estimation, I think that the individual and possibly other individuals decided that they were going to get his gun from him.
Concentrate,
You remember telling
just
Detective Sepper?
I do, yes.
chill.
What was that statement based upon?
It was based upon the way that they were advancing towards him. It seemed that they were trying to move quickly, such that they could catch him.
Okay. And from your vantage point, remembering back to that evening, did you see that Kyle Rittenhouse was with anyone that was friendly to him that night?
That night?
At that time?
At that moment, no. Mr. Bulch was with him when I was walking behind them, and then after I saw Yellow Pants guy, that was the last I saw Mr. Bulch. So he was alone
Okay.
after that.
Statement from you to the detective. And it is very clear from the moment I focused on that situation between those two that the unarmed guy got shot, was trying to get his gun. And you remember making that statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is that statement based on?
That was based on the motion of him running and reaching for the front portion of the rifle.
Okay. And that evening, you told the detective.
Oh, nice. Oh,
Pause,
fuck.
So it looked like he was very
God damn it,
close.
my
You
chaos
used the
resistance is so
word
fucking
very
bad.
close. What does that mean to you?
Well, I was behind Mr. Rosenbaum, and
Fuck.
Mr. Rittenhouse
Fuck.
was on the other side of me and
My poor
Rosenbaum.
levels.
And so it was clear that they, as
Oh,
he
stop it.
lunged
Where am I
forward,
gonna
they
support?
almost made contact. It wasn't clear if they did or not, but very close, just meaning like close enough to just reach out and
Okay.
touch someone.
And your perception was that
Nej, jeg er død.
he was going for the barrel of the gun.
Åh, min Gud!
And the detective followed up on that to pin that down, and you stated, but he was certainly trying to grab the barrel of the gun. You were certain of that night.
I'm going to raise my objection again. This is speculation.
And I'll repeat my same statement that I made to the jury. There certainly is an element of conclusion in the witness's answer, but that's the way people talk in ordinary discourse and convey information one to another. So they have to weigh it in terms of its reliability, knowing that it's not like a series of photographic images. So overruled.
I think it was very clear to me that he was reaching specifically for the weapon, and because that's where his hands went.
Okay.
Yes! Oh my God. Fuck me. I am not killing serious in this fucking shit.
Yeah, so it was like the guy he shot was like this, and then he was and he leaned in, so he was like this. And so at that time he was shot, he was kind of leaning forward. You were describing to the detective what you observed Mr. Rosenbaum doing, correct?
Correct.
Could you describe that or show us?
I mean, it's probably easier to show, to be
Please.
honest. Just like he was in a low position. He's in a low position running, and then when he went for the front portion of the rifle, his he lunged forward like that.
Okay, so you've shown somebody in the tack position, you lunge forward and putting both of your arms out, and you're saying going for the barrel.
I would say he was more like kind of in an athletic position, like you would if you were, like running as fast as you could. And then, I'm sorry, could you repeat the second part?
So he's running as fast as he could, and then you showed both of your arms going out almost like a Superman?
It was like a little bit, I mean, I think Superman would be kind of, straight out. It was more like out and down because the rifle was aimed like it was lower than where his hands were, so his hands were actually going kind of downward as well
And
towards the barrel.
When he goes for the barrel, what does Kyle do with the gun?
He dodged around it
And then does what?
and then leveled the weapon and fired. And it wasn't necessarily leveled because Mr. Rosenbaum was in a lower position, so it was still somewhat angled towards the ground, but it was leveled at his body.
This exchange, ask you if you remember it. That's the only reason why I say that there were more people involved. Detective, okay? In trying to corner this guy or whatever. Detective, because I just heard a lot of yelling and a lot of really fast movement. That's more talking about what you observed at the beginning, correct?
Correct, yes.
But you thought this was a group of people, at least two, trying to get Kyle's gun from him when he's alone.
If I were to, I believe that I was speculating that that's what they were trying to do based on what I saw.
Okay. And the shots that you heard, there's a shot, and then there's Kyle's shots, correct?
Correct.
The shot that you hear first, can you say whether it's in front of you, behind you, to the side of you?
There's like the building, that's the actual building in that lot. That's to my right as I'm running. And Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse are in front of me. And it was like to my left.
Okay. So as you're advancing, it would be from the area of the sidewalk.
Correct.
And you've looked at numerous videos now, not that day, but since, and you actually see the flash of gunfire.
Correct.
Your
Hold
statement.
on. Hey.
getting towards the end, and it was pretty clear to me that the guy with the gun was trying to evade the other guy, and that's throughout this event until he stops.
Yes, that's an accurate statement.
He did not want to be caught by Mr. Rosenbaum.
That is correct.
And when he finally did turn and point the gun, Rosenbaum kept advancing.
Correct.
And Kyle Rittenhouse had no way of knowing that this was a three-person grouping. In other words, him, Rosenbaum, you. Is that a fair statement?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't know how this witness could testify as to what Kyle Rittenhouse knew or did not know.
Well, his actual question was not what he knew, but rather whether he had, he asked whether, or he said he had no way of knowing. I think I'd be more comfortable if you rephrased your question.
To your knowledge, did Kyle Rittenhouse know that you were behind Mr. Rosenbaum?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't know how this witness would know what Kyle Rittenhouse knew. It's a complete speculation as to the defendant's state of mind.
Overruled. Well, I think it would need to be phrased in terms of, did the physical circumstances suggest that Mr. Rittenhouse would have been in a position to know?
Sir, would Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse been in a position to know that you were behind Mr. Rosenbaum?
He was certainly close enough, but I wasn't looking at where he was looking. I was looking, like I said, at that point at the front portion of the weapon. It was quite light in that area, so it's very possible that if he had been looking in my direction, he certainly would have seen me.
But he's running away from where you are until he turns, and he has this guy coming at him, correct?
Correct.
And if Mr. Rosenbaum had stopped 5 or 7 feet away from him, would he have been shot?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
I do love the stink of victory.
Come on, Ram-ups, where are you? Wait, why did I go into... Ah! Okay.
Now, earlier, there was, well, I'll go a little bit further. You're giving aid to Mr. Rosenbaum after he's been shot 4 times. Were those shots slow, bang, 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 or were they in quick succession?
It was extremely quick. The night of, I said it was 3 or 4 because it was so quick that it was hard for me to count.
And now everyone agrees it's 4, and you do too?
Yes.
Okay. And after he's shot, you pick him up and you try to carry him to the hospital, but you stop at a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
What's happening to you as you're stopping or trying to get him to this vehicle? What's happening to you?
Well, there was a very large crowd around us. Everyone was yelling. I was getting bumped, and I thought that I was just being bumped by the crowd, but then, I got bumped a little bit harder, and then I felt a fist hit my face as I was loading him into the back of the vehicle.
Okay,
Sir, I felt what in my face?
A fist.
So there's a large group of people surrounding you and the other individual carrying Mr. Rosenbaum to the car.
Yes.
And people in that crowd were striking at you?
I can only identify the one person because, again, I thought I had a lot of adrenaline, and I didn't think it was anything beyond getting, being in a mob, a crowd of people who were all,
slow?
I guess very animated. People were yelling.
Fuck protesters.
And I didn't really feel it until it was like a hard punch to the side of my face, and I turned around and saw the individual, and he was pointing at me, like he wanted, he was mad at me.
Like he wanted more punches at you. Is that it?
Yeah, I at that point I was actually just entering the rear of the vehicle, and so he hit me, and I looked back, and I actually like kicked my legs towards where he was at the tailgate to get him away from me.
Thank you. And you go to that interview and they're very interested in your phone, correct?
Correct.
You are told that they're either going to take your phone and get a search warrant or you'll give consent, correct?
Correct.
And you don't want to give up everything in your phone because it's your job and your livelihood. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't want to lose possession of my phone because it is my livelihood, yes.
Okay. Did they tell you they weren't going to go into your phone because of Marcy's Law?
I don't recall that.
If somebody said that, you'd remember that, correct?
Yeah, what they said was, can we take your phone to download the videos? And I gave it to them. I don't recall anything about Marcy's Law.
They told you if you didn't give them consent, they were going to get a search warrant, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you were not written a curfew ticket, correct?
That's correct. I was not written one.
Now, you also testified about how at this riot, demonstration, whatever you want to call it, there were more firearms than you'd seen at other places, correct?
Yes, well, I would say the most firearms was probably Seattle, but yes.
Okay. Portland, you can't open carry or you'll be arrested, correct?
I believe so.
New York, you can't open carry or you'll be arrested.
That's for sure.
For sure. Washington, D.C., can't open carry or you'll be arrested.
Correct.
Oh,
Wisconsin,
yes.
you can open carry.
Correct.
So that makes that makes for a prevalence of guns.
Yes. And I believe the same in Seattle as well.
And the second
Damn.
night of the riots, you came to Kenosha and you saw the car source lot with all the cars, not the one where the shooting happened, but the one right below your hotel burned.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it was burning every night.
Okay. But that was the night where most all of the cars went up.
Oh,
Are
good
you referring to
again.
Monday night?
Yes.
Yes. The
Okay.
night before the shooting, you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry to make myself clear. Monday night, the first car source lot with maybe 30, 40 cars goes up.
Yes.
Okay. And the fire department didn't come.
That was when we interviewed the individuals with the power washer and the buckets of water. I saw the fire department responding to a different fire at a furniture store, but not in front of that lot.
Okay. And that's the night where some cars got put on fire at Car Source 2, and they were trying to put it out with a power washer and I think buckets.
Like literally buckets and trash cans of
Okay.
water.
And that was citizens, not the fire department.
That's correct.
And
Oh,
and then I'll end. You had no fear or problem from Kyle or Mr. Balch when you went out on that patrol with them?
I would say that I was certainly fearful just in a general sense, given that there were weapons and that it was a chaotic environment.
Were you fearful of Mr. Balch and Mr. Rittenhouse?
At the time that I was walking with them?
Yes.
Bruh, stop it.
I was fearful of the potentiality that,
Oh, I'm gonna
those
die.
weapons
No,
would be
for sure.
used. So I would say like I was elevated in terms of my assessment of the risk involved in the situation, but I wouldn't say that I was specifically fearful of them individually. I was
Okay.
fearful of what might happen.
You're fearful of the situation in Kenosha on August 25th of 2020, all the armed people, the rioting, the chaos, and the social unrest.
And the guns, yeah.
And the guns.
Yeah.
And both sides had guns.
I actually didn't see. I know after seeing video, I do see that now, but the only
Come
armed
on,
individuals that I saw
come
that
on.
night
I
were
need
from,
one. I just need one.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Please. 2, 3. Take physical damage equal to 0.2 life per second per 1% blood in the blood crucible. Ew.
Can we have Exhibit 25 ready, please?
Ew, that's nasty. Looks like Littlefinger.
Mr. McGinnis, I have an exhibit up on the screen, which is the Exhibit 25. We've shown this to you before. I've heard you testify that you were, well, let me ask you this. Is it fair to say that at the moment this video is paused at, as we see on that screen, you are not yet on the screen? Is that fair to say?
I think that sounds right. I think I was just off the screen to the right, up the street.
And you've talked about your perception
Physical fire. This one.
Person of interest number 2, which is the one with the square around them. That is the defendant. And what you believe was going on when he arrived at the car source lot. You've talked about one or more individuals that are after him, trying to evade them, things like that. There's been some testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
You've already acknowledged that you were further back, it was dark, it was hard for you to see exactly. Is that fair to say?
It's fair, yes.
Okay. What I'd like to do now, Mr. McGinnis, is I'm going to have this video played, and I would like you to pay attention to that area. And we have person of interest number 1 identified, that is Joseph Rosenbaum. Other than him, I would like it if you would point out for us the other individual or individuals
Regenerate life, that is going to be a bad one.
Chasing the defendant or trying to corner him or somehow running after him or however you want to describe it. The other individuals that were involved that you believe you saw. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I would say, I wouldn't say chasing, I would say it was like they were directing their attention in his direction and moving towards him.
Okay.
But it wasn't, it wasn't like a dead sprint chase or anything like that.
However you want to put it, I'm not quibbling, but whatever those people are, if you could please, that little wooden pointer in front of you, let us know when you see them. We'll pause, and then you can point them out for us. Does that sound okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's go forward. Thanks.
It was, so basically it's the individuals like in the middle of the street.
Okay, can we pause? Okay, do you want us to go back a little bit?
Sure.
Let's go back 10 seconds.
Because there was a crowd in the middle of the street, but they're basically on the side of the sidewalk.
Why don't you, please point at it for us. Okay, so you're circling a group of people that are near the sidewalk in front of Car Source. Are you able to count how many people there are there?
It's hard to say. 8, 10.
And do you want us to go back any further, or is this far enough for you to show us what you're referring to?
I mean, it was just this group right here.
Okay.
And there was also, I mean, it's hard to tell here, but like there was just a group here in the street, and then I believe it, like I said, it was dark. It was hard to say. There was shouting coming from this direction as well.
Can we please play the video forward a little bit? Now, pause, please. Okay, I will, yeah. Madam Court Reporter has asked if we can make sure that you have the microphone close.
Yes.
I know I asked you to go up there, so that's my fault. What I'd like to do, if we could, is rewind 20 seconds, please. Okay. And I don't know if I can phrase this easily, Mr. McGinnis. I don't know how to put it. Do you feel like you would be able to point out any folks other than Mr. Rosenbaum that are moving towards the defendant or running after him and I know you said their attention, and that can mean many things. So I guess I'm interested in physical movements. Are you able to point out any individuals that moved physically towards the defendant other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
Do you want to play it again?
Yeah, let's play it again. And I'd like you to keep an eye, before we start playing, I'm going to ask you, Mr. McGinnis, if you could please try and keep an eye on that for us and let us know if you see any of those folks. Maybe you can point them out for us. I'm interested in physical movements towards the defendant. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Can you go back one more time?
Yeah, sure. Let's go back 10 seconds. Is that far enough?
I just won, I guess, 10 more.
Sure. Let's do 10 more. Can we go back 10 more seconds? All right. Let's. Was that 10 seconds? Okay. This is the beginning. Why don't we? Can we go all the way back to the beginning of the video? All right. We'll start it from there.
Defense.
I think that so when I told that to police, it was basically you can see me running up. There, just to my left, in the center of the street, there are some individuals who were yelling, and I guess it's not clear to me, whether they were just advancing in that direction and yelling, or advancing specifically towards Mr. Rittenhouse. But the individuals that I was referring to when I said that were in the bottom right portion of the screen. As I was running up, I basically ran past them.
It's clear from the video that Mr. Rosenbaum is specifically coming after Mr. Rittenhouse, chasing after him. The impression, maybe I misunderstood, it seemed to be that you were indicating you saw other people that were directly going after the defendant. Did you see anything like that? Other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
It seemed to me that they were turning their attention towards him, and that they were shouting at him. I wouldn't say that they were like I said, it wasn't like a chase. It was like a turning and kind of directing their attention, and it wasn't, a running at him, more of like turning their bodies towards him, and like those individuals in the bottom right of the screen seemed to be gravitating towards where he was.
But they were already headed in that direction anyway.
Yeah, that's unclear to me where they were. Like I said, I ran up and it was dark, so and I was on the phone, so I just.
Oh
heard
my
the
God!
yelling
Why
and
am I
saw
doing
attention.
that?
My eyes went to Mr. Rittenhouse because of where other people were looking.
Would you agree with me that in the video we're watching, this infrared video, this aerial footage, there aren't any other figures that are moving towards the defendant at any point other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
If you rewind, I believe that it's possible that they're just walking in that direction. So it's
Let's go back to the beginning of the video, and again, if you can use Sister Marciana's point and point out anyone that you believe is moving towards the defendant other than Mr. Rosenbaum. Okay, let's can you come back to the microphone, please? Yeah, where the one we use for the jurors. Yeah, that might help. Why don't you bring that along with you when you go to the screen? And let's back up the video to the beginning again. And then you can feel free to speak into that microphone and tell us what you're seeing.
Hello?
so when I said that, I was referring to this group right here in the street, and they were shouting.
And my last question to you, Mr. McGinnis, was, would you agree with me that on this video, none of those figures actually physically move towards the defendant? Would you agree with me on that?
They're moving in the direction of the defendant, but like I said, it's not clear whether they were already moving in that direction prior to my arrival. Yeah, and like I said, that it was their attention and their screaming was directed in his direction, so that's where my eyes went.
The defendant actually, and you both run up behind these people. You approach them from behind as they're walking forward.
Correct.
To your knowledge, did any of those folks look back at you as you were approaching from behind?
To me specifically?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall, no.
And in that lot, that car source lot, at this particular moment, there are some folks in the lot, certainly on the far corner of the lot there, where some parked cars are parked on the left side of the building. We all know now, with the benefit of hindsight, there's a large crowd there who are bashing the crap out of those cars. Windows, the doors, everything. We know that with hindsight. Let me ask you this. When you were there that night, as this all is unfolding, again, try and put yourself back in that night without the benefit of hindsight, were you aware that there was a group of folks over there that were smashing out car windows or doing anything along those lines?
When I was on the phone with Shelby, she mentioned that something was going on up the street, but
What the fuck, very hot?
she said like she heard. I believe she said something along the lines of like there's like windows are breaking, and I assume that was probably from the windows, the car windows being smashed. But other than that, no.
All right.
I'm losing my XP.
You indicated that the defendant, when he was running away from Mr. Rosenbaum, I think the words used was he entered a bit of a dead end as he was running by those cars and the building. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, on the video here, the person of interest number 2 with the square around him is the defendant, and person of interest number 1 with the circle around him is Mr. Rosenbaum. Can we please continue the video forward?
What the fuck?
Pause it right there, please.
Screw
Where
it.
did the video go?
We'll go back for that. Maybe.
Okay. I just want to be really clear on this, Mr. McGinnis. Other than Mr. Rosenbaum, did you see anyone else chasing the defendant?
The word chase, I wouldn't use that word to describe anybody else's actions.
Did you see anyone pursuing him physically in any way other than Mr. Rosenbaum?
Like I said, it's not clear to me whether those other individuals were, already heading in that direction. As for, once Mr. Rittenhouse started to run, I didn't see anybody else running after him.
So, Mr. Rosenbaum is running after the defendant. Other than that, no one else is coordinating with Mr. Rosenbaum or helping to corral the defendant or, pen him in or anything along those lines that you saw. Would you agree with me on that?
Beyond the screaming and the yelling and, maybe walking in his direction, no.
The video here shows the defendant, person of interest number 2, and he is about to run. Let's continue the video to the end, please. Okay, let's stop for a second. Can we go back about 10 seconds? A little bit more. Keep going back, please. Oh, I'm sorry, that's all the way to the beginning. Let's play it forward. I'll tell you where to pause. Pause. This video indicates person of interest number 2, the defendant, running. Would you agree with me? He's going to wind up running into the center of those 4 parked cars, 2 towards the top, 2 towards the bottom, and that's where the shooting occurs?
Correct.
Okay. Now, it appears to me on this video that if you run through those, there's a huge amount of open space on the left bottom of that parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, like I said earlier, that's why I said a bit of a dead end, because if somebody wanted to pass through that area, it wasn't like the cars were snugged up and next to each other and you'd have to like jump over them to get out. Like they were, you know, parked closely, but there was, you know, enough space to pass through if you wanted to.
Now, the area where this all occurs, would you agree with me, is a very well-lit area?
Yes. You mean this all, you mean the final chase?
In the parking lot there where the shooting occurs?
Yes.
There are 3 large lights up on top of the car source building that are blasting that parking lot with light. Would you agree with me on
It's
that?
certainly a well-lit, yes, it was a lit parking lot. Like I said, the street just off there was very dark, but that area, there were large overhead lights.
You have described your impressions of what Mr. Rosenbaum was meaning to do or intending to do in his final physical acts towards the defendant. Would you agree with me that you've given us your impressions of that?
Yes.
At any point, did you hear Mr. Rosenbaum say anything about the defendant's gun?
I did not know.
He never said, I want your gun, I'm going to take your gun, give me your gun, I'm going to steal your gun, anything along those lines?
I didn't hear anything like that, no.
And you've already established that after the shooting, Mr. Rosenbaum never says a word, correct?
Correct.
You don't know, as you sit here today, what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking, do you?
You mean at the time of the shooting?
Yes. Or at any point in his life. I mean, you have no idea what Mr. Rosenbaum was ever thinking at any point in his life. You have never been inside his head. You never met him before. You don't know.
I've never exchanged words with him, if that's what your question is.
So your interpretation of what he was trying to do or what he was intending to do or anything along those lines is complete guesswork, isn't it?
Well, he said, fuck you, and then he reached for the weapon.
Okay. Let's talk about that. At that very moment, you testified, the defendant has turned around facing Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Correct.
The defendant has the gun in his hand.
Correct.
Mr. Rosenbaum is advancing and is pretty close.
Yes.
Correct? You believe, you've testified, that Mr. Rosenbaum is reaching for the barrel of the defendant's gun. Is that right?
Yes.
There are many possible reasons why an individual in that position would be reaching for a gun that's pointed in their direction. Would you agree with me on that?
Well, to clarify, the weapon was at a 45-degree angle, approximately. Can't.
If
you're asking if there's a reason why he would grab it.
You've already given us what you think is the reason. I'm suggesting there are other.
When did I say that I gave a reason? I just said that what he was trying to do. I didn't give any reason on why he would. I have no clue. I will say that as many times as you want me to, but I had no clue why he was doing what he did. But I saw him go for the front portion of the weapon, and it was clear to me that that's what he was trying to do.
When you say the front portion, you're talking about the end of the barrel where the bullet comes out.
It'd actually be more like the shroud.
So the what?
Well, it wasn't like he was grabbing for the very, very tip of the gun. It was like he was grabbing for the front portion of it. So like his hand, where he missed, was like, I guess 6 inches up the weapon.
Still on the barrel.
Yes. So yeah, sure.
You indicated that the defendant, or I'm sorry, that Mr. Rosenbaum, I think you used the terms, he was in a low position running. Do you remember saying something to that effect?
Yes.
You have any idea how tall Mr. Rosenbaum was?
Is not very tall.
Shorter than the defendant?
Correct.
Shorter than you?
Correct.
And you said that when the when Mr. Rosenbaum was reaching for the defendant's gun, the defendant, you've given us a physical gesture, and if I'm doing it correctly, and again, I'm going to ask you if I'm doing it correctly, it's like he's got the gun in his hands, the barrel is pointed to the defendant's left, he sort of moves it around almost up and over the outstretched hands of Mr. Rosenbaum. Would that be fair to say?
So that
to the defendant's,
defendant's left?
Yes.
It was aimed at a 45-degree angle towards the ground. I wouldn't say it was aimed to the left. It was aimed kind of, if you were to draw a line, it was aimed towards Mr. Rosenbaum, but at the ground.
Okay.
And then it was when he lunged that the weapon went to his left.
And again, with the pronouns, I just want to clarify. When Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, I'm using the proper names. When Mr. Rosenbaum lunged, Mr. Rittenhouse moved the gun.
Moved the gun to Mr. Rittenhouse's left, and to my right.
And by doing so, I know you've testified you're not sure whether or not Mr. Rosenbaum actually touched the gun. Fair enough?
Correct, yes.
But at any rate, by doing so, Mr. Rittenhouse was finally able to get that gun in a position where there wasn't any more risk of Mr. Rosenbaum grabbing it by doing that little maneuver, correct?
So at the point at which he dodged around, it was like they were extremely close, and so it's not clear to me what would have happened if those shots hadn't have been fired.
Final question. You talked at the end of your testimony about your feelings as you were accompanying the defendant and Ryan Bulge. And you talked about still feeling a sense of your safety being in jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me your primary concern was the guns. That's what the thing that was making you feel the most unsafe that night, was the presence of these guns. Would that be accurate?
Well, prior in the evening and in the night prior, there were like some people who tried to take my phone from me, and then there were the other individuals with the bricks. So I would say that is a baseline level of fear associated with all of those things, but the guns, the presence of the weapons certainly elevated my understanding of the risk of the situation.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Let's take a break, folks, and I'm going to ask that you return at 10 after. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen on any count of the trial. Would you come down, please?
Yes.
I beg your pardon? I did not.
Okay, I'll just give you mine when I'm done with it.
Okay.
can't do this just yet.
Doesn't break my
My spirit is spent.
We warned him.
Yeah, we did.
All right. My short one? Yeah, we're missing somebody.
The worst.
Yeah, but we have 12, 16, 18. No, we got everybody. I don't know.
We have 19.
Oh, we've only got 18 here. Yeah, I thought there was an empty chair. Okay, there we go. All right. You may proceed, Mr. Binger.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Ryan Balch.
Oh, it's getting cold in here again. You agree? All right. Isn't just me.
Stand, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Could you make sure you pull that microphone close to your mouth and state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ryan Balch, B-A-L-C-H.
Where do you live currently? What city or town?
Jackson, Wisconsin.
Back in August of 2020,
Jackson,
was that
Wisconsin.
where you lived at that time as well?
That is correct.
That
and
is
how are you
correct.
currently employed?
I am employed doing manufacturing work.
Now, was there a time in your past where you served in the United States military?
That is correct.
Can you tell us about that, please?
From 2008 to 2013, served the United States Army as an infantryman. One tour to Iraq, one tour to Afghanistan.
And I want to turn your attention to the night of August 25th, 2020. Did you come down to Kenosha that evening?
I did.
Why?
We had been watching it on the news. Some of the people I knew within the protest group had said that things were rough down there. Somebody made mention of a Facebook post. I didn't really pay attention to that one too much. But in general, we just decided to come down and help out.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
The 4 people that accompanied me.
What are their names?
Jason Lekowski, Dustin Collette, and there was a female, I didn't know her name.
Prior to that particular night, did you know Dustin Collette and Jason Lekowski?
I had known Jason for about 4 to 5 years, knew Dustin about 3 weeks.
Where you lived in Jackson at the time, where did those other individuals live?
Jason lived in Brown Deer, and Colette lived in West Bend.
Now, you indicated that you'd heard from some protesters that things were rough in Kenosha?
Correct.
When did you hear that?
During the first night of the protests and the riots.
Just so we're clear about when you say the first night.
August 24th.
Okay.
Oh!
The situation kind of
See
began
ya.
with the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd.
Correct.
There were incidents that night. Monday night, August 24th. There were incidents that night, and of course, Tuesday night, August 25th, is the night that we're going to be talking about. Do you remember which of the first 2 nights it was that you first heard about things? Was it Sunday or Monday?
Anybody I had contact with wasn't down there for the 23rd, so everything I heard about was on the 24th.
Were you personally down here on the 23rd or 24th?
No.
The first time you came down was on Tuesday?
Jesus fucking Christ, this is far
When
away.
you traveled down here, you mentioned there were 3 other folks with you, a female, and then Mr. Lekowski and Mr. Collette. Who all traveled together?
Backtrack a little bit. Me and Colette rode together, and the female rode with, I forget the other guy's name that she rode with.
Jason Lukowski?
No, Jason Lukowski came in later in the evening.
I see. Okay. You have identified Dustin Collette and Jason Lukowski as people you already knew.
Yes.
There's a female you've mentioned. Was there anyone else coming down that you knew before this night?
Danton Mertz would be somebody that I knew as well.
And that's Danton Mertz?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known him?
About the same amount of time I'd known Colette.
Just about 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where he was from?
West Bend.
We'll talk in a minute about where you wound up coming to in Kenosha, but when you were thinking about coming down, when you were driving on down to Kenosha, what was your plan? Where were you going to go?
We really didn't have a set destination. There had been several places that we'd been told might need some help. But when we came in, most of those places were already occupied. So we ended up on Sheridan Road at 63rd and Sheridan.
Do you remember any of those other locations that you'd heard about?
They were car lots. I don't remember specifically.
Car lots.
Obviously now you're familiar with Car Source.
Correct.
Prior to coming down to Kenosha, had you ever heard of Car Source before?
I didn't know it existed.
Obviously had never shopped or worked there before?
No.
Okay. When was it that you first learned anything about Car Source?
When we arrived.
And when you say when you arrived, where exactly did you arrive at?
The Car Source location on 63rd and Sheridan.
Okay. There is a little pen in front of you, right in front of you, sir.
Yep.
And if you push the button near the end, there's a laser pointer. Can you, on that map behind you, can you identify that location for us? Okay. And that's the Car Source at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated you arrived there. You've identified some other folks that were coming down with you. Did they all come to that location too?
Everyone but Jason Lukowski.
And you mentioned he arrived later.
Right.
Okay. So in this initial group, you've identified Dustin Collette, Danton Mertz,
Let's
an unknown
fuck this up
female,
too.
and yourself. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all of you
Dude,
wound
before
up
the start,
starting
hide
at
or
that Car
fuck
Source.
off?
That is correct.
Tell us what happened when you arrived there.
When we arrived, we encountered, there were 5 individuals on the car lot at the time. One guy was working for the hospital, and he was in full military issue gear. And there was Kyle and his friends there as well. I talked to the guy who worked for the hospital for a few minutes. Then we went over and talked to Kyle and his friends.
And when you say Kyle, you mean the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
That is correct.
Do you remember the names of his friends?
I remember Nathan and Dominic.
And what happened then?
We asked them what their plan was, what they were doing. They kind of explained that they worked for the Car Source facility. And then they described that there were 3 other locations. And then at that point, the owner to Car Source showed up.
Did you speak with that person?
I did not.
Do you know that person's name?
I have no idea.
What did you do next?
We kind of, at that point, several vans pulled up full of people. They got out. Most of them, there was one guy who was armed similar to the way we were. The rest were armed with bats, and one of them had like an axe. So melee type stuff. They were there to brawl. They came over to talk to us. The guy and
An
kid
axe?
talked to me.
What the fuck?
They agreed to stay at the location in 63rd and Sheridan, and we were going to go to 59th and Sheridan.
I want to ask a couple of clarification questions. First of all, you said some of the folks were, I think you said dressed like you or equipped like you. I'm not sure how you phrased it, but can you tell us what you mean by that?
The one guy that I spoke to was wearing a plate carrier carrying an AR-15.
Sorry, wearing what?
I'm sorry. Plate carrier, body armor, and carrying an AR-15.
Did you have body armor on?
I did.
And you were carrying an AR-15?
This is correct.
This other person you talked to, were they ex-military like you? Do you remember?
They said that they had worked for Blackwater.
And that's a private security contractor.
Blackwater.
Private security contractor.
Fucking
Okay.
criminal gang. What the fuck?
You mentioned, you said vans, I think, more than one?
Correct. There were 2 vehicles.
Well,
at
then they could
least
have been
that
the good
showed
guy.
up.
Do you
Fucking
know where
doubt
those
it.
folks came from?
I didn't question them.
Had you ever seen or met any of those folks before?
No.
Other than the people you've described coming down with, Dustin Collette, Danton Mertz, the unknown female, and later on Jason Lukowski.
Right.
Other than those folks, the people you encountered on this particular evening, either at this location or elsewhere, had you met any of them before?
No.
Obviously, never met the defendant before?
No.
Had no idea who he was before that night?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Yes, I'm sorry. You mentioned that one of the folks that came in the vans was similarly equipped as you, and then the rest had different types of, I think you could characterize them as melee weapons. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to
What
say.
are melee
Meaning
weapons?
Not guns such as handguns or shotguns or AR-15s.
Correct.
Going to defend my shop with an axe.
And I believe you said that at some point there was an understanding that those folks that came in the vans would stay at 63rd Street Car Source, and some of you, including yourself, would go up to the 59th Street Car Source. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
What time of day was this when you were having this encounter at the 63rd Street Car
It was
Source?
approximately 7:30 p.m.
You were aware that the city of Kenosha had a curfew that night at 8 p.m., correct?
Correct.
You intended to stay past the curfew time. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
I know you mentioned earlier something about hearing about the prior night's events, things like that. And maybe I asked
There we
this,
go.
and
There we
you gave
go.
me a little bit of an answer, but
And Lee.
what were you actually intending to do physically? Like, what were you actually going to do when you got here to Kenosha?
The intent when we got down there was to stop the people from looting and rioting and whatnot. Most of the protesters that I talked to before coming down there were trying to control them throughout the night, and it just wasn't working. So we were there to be more of a deterrence than anything.
What were you going to do yourself, personally, to accomplish that goal?
Pretty much tell people to stop. Just be, I mean, throughout the night it kind of proved out that we didn't have to actually do anything to not have them do it, just us being there. It seemed to work. And that was kind of my intent the whole time, was to just be there, be seen, and to deter people from doing that.
You mentioned your AR-15 and your body armor that you were wearing. Beyond that, what sort of equipment did you bring along to assist you? Maybe not stuff you actually used, but things you brought along in preparation for this night.
Dustin Collette had brought some pepper spray grenades with him, and he kind of handed those out.
We've seen photographs of you and videos of you, which we'll get to in a little bit. It appears that you've got maybe a utility belt on or something like that. I don't know. Can you tell us in your own words what other things you had on your body in terms of equipment?
I had extra ammunition and extra medical equipment.
Any other types of weapons or self-defense equipment on you?
I had a Glock 17 handgun, ammunition for that. But as far as a less than lethal option, no.
You talked about your desire to serve as a deterrent to people. What was it about you or your actions that you thought would work as a deterrent?
Typically the people that were, and from what I'd been told by the protesters and stuff, they were selecting places that were unguarded, that there was nobody there.
Nice crash.
That they could just go in, do what they need, light it on fire, take whatever they wanted, and roll out after that. So, figured just being there would be enough.
If just being there was enough, why did you bring along an AR-15, a handgun, and wear body armor?
Well, because those people could be armed too. If I'm going to get shot, I'd rather have body armor on, first and foremost. And I would like to be able to defend myself from it as well.
So is it fair to say that coming down to Kenosha that night, you were prepared for the possibility that there would be gunfire?
That's correct.
You were prepared to use your gun to defend yourself?
That is correct.
Were you planning on using the gun to protect the property that you were guarding?
No.
So, for example, we know that you were at the 59th Street car source for
That
a
is
lot of the
correct.
evening. If you had seen someone attempting to damage a vehicle, would you have used your gun and fired at that person to protect that property?
No.
At any point that evening, and I know I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but I'm trying to get to a point here, did you go inside the 59th Street car source?
A couple of times, yes.
What was inside there?
Several cars that were being worked on, some tables, some chairs.
Was there a living quarters or an apartment or anything like that where someone was able to sleep or live?
Not that I saw, but I did see that it was attached to a gas station.
Do you know if the gas station was open and in business at that time?
When we walked by, it appeared to be in business.
But it's fair to say that no one was living here. This was all business property. Fair
That
to
is
say?
fair to say.
As opposed to a house or an apartment.
That is fair to say.
If there had been any sort of damage to the building, the car source building, such as being lit on fire or rocks thrown at it or anything like that, would that have caused an injury or a death to a person?
Had the fire spread to the residential buildings behind it, yes.
Okay. At any point in this evening, did anyone try and start a fire at that car source location?
Later on in the evening, they tried to start a dumpster on fire, and before that, they tried to light the church next door on fire.
And that's the church that's to the north across 59th Street?
Correct.
Okay. The dumpster that was attempted to be started on fire was actually located in the street when that event occurred. Is that right?
Correct. They pulled it off the parking lot area of car source and lit it on fire in the street.
So rather than try and light the fire where the dumpster is in the car source lot, they took it out in the road and then lit it on fire.
Correct.
And I believe that's where, at some point that evening, Dustin Collette goes out and puts the fire out.
That is correct.
Okay. I skipped around a little bit there. I want to go back to where we were. I believe you were describing how there was vans that met at 63rd. There was some sort of understanding that they would stay there, and you and others would go up to the 59th Street car source. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
What did you do after that?
I went across the street to the hospital where the other guy had gone. I met their guy they had watching the gate, and I didn't wholly trust the people who had agreed to stay down at 63rd. So I gave him my cell phone number and said, hey, if these guys leave or somebody starts breaking stuff, call us.
Did you ever get a call that night?
No.
What did you do after that?
We kind of gathered up. I think we took a picture, and then we went up to 59th.
When you say we went up to 59th, who all came along with you?
That would have been Dustin, the female, Danton Mertz, Kyle Rittenhouse, Dominic, and Nathan.
Other than the folks you just mentioned, did anyone else come along that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Is it fair to say that when you first got to the 59th Street location, the people you just mentioned was the group that was there protecting that property?
Yes.
I know Jason Lukowski comes later. Other than him, was anyone else there that night at 59th Street that may have arrived later to help with what you were doing?
Some family members from Kyle's friends showed up.
Do you remember who they were?
One of them was one of their fathers. There was somebody else that came through. They were there for 5-10 minutes and they left. I didn't know who that was.
Do you remember approximately what time it was when you got up to the 59th Street car source location?
We crossed 60th right as the sirens went off at 8 p.m. So we arrived at 59th around 8:01, 8:02.
Where did you position yourself at that point?
I stayed on the ground outside in the car lot area. Most of the cars were burned out at that point, and some of the guys went up on the roof, and some of us stayed down on the ground level.
Now, you mentioned earlier you met the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, that evening.
Correct.
And that was first at the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
And then he came along up to the 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you how old he was?
We asked the group when we first got there that he was young, and the general consensus was 19.
Not sure what you mean by general consensus. Is that something the defendant actually said?
It seemed like as a group they were saying it, and I didn't ask. I was just kind of off to the side when that conversation happened.
After everything happened on August 25th, you met with an FBI agent by the name of Tim Walther at your residence up in Jackson. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember him talking to you about this particular night?
Yes.
And do you
Oh
remember
my
telling
God.
him, and I'm going to quote from your statement here, Rittenhouse told Balch that he was 19. However, Balch thought he was younger. Do you remember saying that to the agent?
I do.
Did the defendant say anything else to you about himself or his qualifications or anything like that?
Early on in the night, no.
Is it fair to say that as the night went on, while you were on the ground in front of the 59th Street car source, the defendant was also in that proximity area?
That is correct.
Were there times during the evening when you would chat with him about various things?
That is correct.
What was your impression of the defendant?
He seemed like a young and impressionable kid. I use that term kind of broadly there. Someone way younger than myself. He seemed to be really interested in what I'd done in life. When Jason Lekowski showed up, he seemed to be interested in what he had done in life. He'd explained some of the stuff he had been doing. The lifeguard, being a lifeguard, being EMT certified, stuff like that.
So the defendant told you that he was a certified EMT.
This is correct.
And that he was 19 years old.
This is correct.
What did you think about the defendant being there that night?
He had as much right as anybody else to be there.
Did it seem like he was properly equipped or prepared to be out there doing what he was doing that night?
He seemed a little under-equipped, and under-experienced as well, which is one of the reasons we kind of stayed with him.
When you say we stayed with him, who do you mean?
Danton Mertz, Dustin Collette, and the female.
Did you feel like you needed to keep an eye on the defendant?
He seemed like it. Yes and no. I felt like, as young as he looked, and the way he was, just the general way he was carrying himself, the protesters would have seen that as a weakness and tried to exploit that.
Is it fair to say that you took it upon yourself that evening to stay close to the defendant to ensure there were no problems?
We pretty much all picked one of the guys that we met at 63rd and kind of looked out for him, yes.
And you personally picked the defendant?
It's kind of more of a he picked me kind of thing.
At any rate, it turned out that you spent a lot of the evening close by the defendant. Fair enough?
That is fair.
Okay. One of the things that the defendant was asking you about was your military experience. Is that right?
This is correct.
What did you tell him about that?
I just told him about the various deployments and what I'd done while I was there.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the when you arrived at the 59th Street car source, it was a little after 8 o'clock, a little after curfew. Can you describe for us what the scene was at that location at that time?
Most of the cars in the parking area had been burned out. The building itself had been boarded up pretty good. You could see some evidence on the side of the building where people had thrown things at it to try to start it on fire. But other than that, it typically looked like a war zone, is what I would say.
What about the street in front, Sheridan Road, in that area? Were there a lot of people around at that point?
At the time, it was mostly law enforcement and people similar to us milling around. We had an occasional group of protesters coming through.
Now, there are, on that particular evening, there are protests that were going on in Kenosha. Were you aware of that at the time?
Yes, we could see them up by the courthouse from that position.
Is it fair to say that when you first got to Car Source, most of the protesters and most of the protest was north of your location?
That is correct.
Closer to Civic Center Park, which is right out in front of the courthouse?
That is correct.
Okay. Did there come a time in which the crowd started to come down closer to the 59th Street Car Source?
Before the police started to push them towards us, there were some folks that came through. Most of them were carrying fire extinguishers and said they were putting out fires and whatnot.
You mentioned the police pushing them to you. Did there come a time when that happened?
Yes.
I've seen statements at various times where you have talked about hearing the police say something about what the plan was or what they were intending to do. Did you ever talk to any law enforcement officer that night?
Yes.
And did they tell you something about what the plan was?
Yeah, right before, I want to say around 9 p.m., me and Kyle were walking down to the Ultimate gas station, and we encountered a female deputy. And she told us, hey, we're getting ready to start pushing them down, you guys. Once that happens, it's kind of going to be on you guys. And she got in her patrol car and left.
Who was that person?
I didn't get a name.
So your understanding was that the police were going to move all these protesters into your area and give you the job of taking care of them?
She didn't insinuate that so much as it seemed like what was likely going to happen.
Do you know what the rank of this person was that you spoke to? Was this a captain, a lieutenant, a sergeant, anything like that?
I didn't see any rank.
Other than that, did you speak with any other law enforcement officers about this notion?
No.
Okay. And you said the defendant witnessed that?
That's correct.
And I believe you mentioned that was around 9 o'clock?
It would have been around 9 o'clock.
Had the police already pushed the protesters down your way at that point, or did that come later?
That came a little bit later. They started pushing them around 9:30, 10.
Okay. So I want to talk about the time period from when you first got to 59th at around 8 or so, and that time at 9:30 or 10 when the protesters start getting pushed down your way. So there's an hour and a half, maybe 2 hour period of time.
Okay.
During that time period, where were you located?
For the most part, 59th.
Was the defendant also there?
That is correct.
What were you doing?
Oh, we were just kind of standing around talking. A couple of times, some of the protesters came over and told us that, hey, some people are trying to set this building on fire, so we'd go over there, and when we'd show up, they'd run away. That's around the time that we were told they were trying to light the church on fire. And at that point, we were told it was a bald guy with a red shirt.
So let me stop you for a second. You indicated that there were times in which you received reports that someone was trying to start something on fire, and you said we would go over there. Who's we?
It was a mix each time.
Did the defendant ever go?
He went with us at least once when we went over to the Stella when they were trying to break the windows out over there.
Okay. So tell me what you remember
Top
about
fair.
that.
8.
So the same protesters that were carrying
Ouais.
fire extinguishers before,
Yeah.
they were from Kenosha.
Ouais.
They had stopped and talked with us quite a bit.
That's it.
In fact, we'd helped them carry one of somebody from up at the protest back beyond the police so they could take him to the hospital. And the defendant helped with that as well. They came running down because there were, in their words, there were people trying to break into the Stella and light it on fire. Somebody had pointed a gun at them, and the cops weren't around. So we headed across the other car source facility across the way and burned up cars. And there were 3 to 4 subjects breaking out windows on the Stella and just milling around over there. And once we got to within 100 yards of them, I believe it was Colette yelled out at them. They turned and saw us and they ran off.
You were one of the people, along with Dustin Collette, that went over there?
That's correct.
Who else went with you?
I want to say that Kyle was with us and one of the protesters who had told us about it.
So, I understand no one wants windows broken out or fire started or anything like this, but what gave you the right to go around and police that area?
Well, there were members of the community that asked us to go help them.
Who?
These 4 protesters.
Well, those you characterized as folks walking with fire extinguishers. Were they from the Stella?
They came from that direction.
Were they employed by the Stella?
I didn't ask.
Is it fair to say you heard a report that somebody was up to no good and you decided to head over there and stop it?
Correct.
Other than that, you don't know anything more about what was going on?
No.
And these people you saw milling about at the Stella, do you know who they were?
One was one of them was fairly tall. The rest of the people seemed to be about average height or shorter.
Beyond that description of their height, do you know anything else about them?
No, we didn't get that close.
Don't know where they came from?
Nope.
Don't know their names?
Nope.
Don't know where they went afterwards?
Nope.
Don't know what their affiliation, if any, was with the Stella? Right?
I would assume they weren't affiliated with the Stella.
I would assume somebody breaking the Stella's windows is probably not. I agree with that. But my point is you're making an assumption.
Correct.
With less than perfect information.
That is correct.
You mentioned a fire at the St. James. Was that at the St. James Church?
This church right here.
Now, can you just put your pointer back up right where you were doing? This is a satellite photograph of Kenosha that's a little older. There's a building that you're pointing at right now. On the night of August 25th, 2020, that building wasn't standing anymore, was it?
No.
There was a pile of
There
rubble?
was rubble right here, but there's another building right in there.
Okay. The church itself is actually on the other end of the north end of the block along 58th Street. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. When you mentioned something about a fire or somebody's trying to start a fire at that location. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, the same individuals that told us about the Stella showed up again, and they described a female, 2 males trying to light a fire at the church.
What did you do?
We kind of just walked around the street to kind of look around there. When we got there, we could see somebody on the front of the church. They saw us. They ran off.
Did you see anything more than that one person?
No.
Did you see what that person was doing?
No.
Did you see a fire?
No.
Did you put out a fire?
No.
We've talked about, and again, I started this with asking you about that 8 o'clock to 9:30 or 10 o'clock period of time, and you've described a couple of things, the Stella incident, the St. James incident. So beyond that, what other things were you doing in that period of time?
We were walking down to 63rd to check it out. At that point, we had figured out that the folks that said they were going to stay there no longer stayed there. So onesies and two at a time, people were going down there to check on it. Then they would go over to the Ultimate, check on the guys over there, see what they were doing, and then circle back and come back.
We've seen some photos and videos of the Ultimate gas station. Would it be fair to say that there were people protecting that location that were similar to your group, armed with long rifles, things like that?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that whatever these vans were with these folks with melee weapons at 63rd, at some point in the evening you found out they weren't there anymore?
That is correct.
I want to ask more specifically about that. Was that something that you personally found out, or you heard from someone else?
I kind of just heard it through discussion that there was nobody down there anymore.
When you heard that, how many people were in your group guarding the 59th Street location at that point?
It would have been around 7 or 8.
And you said you would send groups of 2 people at a time to go down to 63rd?
That's correct.
Were you ever one of those folks?
Yes.
Was the defendant?
Yes.
What was going on when you went down there?
When we went down that way, there was nobody down there. A couple of the folks that had been down there initially had moved over to the Ultimate. That seemed to be where they had kind of ganged up, but the folks with the melee stuff had kind of gone.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm understanding you. You said a couple of the folks that were at the 63rd Street car source initially wound up going over to the Ultimate gas station?
That is correct.
Were those folks that came in those vans?
One of them came at the same time the vans did.
Okay. So one of the people that came at the same time as the vans did wound up at Ultimate Gas.
That is correct.
And it sounds like there may have been more than just one person from 63rd that wound up at Ultimate Gas?
There was one other guy that was with him when we showed up.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that, speaking for you personally, Mr. Balch, you felt like it was part of your responsibility to not only guard the 59th Street car source, but also the 63rd Street car source?
That is correct.
Which is why you and other folks were going down there to check on it?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to continue talking about that 8 o'clock to 9:30 or 10 o'clock period. We've talked about a few things. Other than that, what else were you doing during that period of time?
Mostly we were just kind of talking to people when they would walk by. We didn't really have any negative encounters during that period of time. You'd get the occasional person wanting to have a debate and whatnot, but most of it was just walking down to 63rd, somebody coming saying somebody's trying to light something on fire, go check it out, come back, wash, rinse, repeat.
Okay. So now you've mentioned there was a time when the police started to move the protesters in your direction, and I think you said earlier that was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock?
This is correct.
Okay. Tell us about that.
As soon as they started pushing the protesters, we started to getting the people who weren't intending on participating in a riot, I should say, started kind of drifting down towards us. They were shouting insults at us, and some of the other members of the group were having back and forths with them. I spent the large majority of that time trying to calm people down and just keep them moving down the street. Then we started encountering people who were more and more aggressive, and the cops would push them, then they would back off, then they'd come back and push them again, and they would push them further south each time. That's south.
When you describe these interactions with the people walking past, was the defendant present for any of that?
He had one exchange that I saw.
Who was that with?
Just some random person in the crowd screamed, "Fuck you."
At the defendant?
Yes.
How did the defendant react to that?
He said, "I love you too, ma'am."
You mentioned earlier that there was some sort of report of someone in a red shirt with bald head who was reported to be involved in some sort of incident. I think I heard you mention that as well.
Yes.
We now know with the benefit of hindsight who Joseph Rosenbaum was, and we've seen photographs of him in a red shirt and a bald head. Let me start by asking, whatever report you heard regarding Mr. Rosenbaum at that particular time, you Did you ever see him at that time?
I had seen someone fitting the description, kind of milling in and out of the groups that were coming through. Every time he was around the groups, now that I know who Joseph Rosenbaum was and can confirm who he was and stuff, he was not organic with the protesters.
What do you mean by that?
They didn't seem comfortable with his presence or the people that were with him.
Who was with him?
He had a male and a female that were with him pretty much consistently throughout the night.
So you saw those folks together?
Yes.
Him and the male and the female. Did you ever see them speaking to one another?
The male and the female, yes, but as far as them talking to him directly, no.
So you never saw Mr. Rosenbaum talk to that male or female?
No.
And you never saw the male and female talk to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
But you saw them in proximity to one another, so you're making some sort of assumption that they had some sort of association. Is that fair to say?
I saw them in close proximity with each other several times, which led to that assumption.
Okay. Tell us about the first time that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum.
The first time he was just getting aggravated with someone in the crowd. And the protesters were trying to like separate him from whoever that was. And he was shouting, fuck you kind of things to everyone. And they kind of walked off. And one of the things that stood out to me was the tall male that was with him had a handgun in his hand with the finger on the trigger pointed down to the ground.
Now you had an AR-15.
This is correct.
And you had your hand on the butt of that AR-15.
No.
At no point?
Hand on the grip with the fingers straight forward along the side of the receiver.
I misspoke when I said butt. I mean, the grip, the pistol grip of the AR-15, you had your hand on that with your finger not on the trigger, but within close proximity. Fair to say?
That is correct.
Okay. And this individual had a handgun
Right.
with his finger on the trigger.
This is correct.
And that caused you to be concerned of some sort of what?
Well, you're typically taught not to put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to shoot. The way he was holding it, had anybody bumped into him or him tripped and fell, he would have been sending a round off into who knows what. So I just saw it as unsafe.
And the potential for some sort of tragic accident.
Correct, or he was prepared for something.
Did you ever see him point that gun at anyone?
No.
Did you ever see him fire that gun?
No.
And obviously you had a gun that was bigger and more powerful than his. Fair to say?
This is fair to say.
And you're familiar with AR-15s?
This is correct.
How long had you owned your AR-15?
Since 2012.
So 8 years?
Yes.
And over that period of time, how many times had you fired your AR-15?
By August of 2020, I probably had somewhere close to 10 to 15,000 rounds through it.
And what type of ammo did it take? What caliber?
5.56.
And are you familiar with the term full metal jacket?
This is correct.
And is that the type of ammo you would use?
Yes.
And can you, as a military former infantryman in the Army who's fired 10 to 15,000 rounds, can you tell us a little bit about what full metal jacket bullets are?
FMJ, full metal jacket bullets are just a solid copper jacket around a lead core. There's nothing really particularly special about it. It's not particularly more dangerous than any other type of ammunition. In the state of Wisconsin, you're not allowed to hunt with full metal jacket ammunition.
Do you know why that is?
Penetration, over penetration.
What does that mean?
FMJ versus hollow points. Hollow points are designed to hit the target and expand and transfer the energy. A full metal jacket's not designed to do that. So depending on what it hits, it can just sail right on through.
So it's fair to say that a full metal jacket round fired from an AR-15 has the potential for hitting whatever it's shot at, say a deer, for example, and going through that and continuing on to something down the line.
It can.
As opposed to a hollow point, which typically hits a deer, for example, and then stops.
Yes.
And is it fair to say in your experience that a Glock handgun like you had that night is often loaded with hollow point ammunition, and a AR-15 is often loaded with full metal jacket ammunition?
It depends on what you're doing with it.
Is that what you typically would do?
I tend to run full metal jackets, yes.
In the AR-15?
In the AR-15.
What about in your Glock?
Hollow points.
And why is that?
My AR-15, I mostly use it for target and competition shooting. Glock is more for personal defense.
Loading a handgun like a Glock with hollow point ammunition.
Hvorfor fuck vil du ikke have hollow point? Det er fucking sindssygt.
Better choice for
Det hele er sindssygt, men det er jo også sindssygt. Det er jo endnu mere banger sindssygt.
What about for open carry?
For open carry, it would be the same thing for a Glock handgun.
When you've fired your AR-15, 10 to 15,000 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition through there, what is the furthest distance of target that you've hit with that?
500 yards.
So it's a weapon that's capable of shooting a full metal jacket round and hitting a target 500 yards away.
Its maximum effective range is 550 yards. This is correct.
This is correct.
Now, we were talking about Mr. Rosenbaum and your observations of him, and I think you described something out in the street with some other protesters, or he yelled F you to them, something along those lines. What else did you see him do that night?
Every time I encountered Joseph Rosenbaum, he was hyper-aggressive and acting out in a violent manner.
When we say violent manner, you saw him hitting, punching, kicking
He
people?
was always having to be restrained by someone.
Okay. And I understand that. Did you ever see him hit anyone?
The crowd was pretty good about getting in between him and whoever it was. If he landed a blow, I didn't see it, but he definitely wanted to.
Well, now, you have no idea, do you, what was going on in Mr. Rosenbaum's head?
No.
You'd never met him before that night?
No.
Okay. So, let's just keep to your observations if we can. How tall are you?
5'9".
How tall was Mr. Rosenbaum?
5'4", 5'3".
So much shorter and smaller than you.
Yes.
Fair? Now,
Hey,
I
who
know
fucking
you
cares?
want to talk about what you believe he was
Prefix.
intending to
Oh,
do.
that's
My
actually
question
good.
to you was, did you
That's
ever
actually pretty good.
see him hit anyone?
No.
Did you ever actually see him kick anyone?
No.
Did you ever actually see him with a weapon in his hand?
No.
Did you ever actually see him cause any physical injury to anyone that night?
I saw him attempt to do it on a couple occasions, but I never saw him.
That was not my question, Mr. Balch. Did you ever... Excuse me?
It was my impression he was answering your question.
You'd
agree with me?
Cross-examination.
Pardon me?
It's not cross-examination. He's supposed to ask open-ended questions. He was answering.
It was my impression that the witness had not completed his answer.
I apologize. I'll try to stop jumping in a little too soon, Mr. Balch. Did you ever see the defendant actually physically Mr. Rosenbaum, did you ever actually see Mr. Rosenbaum physically injure anyone that night?
No.
Did you personally have any interactions with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I got between him and Colette at one point, and then he threatened me and the defendant.
The time you described where you got in between him and Dustin Collette, between Mr. Rosenbaum and Dustin Collette, was the defendant present for that?
It immediately preceded him threatening me and Kyle Rittenhouse.
So was the defendant present for that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Colette had stopped him from starting something on fire. There's a video of it, and Dustin Collette said something to the effect of "fuck around and find out," and I stepped in and told everybody, hey, chill out, calm down, stop doing that. I turned and had an exchange with one of the protesters, and I kind of explained to that protester, hey, I get what you're trying to do, but not this. And when I turned around, Rosenbaum was right there in front of my face, yelling and screaming, and I said, dude, back up. Just like, chill. I don't know what your problem is. And he goes, you know what? If I catch any of you guys alone tonight, I'm going to fucking kill you.
And he said that to you?
Correct.
Did he say that to the defendant as well?
The defendant was there, so yes.
And as far as you could tell, the defendant was close enough.
Hvem er det lidt, der defender her? What the fuck? Dude, the
When
prosecutor,
this conversation
what are you
occurred,
doing?
Were you wearing your AR-15 slung in front of your body?
That is correct.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum ever reach for it?
He didn't try.
Did he touch it?
No.
You had your Glock pistol on your hip, correct?
That is correct.
Did he ever reach for that?
No.
Did he ever touch
But
that?
wait, who
Did
cares?
he ever touch you?
What
No.
the fuck?
And at that point, could you see
What?
that Mr.
I don't even
Rosenbaum had
know.
no weapons of any kind?
He had a bag full of what looked to be chemicals to me in his hand, the guy with the Glock with a handgun behind him, and a female with a backpack. That was what I considered Rosenbaum having with him.
Okay. So a couple things. First of all, this bag, this plastic bag.
Yes.
Was it something that you could see inside?
It was a clear hospital type bag. It had containers, but I couldn't really tell what the containers were. I made the assumption at the time and told the FBI the same thing, that I thought it was for making Molotov cocktails.
And was that actually true?
I saw a similar bag later in the night that didn't contain those chemicals. So the assumption did not.
When you say you saw a similar bag in the night, what you mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, is after the defendant shot Mr. Rosenbaum, in that incident, Mr. Rosenbaum threw that same, and we can see from the videos, he throws that same bag at the defendant, and it is left lying on the ground of the 63rd Street car source. You're aware of that from all the videos, correct?
Yes.
Did you go to that 63rd Street car source after the defendant killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Did you see that plastic bag laying on the ground?
Yes.
Did you look inside of it?
Yes.
Did it have any sort of Molotov cocktail?
No, it had some like bottles that would be for soap, but I'd seen plenty of people carrying those around during the protest, so I had no idea what was actually contained within them.
And when you say you've seen a lot of people carrying bottles of soap around?
Incognito bottles to carry things around.
When you looked inside the bag that Joseph Rosenbaum was carrying, did you see any chemicals that could be used to start any sort of tear gas or explosion or fire or anything along those lines?
I didn't really so much as look into it as I kind of picked it up and just kind of tossed it back.
That's terrible.
But it didn't appear to be any sort of lighter fluid or anything like that in it.
Oh, I'm both.
Did you see anything in that bag that you would construe
Hey, we
as
got second on
harmful
that.
or dangerous?
No.
In fact, you felt safe enough to walk up to it, pick it up, and look at it.
Right in there.
So you're pointing to a location on Sheridan Road just north of 60th?
That's correct.
When you say they took a sign, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do that?
Yes.
And what happened then?
They tried to light it on fire. It wouldn't go, so they kicked it over.
When you say a road closed sign, can you describe what that looks like?
It was one of those big metal,
I gotta chill.
you know, the ones that they're portable that they can put in front of a road to stop it, to close it real quick. So about as wide as the witness stand is.
And again, so they tried to start it on fire, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
So they just knocked it over.
Yeah.
Other than that, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum try and start any other fires?
Not after that.
I think you said he was trying to smash things?
Yes.
What did you see?
He was throwing rocks into the car source area. He was throwing rocks at buildings along the street. He was having a pretty good time.
Did you ever see him throw any sort of tear gas or gas container or anything along those lines?
I never saw him personally.
When you say he was throwing rocks into the car source location, do you mean the 59th Street car source?
The 59th Street. Yeah,
You good, man?
Yeah, sure. Did you see those rocks?
Same thing?
No.
No, I didn't see anything.
It's out of the way. What action, if any, did you take after seeing the defendant throw rocks at your group? I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenbaum.
We didn't really take any action. By that point, the protesters were also pretty done with people doing that, so they were policing them as well.
Did you feel like Mr. Rosenbaum's act of throwing rocks at your group was a danger to your safety?
Yes.
Did you feel like you needed to defend yourself?
At that time, no.
Why not?
His aim wasn't very good, and he was pretty far away. He was pretty far away.
Sounds like he was trying, but not really succeeding.
Yeah.
Other than what we've just talked about, did you have any other sightings, conversations, encounters, or anything along those lines with Mr. Rosenbaum that night?
No.
Now, you said there was a time in which you, where the police had pushed the protesters down south of 60th Street. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I know you said that there was some back and forth. Did there come a time in which the line of police vehicles kind of finalized and stayed at 60th?
Yes.
When that happened, were you still at the 59th Street location?
That is correct.
After the police had pushed all the protesters south of 60th, was there any further risk of danger to the 59th Street car source location?
We were unaware of if or when the police were going to pull back again, so we did leave people there.
If the police hadn't pulled back, if they'd stayed at that 60th Street line and kept the protesters south of 60th, would there have been any further risk of danger to the 59th Street location?
This is speculation.
Sustained. After the police pushed the protesters south of 60th, was there any damage done at all after that to the 59th Street location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were there any protesters around even trying to cause any damage to that location?
No, most of the protesters that were still up at 59th with us were just standing around talking.
After the, okay, so the police, I understand you may not have known at the time, but it turned out that they established that line at 60th and pretty much kept it there. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, once that happened, did you ever walk through that line heading south on Sheridan?
Yes.
Who was with you when you did that?
Jason Lekowski, Kyle Rittenhouse, and Dustin Collette was supposed to be with us.
When you say he was supposed to be, what happened?
Once we got across the line, I turned around and didn't see him.
Where did you go?
From there, I got mixed up in the crowd. I ran across the Ultimate, went inside there, and came back and started looking for the defendant.
Was this the time where the Daily Caller reporter Richie McGinnis was following you?
We had passed Mr. McGinnis before we crossed the police line south of 60th.
Okay. So you're aware of this video of Richie McGinnis interviewing the defendant, and then you and the defendant walking south on Sheridan through the police line with Mr. McGinnis with you. Is that
Correct.
right? Is that the time you're talking about?
Yes.
And you said there was someone else, Mr. Lekowski, with you?
Yes.
Is he? Do you know? Is he pictured in that video?
You see him following in behind us, I do believe.
Okay. Now, we watched that video earlier today.
Yes.
There is a time in which you encounter some folks with some fire extinguishers. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Once you passed 60th, and just so we're clear, you were walking on the west side of Sheridan Road.
Correct.
South of 60th. Richie McGinnis is there recording, correct?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after that point.
Once we got through 60th, we kind of paused on the north side of 60th. They were throwing rocks at the cops. And once they saw us there, they stopped throwing. They kind of shifted where they were throwing the rocks at the cops immediately right next to us to a little further down. We walked across, and once we entered the crowd, the defendant started asking people if they needed any first aid. I was doing the same, and walking through past there at an indeterminate time, I lost track of the defendant.
Had you discussed with the defendant what your plan was once you crossed that police line?
We were going to check and see if anybody needed any first aid, then go down to 63rd and make sure nobody was destroying it. And I'm not sure if the defendant was there when I said it, but me and Lakowski had agreed that if we got separated, we would go back to 59th.
Did you have any specific instructions for the defendant when you were heading out in that location?
Yeah, it was just stay close, don't get separated, and see if anybody's hurt.
You also told him to keep his mouth shut and not engage with people, correct?
I told several individuals at 59th Street that.
Including the defendant?
I believe I told him not to respond the way he was to certain people.
What do you mean the way he was?
That goes back to earlier in the night when he said, "I love you too, ma'am." That's when I told him, hey, don't say that. Don't even respond.
Why not?
Just because it's... It can cause somebody to escalate the situation if they feel like you're making fun of them a little bit. So it just wasn't needed.
So the plan once you cross 60th is stay together, but if you get separated, go back.
Correct.
And try not to engage.
Correct.
And you said there came a time in which you lost track of the defendant.
This is correct.
How did that happen?
Got lost in the crowd. I had a female protester approach me and started to try to get into a pro-gun, anti-gun exchange. From there, I went inside to see if he had wanted the ultimate to get any snacks. When I came back out, I encountered more individuals protecting the property. I talked to them. I assumed at the time that he wasn't over there anymore, and I started to make my way back north to 59.
Can we please play exhibit number 17? I'm going to need to turn on the TVs again.
I'm so tired of hearing talk.
Here's to practicing social skills. Hello.
So you guys are kind of like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
right?
basically. Well, he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I just got the thing, and I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS and I got my
Gotcha.
And I'm former Army infantry, and I got a whole bunch of trauma training.
Well, thank you for your service.
We got you if you get needed.
I appreciate the service.
Oh, shit. Dude.
Stay away from that vehicle. Get out of the roadway. Thank you. There's a guy with a rack. Be careful. Right behind that white fence. There are racks in there, so be careful.
Hey! Friendly! Hey, medic! Coming through! Medical! Medic coming through! Medic coming through! Does anybody need medical? Anybody need medical? We're running through Roger over here. Anybody need medical? Hey, guys. Medical?
fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know.
Okay, good.
They know.
You just got shot up.
You good? It's all right. I'm not shot. I'm just.
You just said you got shot.
No, I didn't.
I thought you got rubber bulleted.
Oh no, I just got rubbed.
Pause the video right there. Did you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that you are a little bit ahead of Mr. Rittenhouse in this video, but then you start walking east across Sheridan Road.
Correct.
Okay. And in that direction is the Ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Do you remember where you went after that?
That's the point at which I went inside the gas station
Okay.
and then came back out.
I thought I heard you say that the purpose of going across the police lines was to see if people are hurt and to go check on the 63rd Street location.
That is correct.
Help me understand, how does going to the Ultimate gas station and going inside fit in with that?
Because there were other people at the Ultimate gas station.
I don't understand what that
To
means.
go over there to see if they're hurt too.
Oh, I see. So you went over there to see if those people needed help?
Yes.
Did you go inside the Ultimate gas station?
Yes.
And I think you said at one point you were going to get a snack for yourself.
Yeah.
Did you know at that point that you were leaving the defendant?
No.
What did you expect he was going to do at that point?
I thought he was following me.
How long was it before you realized he hadn't followed you?
By the time I got across the street.
What did you do then?
I continued on to the Ultimate gas station and talked to some of the guys there. Turned around, he wasn't around. Went back inside and went inside.
Inside the gas station?
Yes.
Why didn't you go looking for the defendant?
I assumed that he had went inside the gas station as well.
And then when you looked inside, did you see him?
No.
So where did you look for him then?
Back outside the gas station?
In the gas station lot?
Yes.
And this is a time in the evening when there are a lot of people in that lot.
This is correct.
Did you find him?
No.
So if he's not inside the gas station and he's not in the lot, did you go out around the area looking for him?
I walked on the outside of the crowd and tried to look for him, and then I decided to head north to 59th.
Why is that?
That's where I told Lukowski we should go.
Do you know where Jason Lukowski was at this point in the video that we just paused at?
He was behind Richard McGinnis in this.
And when you walked across Sheridan to the east, do you know where Mr. Lukowski went?
No idea.
When is the next time you saw Mr. Lukowski?
After the shootings happened.
So when you went back, when you left Ultimate Gas and headed back to 59th Street, did you see Mr. Lukowski at that point?
No.
Did he return to 59th Street while you were back there?
I never made it back to 59th Street.
Why is that?
The shooting started.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a moment. So, your testimony is that as we're watching this video now, which has been taken by Richie McGinnis, and we see the defendant right there, that Jason Lukowski is somewhere close by.
He should be.
Okay. Can we continue to play the video, please? Let us know if you see Mr. Lukowski, okay?
No, it didn't even leave a welt. It just stung. It just fucking stung. I knew.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody.
It was literally just like, oh,
It's a little spicy, that's all.
It was like, oh shit, that was really annoying.
Yeah, a little salsa.
Could you please not? Does anybody need medical? Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical? Medical! Does anybody need medical? You were just the one to get out the car, trying to help you out front. Now you trying to do medical? I remember you. You said get out the car. Fuck, you talking about medical? Yeah. Y'all ass are good. Does anybody need medical? Does anybody need medical? You were just the one to get out the car, trying to help you out front. Now you trying to do medical? I remember you. You said get out the car. Fuck, you talking about medical? Yeah. Y'all ass are good. Does anybody need medical? Medical!
What, yesterday or today?
Today! Dude, he just had it up the gun, talking about get off the car. Now he's talking about medical.
What car over in the dealership?
Car
Sorry,
down
I
there.
won't film.
I'm going to stop it there because there's nothing to see in the rest of this video. Did you see Jason Lukowski at any point in this video?
No, but the camera never panned to the rear either.
Sure, I understand. I'm just asking if you saw him. Okay, fair enough. So you indicated that you went over to the Ultimate Gas and then eventually back to 59th.
I headed towards 59.
When is the next time, after what we've just saw here, when is the next time you saw the defendant that night?
I didn't see him again that night.
At all?
Outside of a picture, no.
All right. I would like to play exhibit number 18 at that timestamp I indicated, please.
Agora!
Things are a lot more peaceful now.
The cops decided to gas the fucking area.
Yeah.
Here I am walking the EMT around, protecting his ass. Now the EMT's working out.
Seconds. We missed a little bit of the beginning of this. A little bit further? Yeah, play there, please.
And we'll see how this goes, since everyone seems to be peaceful now with the militia. Seems like things are a lot more peaceful now.
The cops decided to gas the fucking area.
Yeah.
Here I am walking the EMT around, protecting his ass. Now the EMT's working out.
What?
Pause that for a second. You saw yourself in that video.
Yes.
You mentioned that the police decided to gas something or other. I didn't quite catch it all. What were you talking about there?
I was talking about when they gassed the 59th Street location.
When you say they, you mean the police?
Yes.
When did that happen?
In the video where they show them throwing me and the defendant a bottle of water, it's like immediately preceding that.
So why do you know what was going on that caused the police to?
They saw that we had protesters standing in and amongst us, and it seemed like they didn't care for that too much.
Okay. Were you affected by that gas?
Yes.
How so?
Well, I'd already been hit with some sort of gas bomb from the protest crowd, and then that's when the gas hit the area. So I had to go inside and sit down for a couple of minutes.
And when you say gas, is this like a tear gas type thing?
Tear gas, yeah.
Okay. What physical effect did that have on you?
I couldn't breathe for a good minute and a half there, solidly. Once I got in, sat down, the defendant helped me out with that. I was okay. For the days after, I really couldn't talk too well.
What did the defendant do to help you?
Kept shoveling water at me. So.
Did he give you any sort of medicine or anything
No.
like that? Okay. So when you're talking about the police gassing things, that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
And then you talk about something about the EMT having to guard the EMT or something like that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I said I was referring to me watching the defendant.
So you're basically saying that one of your roles was to guard and protect
that was
the
part of
defendant.
my intent for going south.
And this conversation occurs at the Ultimate Gas Station?
Yes.
Where is this time-wise in relation to what we had just seen, the last video where you were being followed by Richie McGinnis, and then we saw you walk east across Ultimate Gas? Where is this in relation to that?
I don't remember exactly when I had this conversation, but I would say it was probably pretty soon after that.
So this is after you walk across the street. You said you went into the store, grabbed some snacks or whatever, and then I think you actually said earlier you spoke to some of the folks that were. I'm trying to set the time frame for the jury, but the ultimate relevance, Your Honor, is that this witness is indicating that his role was to protect the defendant that night, and he's obviously not with the defendant at this moment.
What would be the relevance of that anyway?
Well, I think it goes to the overall issue of the safety of the defendant and the safety of this crowd, the perceived need, the perceived danger, the perceived need for protection south of 60th Street.
Perceived by whom?
By at least this individual who's close to the defendant.
What relevance would his perception?
Because they're part of the same group, and he's taken this responsibility, and now they're in an area where there's a perceived need to protect the defendant.
Well, why don't we take a break? Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen.
I've got ingen idé om.
We'll see about 5 after.
3:46.
Pardon me? Well, you're right. Yeah, you're right. We're going to, she's correct. As I've complained about that clock before, we're going to start at 4 o'clock of actual time and pay no attention to that clock, which you won't be able to see from the jury room anyway. Okay. 4 o'clock actual time, Central Standard Time. Well, whatever. They know how precise I am about times anyway.
They're gonna do Subway tomorrow, so they'll get the orders.
Fuck,
We're
man.
gonna do Subway tomorrow, so they're gonna get the orders.
Okay. Sounds good. This seems like an attorney. What's that?
Mark was snapping his picture when he was walking by him. The witness.
He's not supposed to do that. Oh, man. This seems like it's been going on forever.
Well, like I said, I think we broke it. It was like 22 when we broke. When we started, like.
We had Mr. McWilliams or McGinnis.
Okay.
We had Mr. McGinnis, and we took a break. And that's what. How long this has been on? This current witness, how long has he been on? About 2 weeks. And I'm.
What next? Not today. I'll try to be quick.
Maybe he knows, he knows a lot more about his case than I do.
It would seem our luck has not yet run out.
Sådan. Oh.
Embrace your end.
Demand of arms. Humanity triumphs where the divine dare not tread.
In the last video where
Det er simpelthen live. Så ser vi det her.
After Aegon and his dragons destroyed the combined armies of the Reach and the Rock at the Field of Fire, King Torrhen Stark bent the knee and swore fealty to the Targaryen dynasty in order to spare the destruction of Winterfell and his people. He was forever after known.
See about the Starks.
As the king who knelt. As a reward for his submission, Aegon named Torrhen Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North.
The North is the oldest and largest of the Seven Kingdoms, but House Stark has not always held it. When Bran the Builder raised Winterfell and founded our line, we were vassals to the Barrow Kings, who claimed descent from the first king and thus dominion over all the first men.
Hold up, Sansa.
But after the long night, it was our house who built the wall and set the night's watch to guard the realms of men, whilst our king sat in his barrow. My ancestors eventually revolted, waging what singers call the 1,000 Years' War, to free our lands. Other families joined us, recognizing that the North is a cold and hard land and needed a king who served its people before himself. Finally, the last Barrow King bent the knee, and House Stark became the kings of winter. Yet we were kings in name only, for by then the North had fractured into petty kingdoms, and my ancestors would struggle to unite it again for thousands of years.
Thousands of years.
Roderick Stark wrestled an Ironborn lord for Bear Island and granted it to House Mormont when he won. A younger son of our family, Carlon Stark, won his own keep after he put down a rebellion and founded House Karstark, one of the most powerful in the North. When the Mandalese were exiled from the Reach, my ancestors shielded them and gave them a home at the mouth of the White Knife, in return for holding the river against pirates and invaders. Now they're one of the wealthiest houses in the North. I'm not so naive to pretend that the entire North welcomed Stark rule. The last Warg King was slain at Sea Dragon Point along with all his sons and beasts. The last Marsh King died at the hands of King Rickard Stark, and House Reed has held the swamps of the Neck ever since. Houses Greenwood, Towers, Amber, Frost. None survive today as more than names in dusty old books. But my ancestors never wanted to destroy their foes' root and stem. The Umbers of Last Hearth and the Glovers of Deepwood Motte bent the knee and became loyal vassals of House Stark. The Red Kings of House Bolton wore cloaks made from the skins of Stark princes they'd flayed, and one of the Boltons was even known as the Red Arm because he liked to plunge an arm into the bellies of captive Starks and pull out their entrails with his bare hand. The North deserved to be wiped clean of them. Yet my ancestors spared them after their defeat because they believed the North couldn't afford to fight itself any longer. Time soon proved them right. When the Andals swept into Westeros, they obliterated all the kingdoms of the First Men except the North. Each of the southern kingdoms fought the invaders on its own, but the North fought as one. When the Andals tried to sail up the White Knife, the Mandalese fell on their ships. When the Andals tried to march an army through the Neck, the Reeds fell on their soldiers. King Theon Stark even sailed his own army to the Andal homeland for vengeance and slew hundreds of Andal warriors. When he returned, he planted their heads on spikes along our coasts, a warning to other would-be conquerors. The warning was heeded for thousands of years, until Aegon the Conqueror. The south had already fallen to Aegon and his dragons, only the north remained. My ancestor, King Torrhen Stark, marched the north down to the Trident and beheld Aegon's army, larger than Torrhen's own by half, and with 3 dragons circling overhead. Many northern bannermen wanted to attack anyway, claiming northern valor would carry the day. Others wanted to fall back to Moat Cailin and make a stand there. But Torrhen had heard how the armies of the Rock and the Reach had burned on the field of fire, and had seen the fires still glowing beneath the rubble of Harrenhal. He knelt and laid his ancient crown at Aegon's feet, and rose a king no more but Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. Some northerners still sneer at my ancestor as the king who knelt, forgetting that because of Torrhen, they're alive today to sneer. Their ancestors didn't leave their burned bones at the Trident, and their twisted swords didn't fill Aegon's new throne.
Brandon the Builder, founder of House Stark, raised Winterfell with giants over 8,000 years ago. Or so nursemaids tell all the children of the North. The children nod, wide-eyed, unaware of the lesson forced on them, that if even giants obeyed a Stark, so too should they. But like every other castle, Winterfell was built in pieces over thousands of years. The first men settled there because of the hot springs that bubbled through the ground. The water and the heat helped them survive the northern winters, and they built defenses to keep it for themselves. Nobody raised the castle all at once. Probably nobody meant to raise a castle at all. In those days, the Starks were not the greatest house in the north, and Winterfell was not the greatest castle. Barristan was the oldest, dating to the first king, and the Starks fought the Barrow Kings for 1,000 years. Greywater Watch was, like the Crannog men themselves, the strangest. Only marriage subdued its Marsh Kings. But the greatest rival to Winterfell was always the Dreadfort, and my ancestors, the Red Kings of House Bolton. If tales can be believed, we fought from the long night until the Andals came. Because of us, Winterfell raised its first walls. When we took and burnt the castle anyway, Winterfell built more keeps, more walls, more guard towers. They expanded the granaries and larders to survive our sieges. They tended the godswood to win favor with the old gods against us. As the castle grew, more farmers and villagers flocked every winter from across the north to huddle under its walls, raising the winter town. In the spring, these villagers would find themselves marching in the Stark armies to fight against us. The greatness of Winterfell is as much our doing as the Starks.
He's coming down.
But in the end, neither its stone walls nor its tall keeps and iron gates could save Winterfell. At its height, it could have lasted a year under heavy siege. But a handful of Ironborn seized it in the night, while its lord, the king in the north, was playing in the south. My dagger ended his reign.
As a boy, looking out from my father's castle, I thought the sun could never set on the north, so vast did it seem. Part of me still does. The north is by far the largest of the 7 kingdoms, and can fit the other 6 inside it. Not that the others care. Cold and damp. That's how the southerners see the north. But without the cold, a man can't appreciate the fire in his hearth. Without the rain, a man can't appreciate the roof over his head. Let the south have its sun, flowers and affectations. We northerners have home. Mine was once Winterfell, the ancient seat of my father's family, House Stark, who have ruled the north since the first men and were once the kings of winter. Growing up, Lady Catelyn made sure I knew I wasn't a Stark, no matter how much blood I shared with her true-born children. But where their name rules over the north, mine is the north. Snow. Our land stretches from the wall down to the neck, a narrow land that divides us from the rest of Westeros. Legend has it that the children of the forest flooded it in their war against the first men. If that's true, every Northman owes them a debt of gratitude. The swamps of the neck are as good as the wall for keeping out unwelcome armies. And if the swamps don't deter you, the Crannog men should. Small, shy people who rarely leave those swamps, and who follow House Reed, the gatekeepers of the north, and among the most important and loyal bannermen of House Stark. Also a bit strange. I heard their oath of fealty once as a child. It's like no other lords, ancient and dark. They swear by earth and water, by bronze and iron, and by ice and fire. Where House Reed holds the gate to the north, House Manderley holds the port, White Harbour, the closest thing to a southern city we have, governed by the closest thing to a southern family we have. Generations ago, the Manderleys were driven from the Reach, but the Starks gave them their land in return for fealty. Now White Harbour is the richest city of the north, and the Manderleys the richest family. Not in gold and silver like their southern counterparts, but in fish, grain, and trade. As for the other great northern houses, the Starks brought them into the fold during the Age of Heroes. A Stark wrestled an Ironborn for Bear Island and gave it to the Mormonts. A Stark granted a keep and land to a younger son, Carlon, in return for putting down a rebellion. His family then grew up into the Karstarks. Starks fought the Wildlings and their kings beyond the wall beside the Umbers of Last Hearth, thus earning their fealty. Boltons. Back then they were the bane of the North. A few were even rumoured to wear their enemies' flayed skins as cloaks. But after centuries of war, they too bent the knee. And so House Stark became the kings in the North, but never forgot that they weren't the North. When Aegon and his dragons landed on Westeros, the kings of the Rock and the Reach sent all their men to die to defend their crowns. Torrhen Stark knelt, to spare his people the same fate. He placed duty above pride.
Well,
appears that you are a little bit ahead of Mr. Rittenhouse in this video.
Unlikely.
Aegon the Unworthy legitimized all his bastards. Aegon the Unworthy legitimized all his bastards on his deathbed. Inevitably, the greatest of these, Daemon Blackfyre, declared himself the rightful heir and ignited yet another war for the crown. After much bloodshed, Daemon was killed by an alliance of his half-brothers on the Red Grass Field. All the same, his descendants continued to threaten the Targaryens until half a century later, when Barristan the Bold slew Malus the Monstrous on the Stepstones, extinguishing Daemon's line. Aegon, fourth of his name, is remembered by history as the Unworthy. Quite a feat considering the other kings of Westeros. But even in a family not known for equanimity, Aegon stands out for spiteful incompetence. He tore apart the realm simply because he couldn't rule himself, much less Westeros. As a young prince, Aegon's wit made him beloved at court and won him forgiveness for youthful indiscretions. But the cold steel of the Iron Throne didn't temper his passions. King Aegon proclaimed that if he had to spend his days being pricked by 1,000 swords, he'd spend his nights pricking others with his one. Lords sent their daughters from court so they would not catch the king's eye, whilst other lords summoned their daughters to court, so they would. The only woman in whom he took no pleasure was his sister and wife, Nerys, even after she gave him a son and heir, Daeron. Perhaps Aegon was jealous of her supposed love for his brother, the legendary hero Prince Aemon, the Dragon Knight. Aegon was most certainly jealous of him, not of his bravery or honor, but how young maidens swooned and old cried at the songs about him. But most likely, Aegon disregarded his wife and son because he chafed at restraints of any kind, be they the bonds of marriage, or patrimony, or even reason. When Prince Daeron objected to his father's foolish plan to invade Dorne, Aegon incited a lickspittle lord to accuse the queen of adultery with Aemon, making Daeron illegitimate. Prince Aemon defended the queen's honor in trial by combat. But while the lord's claim publicly died with him, no sword can kill a rumor. Out of spite and pique, Aegon had seeded doubt into his own heir's claim to the throne, which bore bitter fruit with the birth of another son, the bastard Daemon Waters, by the king's own cousin. Raised in the Red Keep on account of his mother's royal blood, Daemon grew tall and powerful, and excelled at all the martial skills that men wrongly value in leaders. Instead of protecting his own heir from a rival, Aegon knighted Daemon at 12, and shocked the realm by bestowing on him the Conqueror's own Valyrian steel sword. He even let the boy renounce his common bastard's name and take the Targaryen sword's name for his own, becoming Daemon Blackfyre. Still, though a name can change, blood can't. And Daeron was Aegon's only true-born son, until he wasn't. On his deathbed, Aegon forever earned his epithet by legitimizing all his bastards, from the base-born sons of whores to the great bastards of noble ladies, including Daemon. Fittingly, Aegon's last act was to thrust himself into the realm and seed chaos. A Targaryen without self-restraint may have led Westeros to the brink of ruin, but the Highborn pushed it over. Though Daeron governed justly and wisely, correcting the worst excesses of his father's rule, many lords had grown rich off these excesses and did not approve of Daeron's reforms, particularly the peace he struck with Dorne. The malcontents rallied to Daemon and whispered that he should be king instead of his brother, whom, thanks to Aegon, many suspected was a bastard. At first, Daemon indulged these lords out of courtesy and vanity, but over time their grievances and flattery wore down his objections, along with any sense of obligation to the half-brother who had granted him lands and a wife. Daemon agreed to claim the throne by right of birth, and more importantly, arms. A wheel with two hubs will not turn, and a kingdom with two kings will burn, as the saying goes. Not that such a cost ever stopped anyone with even the remotest claim and opportunity. much less House Blackfire. Their rebellions consumed tens of years and thousands of lives. First Daemon's own, then his son, Daemon II, who reigned for a night. Then another son, Haegon, crowned by Bittersteel, another legitimized great bastard who had founded the Golden Company to support the Blackfire claim. When Haegon was executed, Bittersteel crowned Haegon's eldest son, Daemon III, who in turn was slain by their Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Sir Duncan the Tall. Finally, Meleys the Monstrous fell to Sir Barristan Selmy in the War of the Ninepeny Kings, and the Blackfire Rebellion ended with the extinction of the entire line. As is appropriate, fire is only black when it is burned to ash. Perhaps that was the true problem with the Targaryens. The blood of the dragon runs hot, and fire consumes. Perhaps what Westeros needs is a ruler born not from fire, but from snow.
Aegon Targaryen's Blackfire and Visenya's Dark Sister disappeared in Daemon Blackfire's rebellion.
A simple word for a simple act. And so, of course, men complicate it. A child born to a wife is a gift from the gods. A child born to a mistress or an obedient serving girl is a bastard, unworthy of its father's name. So instead, we call the children after the land where they were born. Flowers in the Reach and Hill in the Westerlands, Stone in the Vale and Storm in the Stormlands, Rivers in the Riverlands and Waters in the Crownlands, Pike in the Iron Islands, Snow in the north, and in Dorne, Sand. By these names, everyone can recognize a bastard, even if his own father won't. Though sometimes a father with too much gold and daughters will ask the king to legitimize a bastard son and give him his family name. If his wife objects, the next one does not. But sometimes the gods play their jokes, and later his wife will give him a true-born son of their own. When this happens, well, children die all the time. So do fathers. Even the beautiful Targaryens had bastards when brothers tired of their sisters. Many took the name Blackfire after the Conqueror's own sword. When Aegon the Unworthy legitimized all his bastards on his deathbed, they rose up against his true-born heir. Westeros bled. Dorne yawned. For most of Westeros, the Blackfire Rebellion only proved what they already knew. Bastards are treacherous, born of lust and shame. But here in Dorne, lust is not shameful. We know that bastardy does not make a man more treacherous than another. Man does not need the help.
Most boys dream of becoming a Kingsguard. Rich boys from good families get a chance. Smart boys stay at home and sing songs about them instead, opening purses and thighs, because the Kingsguard isn't really good for much else. Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight may be the most famous Kingsguard who ever lived. How did he die? Defending Aegon the Unworthy from the brothers of a man whom Aegon fed to his dogs. The man's crime? Sleeping with one of the many mistresses Aegon wasn't using. And the man was one of Aegon's own Kingsguard.
Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, who wielded the Valyrian sword Dark Sister. He died defending King Aegon the Unworthy from assassins, though the king had insulted Aemon throughout his reign and had well earned his fate, because Prince Aemon had sworn our oath. Beside the name of Sir Gawain Corbry, who dueled the Targaryen bastard Daemon Blackfire for an hour during the Battle of the Redgrass Field, though outmatched and grievously wounded, because Sir Gawain had sworn our oath.
But even without our dragons, we were still the blood of old Valyria, which proved just as dangerous. One of my foolish ancestors didn't see what separated his bastards from our family proper and legitimized them all on his deathbed. Adopting the name Blackfire, the bastards proved their nature and tried to seize their father's kingdom. And when they failed, their sons tried. When the sons failed, their grandsons tried, until finally Sir Barristan the Bold, Knight of the Kingsguard, slew Maelys the Monstrous in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, ending the last of the Blackfire line. Ultimately, without our dragons and with our blood diluted by commoners, we failed to see the greatest threat growing under our noses.
After Aegon and his dragons burned our last king, Harren the Black, and broke our armies, the defeated Ironborn chose my ancestor, Rickon Greyjoy, as Lord of the Iron Islands, not king. The stories claim that the Old Way died with Harren the Black and his sons at Harrenhal. Our ships and axes were no match for Aegon's dragons, so our ancestors bent their steel into fishhooks and our kingdom into villages, and started telling the red tales around the fire of how we used to be strong, and how one day we would be so again. Generations later, a young boy listened to them. Dalton Greyjoy, the wild young heir to Pike, was rowing at 5 and reeving at 10 in the Basilisk Isles with his uncle. By 14, Dalton had sailed as far as Old Geese, fought in 12 battles, and claimed 4 soft wives. In his 15th year, he avenged his uncle's death in battle, but he took 12 wounds and emerged from the fight, drenched head to heel in blood. From that day forth, men called him the Red Kraken. During the Dance of Dragons, the Red Kraken picked the side that was fighting the Lannisters, and fell upon the Westerlands while the Lannisters were off at war. Casterly Rock itself proved too strong, once the lady of the castle barred its gates. But the Ironborn burned the Lannister fleet and sacked Lannisport, carrying off gold, grain, and hundreds of women and girls, including Lord Lannister's favorite mistress and all his bastards. The Red Kraken now ruled the Sunset Sea as his forebears had, and his longships again brought the Old Way to the coast of Westeros. But then the war ended, and the mainland armies came home. The Iron Throne commanded the Red Kraken to stop reeving, and when he didn't, a mistress opened his throat as he slept. While his sons squabbled, the Lannisters sent their soldiers to the Iron Islands. Thousands of men, women, and children were put to the sword, and scores of villages and hundreds of longships were put to the torch. The glorious return to the Old Way had lasted almost 2 years.
It should not be hard to recruit lords into a war against an enemy known as the Mad King. We can even understand the lords who chose to honor their oaths and fight for him. But the Krakens of House Greyjoy set out Robert's rebellion on Pike with their tentacles up their arse.
My father Quellen was old, and sitting is what old people do best. Well, second best. He would have sat out the whole war, if not for my brother and me. We convinced him that nobody would fear the walls of the sea if we curled up by our fires, while others feasted on the spoils of the Mad King. So the old man creaked into his rusty armor and set sail for the Reach, only to be routed by Tyrell longboats. When my father sadly fell in battle, my older brother Balon beat a tactical retreat to his own inheritance as the new lord of the Iron Islands.
I'd rather die in the Reach than live on the Iron Islands.
The roses are prettier to pluck, but my brother was getting old and felt that longing to sit, and the sea stone chair was as good a place as any. Within a few years, he realized that sitting is only fun if everyone else has to stand. He had the priest reforge. No, that's not right. They picked up sticks on the beach, wove them into a new ancient driftwood crown, and declared Balon the king of the Iron Islands. Unfortunately for my brother, the other king in Westeros, Robert Baratheon, was famously bad at sharing, and his father by law and warden of the West, Tywin Lannister, had a mighty fleet at Lannisport within striking distance of the Iron Islands.
Yes, you were very clever, and how brave, burning our ships at anchor in the night.
They would have burned the same in daylight. Iron's a lazy beast. You didn't rouse until long after I set fire to your proud mane. I planned it all, you know. My first torch took your father's flagship. If it makes you feel better, we didn't loot it. Out of respect. And time.
I don't think I ever saw Robert happier than the day he heard about the Greyjoy Rebellion. He'd been king for a handful of years, and many handfuls of other things, and it was clear to him and everyone else how ill-suited he was to rule. But battle he could do. Unfortunately, by the time we raised our army, we seemed to be winning the war. Balon's eldest son, your nephew, died trying to storm Seaguard, and his men were thrown back into the arms of their drowned god. If we wanted battle, we'd have to hurry north before the Ironborn put down their own rebellion.
And we would have, if I'd had my way. Rebelling was a stupid idea.
Never stopped your people before.
Before Balon put those sticks on his head, I told him that if he wanted to rule the Iron Islands, all he had to do was give King Robert a tour of them. Why waste our forces fighting a war we couldn't win for a place our enemy wouldn't want? With the Iron Fleet, we could reef not just Westeros, but the rich lands beyond the Sunset Sea. But my brother was too attached to that seastone chair. He commanded me to sail the Iron Fleet against Robert's navy before we could ferry his army to Pike.
A navy commanded by Robert's younger brother, Stannis, most known for sitting in a besieged castle eating dogs and horses. Remind me, how did you fare against a man who'd never commanded ships in battle?
Nearly too well.
Stannis smashed your Iron Fleet at Fair Isle.
After I sailed it into a strait, where our numbers and the size of our ships would work against us. It took some doing to convince my men to rush into such an obvious trap. Stannis was not a subtle man.
You would rather claim treason than defeat.
Victory would have only delayed it. We couldn't hold off Robert's forces forever. But we could waste enough Ironborn that we wouldn't even fill our own islands after the war. I made sure the silence escaped. That was enough for me. That, and watching your army smash my brother's castle soon afterwards.
Why didn't you just abandon him after Fair Isle? Why risk your precious life fighting for him at Pike?
I wanted to kill the best knights in Westeros.
You failed.
So did you. I expected pursuit when I fled Pike on the silence. But I suppose you were too busy not punishing my brother to not punish the man who burned your father's fleet.
Where the North has its honor and the South its chivalry, the Iron Islands has its strength.
We call ourselves the Ironborn, and we are warriors feared throughout the Seven Kingdoms.
Or so we used to be. Unlike their mainland cousins, the first men of the Iron Islands never bowed to the old gods.
Theirs was the drowned god, who made the Ironborn to reave and sack and write their names in salt, steel, and song, that his enemy, the Storm God, could not wash away. We raised our kings from our own ranks, and used beaten foes as thralls to work our mines and farm our land.
Or as salt wives, if a woman was pretty enough. Such was the old way, and while we followed it, we held sway wherever the waves were heard. When Aegon came demanding fealty, King Harren the Black ruled as far east as the Trident.
Other kings like the Starks could kneel, but Harren was Ironborn, and the Ironborn must be beaten. In Harrenhal, he had the mightiest castle in Westeros, and the army to defend it.
But Aegon did not intend a siege. He mounted his dragon and roasted Harren and all his sons in their tower, and the Old Way with them. Because of Harren's defiance, Aegon pushed the Ironborn back to our islands and gave the Riverlands to the Tullys. But he did allow the Ironborn to choose who would lead them.
House Greyjoy had always been one of the greatest houses of the Iron Islands. We trace our descent from the Age of Heroes and the legendary Grey King, who took a mermaid to wife and made war upon the Storm God for 1,000 years.
Blessed by the Drowned God, the Grey King fought and slew Naga, the great sea dragon and took her fire for his own.
This history made our ancestor Vicon Greyjoy the natural choice to lead the Ironborn after Aegon's conquest. For 300 years, House Greyjoy ruled the Ironborn. We styled ourselves Lord of the Iron Islands, King of Sultan Rock, Son of the Sea Wind, Lord Reaper of Pike.
In truth, we were thralls. Our people still chanted, "What is dead may never die." But the old way had died.
Until the Targaryens followed their dragons into the grave, and our Lord Father, Balon Greyjoy, rose against the new king, Robert Baratheon.
Dark wings, dark words. I was only a boy when the Raven came to call my father, Lord Eddard Stark, to another war. Balon Greyjoy had raised the Iron Islands in revolt and burned the Lannister fleet at anchor. King Robert Baratheon again needed his old friend. My mother Catelyn was not happy to lose her lord husband to Robert again. 6 years before, he had left her to avenge his father and brother against the Mad King. But now he had sons and daughters of his own, and, unspoken, another son who wasn't hers from the last time he went to war. My brother, Jon Snow. But she knew that in marrying my father, she had married the North. We hold our honor and duty as dear as our old gods. When the time came, my father marched south to restore peace and order to the realm. My father always told me the Iron Islands were a strange and dangerous place. Its people, the Ironborn, keep neither the old gods nor the Seven, and despise all honest toil. Their ancestors ravaged the western shores, and putting it to the torch, and their songs still ring through the halls of the Ironborn, while everywhere else, they're whispered to wayward children at bedtime. Perhaps Lord Balon thought Westeros had not healed from the war against the Mad King, and was as fragmented and suspicious as the ancient kingdoms his forebears had terrorized. Robert's navy corrected him at Fair Isle when they smashed the Proud Iron Fleet. Robert and my father corrected him at Pike, his own castle, when they pulled down his towers and breached his walls. My father never liked to speak of his battles, but from other men I learned what transpired. Thoros of Myr was first through the breach with his flaming sword. Not far behind him was Jorah Mormont of Bear Island, my father's bannerman who earned the knighthood he would later shame, and lords from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. All day, through every passage in the castle, they fought side by side. My father with our ancestral sword Ice, and King Robert with his warhammer against a horde of axe-wielding Ironborn. In the end, Lord Balon bent the knee. King Robert generously allowed Lord Balon to retain his title and castle. The price of peace was custom. The only son of Balon's to survive his foolish rebellion would be taken as a hostage against future treasons. My father even volunteered to foster the boy himself, I suspect, to make Theon Greyjoy a different man than his father, who would bring honor and duty to the Iron Islands when he returned as heir. So my mother's silent fear came true, and my father returned with another child.
House Tyrell trace our descent to Garth Greenhand, the legendary first king of the Reach who made the land bloom. But so too does every noble house around us. It seems dear ancestor Garth planted as many flowers as he plucked. A king should have more consideration for his line, don't you think? For over 1,000 years, the Greenhand sons and grandsons ruled the Reach as House Gardener. The offshoots of his daughters grew into vast and powerful houses in their own right, except for House Tyrell. We chose instead to serve our Gardener cousins faithfully as stewards, to manage their stronghold of Highgarden and the daily affairs of the Reach. Our words are growing strong.
Jeg kunne godt lige være blevet duplicated,
and under our stewardship, the Reach did just that. As did we. Until a blundering king almost cost us everything. Aegon Targaryen had landed in Westeros. King Mern allied us with the Rock to repel the upstart's army. one can only marvel that King Mern did not reconsider when he saw the living dragons against him. Perhaps he should have sought counsel from his trusted stewards before he set out. Then again, perhaps he did. At the Field of Fire, Aegon, and let us not forget, his sisters, burnt the combined armies of the Reach and Rock. King Mern paid for his misjudgment with his life and that of his ancient family. In a day, the Reach had lost its king, its ruling house, and most of its army. Thankfully for everyone, my ancestor, Harlan Tyrell, had better sense. Until the Maesters sorted out the entail among Mern's cousins, Harlan the Steward was acting Lord of Highgarden. To ensure peace and life in the Reach, he would yield the castle to Aegon. The other castles and families would then follow, as they had since the Dawn Age. Aegon had a continent to conquer, and the fertile Reach was too valuable to raze. He accepted Harlan's proposal and welcomed our lands into his kingdom. To show his gratitude, Aegon entitled Harlan to Highgarden, the castle his family had served for 1,000 years, and made House Tyrell his wardens of the south, choosing us over older, greater families in the Reach. Our house thus owed everything to the Targaryens. So is it any wonder we stayed true to King Aerys, even during his madness, and even after Robert Baratheon rebelled? Some may question my father for laying siege to the Baratheons' home, instead of marching to aid Prince Rhaegar before Robert could kill him and scatter the royal army. But let us not forget that we had already dealt Robert his only defeat of the war at Ashford. If Lord Tywin Lannister had not vanquished the Mad King so suddenly, our siege would have destroyed Robert's home and his brothers and won the war for Aerys. But when the Targaryens fell, House Tyrell again chose peace and prosperity over war and devastation, and bent the knee to King Robert Baratheon, first of his name.
The Andals swept across Westeros, destroying many ancient families and kingdoms. When the invaders arrived at the Reach, led by Sir Alistair Tyrell, House Gardner chose accommodation over battle, hoping honors and marriages would sate the foreigners' ambitions. The Tyrells were welcomed into service as hereditary stewards of Highgarden. Thousands of years later, they repaid the Gardners for their acceptance. When Aegon Targaryen declared that Westeros was now his, King Mern IX allied with King Loren Lannister of the Westerlands. Together, they fought to save Westeros from another foreign barbarian, whose family practices put decent men to shame. But the dragons won, and the Field of Fire claimed Mern and all his sons, grandsons, and brothers. Instead of using the castle for what it was built to do, Harlan Tyrell surrendered it to Aegon without a fight. In exchange, Harlan was given the castle his family had served for thousands of years, with all its attendant lands and lords, including my family.
Some great houses call us upstarts. But the truth is that while the Starks and Lannisters fell to the Targaryens in defeat, House Tyrell rose. For thousands of years, our family served as loyal stewards to the kings of the Reach, until the last of their line unwisely burned to death, resisting the Targaryen invaders. To save the Reach from a similar fate, we yielded the castle of Highgarden to Aegon and his sisters. In gratitude, the Targaryens gave House Tyrell dominion over the Reach. And we became lords of the castle in which, for generations, we had served. Under the Targaryen dynasty, Westeros prospered. Gone were the petty wars of 7 kingdoms and the endless thirst for minor glories that drove them. The Westerlands enriched the realm. The North guarded it, and the Reach and Riverlands fed it. This harmony is what Robert Baratheon shattered with his rebellion against Aerys Targaryen. When the call to arms came, though, we did not want to answer. The Reach is a gentle land, and honestly, the Mad King was not much loved. But we owed peace and status to his family. My father, Mace Tyrell, called his banners and marched north to battle the rogue Stormlord Robert, who had already defeated 3 forces in a single day. And at Ashford, my father won. Some chastened my father for not pursuing Robert after the battle. We had cut him off from the Stormlands, the seat of his power, and he had fled north, within easy grasp of Lord Tywin Lannister, the Hand of Aerys, for 20 years. My father moved instead to lay siege to Robert's ancestral stronghold of Storm's End. The rose would strangle the stag as the lion pounced. So we waited. But the lion slumbered, and Robert slipped past the king's forces to join Ned Stark. We could have lifted the siege and deployed our armies north to aid the crown. We could have stormed the walls of the castle and made Robert homeless. But we had ample supplies, control of land and sea, and most of all, patience. Our siege would succeed, eventually, at little cost of life to us. If Robert prolonged the war with minor victories, our capture of Storm's End would hasten his downfall. And if Robert won the war, well, it would not do for him to find us in his halls with the bodies of his brother Stannis and his sworn men. When the lion finally showed his colors and purged King's Landing, we knew our cause was lost. My father chose the peaceful route and bent the knee to Robert, who heartily pardoned us. Strange, considering how we'd beaten him and starved his brother to the brink of death. We were to keep our lands, castle, and title, but we knew that we would never be welcome at court. It didn't matter. The Reach was still the most fertile of the 7 kingdoms, and under our hand. Every flower, even the rose, needs pruning. Then it grows strong. The Reach is aptly named. We're the ones who give your hands something to do at the table. As the most fertile region of the 7 kingdoms, we grow the lion's share of the grains and fruit that feed this country. Especially now, since the rebels have burned down the other fields. Yet, as with all gardens, weeds grow in the Reach too, though few name them as such. Singers fill our heads with chivalry and courtly love, fluff to make boys fight and girls swoon. Oh, the songs are good enough for a pleasure barge down the Manda. They give pleasure to the common people and harmony to the realm. But if the rise of House Tyrell proves anything, it's that virtue and honor have their place. And if you're not careful, that place is the grave. Unlike the Lannisters, Starks, and Arryns, we were never kings in our own right. House Gardner ruled the Reach since the Dawn Age, and we were their stewards. While they warred to enrich their already rich domain, we managed their castle of Highgarden. But then Aegon Targaryen landed with his dragons. Nobody knows why the Gardener King took the field against him. Anyone could see that a man who grows flowers should beware a man who grows fire-breathing monsters. But maybe it wasn't wholly his idea. Maybe someone whispered in his ear about all the face he'd lose with the other 6 kings if he stayed home. The rest is history. The last Gardener King lost his face, along with his body, and his steward Harlan Tyrell promptly yielded Highgarden to Aegon. My grandmother swears that Harlan was like most of our men and grew up banging steel together too loudly for a thought to penetrate. But luckily, his wife had better sense. Whatever the case, in return for Harlan's show of sense, Aegon proclaimed House Tyrell the Lords of the Reach and Wardens of the South, passing over all the other houses with better claims. Yet Aegon chose us. Centuries later, when his descendant Aerys faced rebellion, the Reach stayed loyal. Mostly. My father, Mace, dealt Robert his only defeat in the war, even if it was my father's vanguard who did most of the fighting before he arrived. After the Battle of Ashford, we laid siege to Storm's End, Robert's home. Unfortunately, the war ended before we could take it and free up our armies to go save the king.
Unbowed, unbent.
Nej, det crashede
unbowed,
igen.
Unbent, unbroken. The words of House Martell. A promise to our enemies and a challenge to our lovers. Thousands of years ago, the warrior queen Nymeria crossed into Dorne from Essos, fleeing the dragon lords of Validia. After she landed, she burned her ships, all 10,000 of them, so no cowards could slink home. What a woman. Dornish in spirit before she ever was in flesh. She was lucky to land in Dorne, where powerful women are not locked away in septs and the beds of old men. My ancestor Mors Martell saw her and desired her, and proved that where armies fail, a tongue may succeed. Wedding his strength to hers, his spear to her son, they subdued all his rivals together. After the tradition of her people, House Martell then ruled Dorne as princes, not kings. Twice, the Targaryens tried to conquer Dorne with soldiers. Twice, they failed. Only when the Dragon Kings came bearing husbands and wives did my ancestors relent and agree to join their 7 kingdoms. House Martell could have waged war until the end of days. But how could we resist a peace we could take to bed? Eventually, after centuries of courtship, House Martell got into bed with the Targaryens. We took King Daeron II and his sister for our own before they could take each other, and 6 kingdoms became 7. Even now, I do not blame my ancestors. One look at those long, silver locks. It is not every day a man gets to ride a dragon. But they soon learned that you can't leap off a dragon at will. My sister Elia, she married Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and became the princess she already was. In Dorne, she walked among vipers, and none would bite her. In King's Landing, she found herself surrounded by lions. When Robert Baratheon rebelled against his rightful king, his future father-in-law, Tywin Lannister, ordered his beast, Gregor Clegane, to murder my sister, along with her helpless children. And men called the Lannisters heroes.
After the submission of House Stark, Aegon marched towards Old Town, steeling himself for another battle. But he found the gates open, with the High Septon welcoming him. The pious fool even had the arrogance to grant what Aegon had already won, and anointed the last Valyrian as Aegon of House Targaryen, first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm.
But while Aegon titled himself Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, in reality he held only 6. The 7th, Dorne, had never knelt. Visenya had flown into the Vale and returned with its crown. Mimicking her sister, Rhaenys had flown over the enemy force holding the passes into Dorne and landed in the castle of its ruling lady, Princess Meria of House Martell. Meria was 80 years old, fat, bald, and blind. Behind her back, many sniggered at her as the yellow toad of dawn. The beautiful Rhaenys probably thought as much when they met. She demanded Princess Meria kneel to her brother Aegon, though she allowed that on account of Meria's age and health a simple vow of submission would do. But the princess told the queen that the Targaryens weren't wanted in Dorne, and no Martell would ever bow, bend, or break no matter how badly they burned. Rhaenys could have mounted her dragon right then and roasted Meria in the castle as her brother had done at Harrenhal. But whatever she saw in Meria's eyes scared her right back to King's Landing, with her dragon's tail between its legs. After Aegon's coronation, Rhaenys returned to Dorne with Aegon and Visenya, and their dragons. But no armies met them in the field, and no lords defied them in their castles. As the dragons approached, Dorne simply emptied. House Martell had learned from Harrenhal and the Field of Fire. The dragons were unbeatable in battle, but wars were more than battles. Unopposed, Aegon claimed Dorne for his own, but as soon as he returned to King's Landing, his castellans were hurled off towers, and his royal garrison vanished in the desert, never to be seen again. Except perhaps when the winds change and the sands cough up old bones and armor. Rhaenys returned on Meraxes, intent on revenging herself against Meria Martell, but Dorne was no longer empty. The Dornish kept Meria's promise and fought even while burning under dragon flame. And they won. One day, a bolt pierced the eye of Meraxes and knocked the dragon out of the sky. House Martell remained unbroken. Unlike the unfortunate Rhaenys, in their wrath, Aegon and Visenya set flame to every castle and city but Sunspear, trying to turn the people against House Martell. But the Dornish stayed loyal, and when Aegon returned to King's Landing, he found assassins waiting for him in the streets of his own capital. If not for Visenya, the conqueror would not have enjoyed his conquest for very long. From then on, the king and his family would be guarded by the 7 greatest knights in the realm, the King's Guard. When Meria died in her sleep, her weak and tired son sued for peace. But old Meria had exhausted Aegon as well, and he granted the request. The Targaryens still wanted Dorne, and eventually they would have it, but not at the point of a sword. They would buy it the same way great lords buy anything, with a daughter.
Before the 7 kingdoms, before the Iron Throne, there was Dorne. 12,000 years ago, the first men crossed the land bridge from Essos to here. Of course, they were men, so they soon broke it. Then, while their cousins to the north built kingdoms, the Dornish squabbled over land, water, and wives. For centuries. Until Nymeria, a warrior princess in Essos. She led a fleet of 10,000 ships across the narrow sea to Dorne. Almost all of the petty lords made it clear that she wasn't welcome. All but one, Mors of House Martell. He saw in her a strength to match any man, including his rivals. After she accepted his marriage offer, she set fire to her ships. For 50 leagues, the coast was bright as day, and in the burning light, Princess Nymeria named Mors Martell the Prince of Dorne, in the style of her people. Dorne would be her home, or her grave. For many years, Nymeria and Mors waged war against all rivals. The Jordanes, Blackmonts, Corgyles, and even the mighty House Ironwood. They sent no fewer than 6 self-styled kings to the wall in golden chains. After Mors fell in battle, Nymeria took command of his armies and united Dorne. In 2 years, she ruled for 27 more, and though she married again, those husbands were little more than counselors and consorts. Dorne was Nymeria, and Nymeria was Dorne. She survived a dozen attempts on her life, put down 2 rebellions, and threw back 2 invasions. And when at last she died, her eldest child succeeded her. Her daughter, not her son. And Dorne followed her because Nymeria had proven that women were equal to men, if not better. Centuries later, Aegon Targaryen sought to unite Westeros as Nymeria had Dorne. The other 6 kingdoms fell quickly before his dragons and ambition. When his sister wife, Rhaenys, flew her dragon south and demanded our surrender as well, Princess Meria Martell warned, "I will not fight you, nor will I kneel to you. Dorne has no king. Tell your brother that." Rhaenys threatened that the next time the Targaryens would come with fire and blood. Meria replied, "You may burn us, my lady, but you will not bend us, break us, or make us bow. This is Dorne. You are not wanted here. Return at your peril." Rhaenys did, and she died. Her dragon died. All her soldiers died. Eventually, her brother, the Conqueror, conceded that what Nymeria had done, he could not undo. Generations later, another foolish Targaryen invaded Dorne. He died as well. Eventually, we did join the 7 kingdoms, but when we wanted, and on our terms. If dragons could not conquer us, why should we fear lions? Unbowed, unbent, unbroken. The words of House Martell, the words of Dorne. Men may forget, but women always remember. When we were divided, Nymeria united us. When we were invaded, Meria defended us.
The Maesters tell us that Aegon came to Westeros with fire and blood, and hammered 6 kingdoms into one. Fire he undoubtedly brought, as the kings of the Rock, Reach, and Iron Islands learned. Aegon's own son, Maegor the Cruel, was killed by the very Iron Throne his father had forged, if you believe the tales. If you don't, then perhaps the Cruel is not a wise name for a king to earn. Daeron, first of his name, tried to finish his ancestors' work and bring Dorne into the fold. For his efforts, he lost 60,000 men and his own life of 18 years. During the Great Targaryen Civil War, known as the Dance of the Dragons, a king and queen each vied for the throne, dividing their house and its dragons against each other. By the war's end, King's Landing was smashed, cities razed and sacked, never to be rebuilt, and dragons had faded from this world.
For centuries, the Kingsguard had been the glory of the realm. Aegon the Conqueror had established the Order as his personal guardians after uniting Westeros with fire and blood. He knew that some of his subjects wouldn't take to conquest, and his dragons were no use against knives in the dark. No doubt surrounding himself with the greatest knights in Westeros made his rule more palatable and less foreign as well. Everyone in his kingdom soon knew the names and sung the songs of the Kingsguard. I certainly did from my earliest days.
There was one Kingsguard, I forgot the bastard's name, who swore an oath to his dying Targaryen king to crown his daughter after him. The very night that king died, this Kingsguard crowned the king's son instead. When an old man on the small council dared to protest, this honourable knight opened his throat. Bastard died in the very civil war he started, along with the old king's son, daughter, and most of their dragons. And the Kingsguard? All that duty and honor, and not enough brains to figure out which Targaryen to give it to. Twin brothers even ended up on opposite sides, died with tears on their cheeks as they cut each other down. I suppose I should think that's tragic, but stupid men do stupid things every day, and nobody cries over them.
As little more than a boy, Sir Criston Cole replaced the legendary Sir Ryam Redwine on the Kingsguard and soon rose to Lord Commander. But knights only know one way to settle disputes. When Prince Aegon's father died, Sir Criston slit the throat of an advisor who objected to Aegon's ascension over his aunt, the anointed heir. His actions so pleased the new king, Aegon, second of his name, that he appointed Sir Criston as his hand in the ensuing civil war, called the Dance of Dragons. Neither Sir Criston nor the king, nor even the Targaryen dragons would survive it.
The Targaryen dynasty united the Seven Kingdoms and lasted nearly 3 centuries. It was a dynasty forged in fire, sealed in blood, and destroyed by rebellion. The Targaryens are blood of the dragon, descended from the nobility of ancient Valyria, a once mighty empire in the east. When the cataclysmic doom laid waste to Valyria and its people, the Targaryens survived, having settled on the island fortress of Dragonstone years before. They remained there for a century, until the rise of Aegon the Conqueror. Instead of attempting to reclaim the eastern lands of his ancestors, Aegon sailed west for the Seven Kingdoms, his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys at his side. To keep the bloodlines pure, Aegon continued the custom of his Valyrian ancestors and took both of his sisters to wife. Together, they came ashore on the eastern coast of Westeros, their blazon a dragon with 3 heads, representing Aegon and his sister wives. Their words, fire and blood.
Where's the bus? I have no idea.
While their host was small in comparison to the armies of Westeros that awaited them, Aegon and his sisters had a secret weapon, the last of the dragons. He conquered every kingdom save Dorne, which eventually bowed to Targaryen rule a century later. He had the swords of his enemies melted down by the fiery breath of his dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, and forged into the Iron Throne. The capital city of King's Landing was built on the eastern coast, where Aegon and his sisters first came ashore. And Aegon ordered the construction of a royal castle on its highest hill, the Red Keep.
According to legend, House Targaryen survived the doom of Valyria thanks to Daenys the Dreamer, who foresaw the calamity and convinced her father to flee their homeland. It could be true. The Targaryens were always a bit more.
12 years before the doom, despite the sneers of his rivals, Aenar Targaryen abandoned the capital with his family. Legends claim that his daughter foresaw the destruction of the city in a dream. More likely, Aenar met with some mishap at court and chose exile over execution. He and House Targaryen slinked away to a dreary, remote, god-forsaken island. Forsaken no longer. With arts now lost to the world, we transformed a tiny outpost into Dragonstone, a fortress fit for the last dragon lords. Then Aenar's descendants settled into it like a tomb for their lost homeland. Until Aegon. When he looked east, he saw the past, old, tired, dead. But when he looked west, he saw the future. Gold in the ground, gold in the fields, and no dragons in the sky but his. He and his sisters, Rhaenys and Visenya, flew over the great continent, ostensibly visitors to a strange land. But when Aegon returned, he ordered construction of a massive table carved in the shape of Westeros, with all the notable rivers and mountains that they had seen. A personal map of the Seven Kingdoms, then ruled by 7 squabbling families. House Durrandon held the Stormlands from their seat at Storm's End, due south of Dragonstone. House Horror of the Iron Islands had also conquered and enslaved the Riverlands and ruled them from Harrenhal, a monstrous castle rising on the shore of the God's Eye. House Stark held the frozen wasteland of the north, the oldest, largest, and emptiest of the kingdoms. House Lannister held the Westeros, the wealthiest kingdom, thanks to their gold mines. House Gardner held the Reach, the second wealthiest kingdom, thanks to their crops. House Arryn held the Vale, or rather the Vale held them. The mountains were impassable except through the Bloody Gate, which had never been taken. House Martell held the deserts of Dorne, probably because no one else wanted them. Together, the Seven Kingdoms made Westeros, a realm that wasn't yet a realm, ruled by great families who didn't know what greatness was. Aegon would teach them. With Dorne in the fold and the faith put in its place, none in Westeros were left to oppose my family. So we started opposing each other. In a Dance of Dragons, a Targaryen princess tried to steal her brother's throne. Thanks to her stupidity, most of our dragons died.
In its time, the Dragon Pit was a marvel of the world. Full-grown Targaryen dragons nested beneath its massive dome. And even on the darkest nights, the walls seemed to glow with the fire of the great beasts inside.
As had the site's previous occupant, the Sept of Remembrance, when Maegor the Cruel blasted it with dragonfire during morning prayers. The screams of the dying men echoed through King's Landing all day, and a pall of ash and smoke hung over the city for a week.
But as it dissipated, so too did the rebellion of the Faith Militant. The Sept of Remembrance faded from memory, and Maegor decided to replace a monument to the gods with a monument to his family, the Dragon Pit. For more than a century, the Targaryens housed their dragons in the Dragon Pit. But dragons are not horses to be stabled or hounds to be kenneled. With each generation, the dragons became less massive, less swift, less
make damage over time.
And less invulnerable. During the Dance of Dragons, 2 Targaryen factions killed a handful of their family's dragons while fighting each other. A frenzied mob even broke into the Dragon Pit and slaughtered the 5 dragons chained there. Though the last managed to bring down the roof of the Great Dome on its assailants. The dragons never recovered their former strength or numbers. Perhaps their line had been too broken. Or perhaps others intervened to break it further. But the last dragon grew no larger than a cat, and its death earned Aegon, third of his name, the epithet Dragonbane.
Do you know what the realm is? It's the 1,000 blades of Aegon's enemies. A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back for another Game of Thrones video. I am very excited to be able to bring all of you this video because today I will be discussing something that has fascinated me ever since I was made aware of it many years ago. In this video, we will take an inside look at the disastrous original unaired pilot episode of Game of Thrones. Now, this is something I have discussed before, but new information continues to get released now that Game of Thrones is over. I do, however, realize that some of you may think the info is boring, but I am always very interested in learning any new details about this mysterious first episode. For those of you that might not know, Game of Thrones was actually very close to getting cancelled before it ever became an official series on HBO. Now, according to legend, the original unaired first episode looks nothing like the first episode we saw nearly a decade ago. For many years, we have heard about some of the issues Dan and Dave had when they were making this first episode. It was so bad, only a handful of their friends and executives from HBO have seen it. I've been hearing about this episode for so long, I would gladly hand over a large amount of money just to be able to get a glimpse of this thing. I bet it is fantastic, in the worst kind of ways. Unfortunately, we may never actually see this episode on film, but thankfully some new information has been brought to light thanks to James Hibbard at Entertainment Weekly. James is actually releasing a book titled Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon, Game of Thrones and the official untold story of the epic series. James does seem to have a great relationship with everyone at HBO who worked on Game of Thrones because he always had the behind-the-scenes exclusives right before every new season would air. One day, I hope he's able to get us the entire episode because, like I said, I am dying to watch it. But for now, let me show you some of the new details that will be included in his new book. This will be the first ever behind-the-scenes account of what happened during the making of Game of Thrones from start to finish. Alright, so the article from Entertainment Weekly says, the following picks up midway through the original pilot's production in 2009. First-time showrunners David Benioff and Dan Weiss had struggled for 4 years to get their fantasy series off the ground. There had been an endless number of meetings, rewrites, negotiations, and hiring decisions. It was frightening because it was our first time running a production of any scale, Weiss recalls, and there are many, many moving parts, human and otherwise, that go into any production, especially one of this size. Finally, the cameras were rolling in Northern Ireland and Morocco, but even the production's most experienced members had never worked on a TV series as ambitious as what Thrones was attempting, and some of the veteran actors were getting the sense that not all was well in Westeros. Now, one of the things that I always thought was crazy was that HBO allowed Dan and Dave to run this show. They have even said as much themselves. They had very little experience at all, so the fact that they were given the reins to handle something of this size seems absolutely insane. Now, although I do love the first episode they gave us, this may have been the foreshadowing for what would happen at the end of the series when they would no longer have any source material to draw from. Alright, so now I want to get into some of the things I have never heard before. The actor, Mark Addy, also known as Robert Baratheon, said, "We were trying to establish the rules and order of this new world. In the Winterfell courtyard scene, nobody kneeled when the king arrived in the first pilot. You can't play being the king. You can't display, look at how powerful I am. People have to give you that by showing subservience. It has to be afforded to you by others. In the reshoot, everybody kneeled. It made a huge difference in terms of establishing who's in charge." The actress, Lena Headey, also known as Cersei Lannister, said, "I was looking like a Vegas showgirl in the original episode. I was wearing furs and massive hair, like a medieval Dolly Parton." Now, if you go back and read the book, it says Ned Stark kneels down, and he even kisses Cersei Lannister's ring during Robert Baratheon's arrival scene in the first episode. I have no idea why they thought it would be a good idea not to have anyone kneel when the king is arriving in Winterfell out of the blue. It is amazing, though, how those small changes can make such big differences. And when it comes to Cersei looking like a medieval country singer, that just sounds hilarious. I would love to see at least a photo of how she looked during her original scene. Now, there is actually a photo of George R. R. Martin from the first episode, and by the looks of him, you can get a sense for how ridiculous some of the characters must have looked in that original episode. For those of you that don't know, George R. R. Martin was an extra during Dany's wedding scene, but it was ultimately cut out of the episode as well. As crazy as he may look, at least he does look like he's having fun. Let's look at what else was said. This was said by Brian Cogman, who started out as just an assistant on the show, but later became one of the writers, and he actually wrote one of the better episodes in the final season. Brian said, "When we first shot the scene where the Starks find the direwolves, this was the version you never saw. The wonder of what a direwolf wasn't coming across. It did not seem important enough to the characters, and I'm little assistant Brian running around the set yelling to anyone who would listen. These are direwolves. No one has seen these in a million years. This is like seeing dinosaurs. It's not like finding puppies." And everyone's sort of chuckling. Now, this is one of the things that did annoy me when I first read it. The fact that the actors were not taking this scene very serious is just a reflection of what sort of environment they were working in. Now, I don't know who was in charge on this day. I don't know if George R. R. Martin was there, or Dan and Dave, or only the director, but they have to lead by example. How can the actors take things seriously if no one else there is? You know, it's kinda sad that Brian Cogman, who was only an assistant at that time, has to explain to everyone how significant this moment in the story is. You would think there would have been side notes on each of their scripts letting them know, hey, the Starks finding these direwolves is sort of a big deal, so you might wanna, you know, act like it. Let's look at some of the other ridiculousness. The actor, Harry Lloyd, also known as Dany's brother Viserys, said, I had a different wig. It was titanium and silver, and it was shorter and a bob. Looking back, it was a mistake. Yeah, no kidding. For those of you that don't know what this would look like, if you take a look at the screen, I will show you what a bob-style haircut looks like. Can you imagine Viserys wearing a wig that looks like that? There would be no way I could look at him during a scene without busting out laughing. Thank God they decided to change it to longer hair. That would have been horrific. The actor Ian Glenn, also known as Jorah Mormont, said this. It was a bit ragged and, in some ways, ill-conceived, and no one had great conviction. Since the wedding was shot at night, quite a lot of money had been spent on seeing absolutely F all. Well, this certainly would not be the first time he has been in a very expensive episode that was shot at night that resulted in them not being able to see anything at all. Now I wonder what episode I'm referring to. I forgot to mention, when we see Dany's wedding in the show, it's during the day, but in the original first episode they had shot all those scenes at night. George R. R. Martin said, there are a couple of stories. As a wedding gift, Khal Drogo gives Daenerys a silver horse and she rides away. For a moment you think she's fleeing. Then she turns the horse around and leaps the horse over a big campfire. Drogo is very impressed, and it starts the relationship on a good note. We tried to film that scene. We got a top stunt rider and a top horse, a silver filly, but the filly would not jump that campfire. She got close and then was like, there's fire there, and would turn the other way. We tried to film it a half dozen ways. So the director goes, let's put out the fire and we'll do the fire with CGI. They put out the fire and the horse would still not jump the dead fire. It's a smart horse. It may not be burning now, but it was burning a little while ago. So they had to scrap that sequence, which was unfortunate as it was a bonding moment between Dany and Khal Drogo. Now you would think they would have gotten another horse and attempted this on another day, when the fire was completely out. Regardless of all the issues they did have, I still think the first episode they gave us was amazing. However, it is definitely unfortunate when they have to cut out scenes like this, because it's these little nuances that make this story so great.
Ah, really?
As you all know, the Dothraki have a very close relationship with their horses. Now, maybe not as much as the Starks do with their direwolves, or the Targaryens do with their dragons, but a very close relationship nonetheless. It would have been great to see Daenerys do this in front of all the Dothraki men, especially when you consider how young Daenerys was, and the fact that she did not have a lot of experience riding horses. We would have been able to see Khal Drogo admire her for having the courage to do this in front of everyone there. Now, if you remember Dany and Drogo's first sex scene, then you will remember how Daenerys did not give him consent. Well, that's not how it happened in the books, and that's not how it happened in the original first episode. In the original scene, they were using another actress as Daenerys Targaryen, and their scene followed more closely to the book. George R. R. Martin said their original scene was a seduction. Dany and Drogo don't have the same language. Dany is a little scared, but also a little excited, and Drogo is being more considerate. I'm not sure why they decided to change this. They obviously had to reshoot this scene because now they had Emilia Clarke as Daenerys, but they should have done it the same way George R. R. Martin intended it to be. Now I want to show you what happened when Dan and Dave showed some of their family members the original episode. This was before they made any changes. They wanted to see what others would think of it, and I will tell you now, it did not go well. David Benioff said, I showed it to my brother-in-law and sister-in-law and just sat back and watched their reactions. You could tell by watching their faces that they were bored. It wasn't anything they said. They were trying to be nice. Dan Weiss said, you listen to how sharply the pitch of somebody's voice turns up when they tell you it's good. It's good? How much higher than their average register is the word good? That's a gauge of how effed you are. Our good was in dog whistle territory. There were others who weren't trying to be nice but were actually trying to be helpful. Craig Mazin told us, "You guys have a massive problem." Michael Lombardo, who also worked for HBO, said, "There were some concerns about whether we were getting enough wide shots. Are we getting the coverage we need? We hired the best costume designer and the best art director and shot this in Northern Ireland and Morocco. Yet there was very little scope. I remember the quote was, 'We could have shot this in Burbank.' Somebody else said, 'It looks like it was shot in my backyard.' Now that's just sad. However, I do think they did a good job at fixing it, at least in the northern scenes." Another thing George R. Martin said was, "The biggest thing was Dan and Dave called me up and had the idea of eliminating Rickon, the youngest of the Stark children, because he didn't do much in the first book. I said I had important plans for him, so they kept him." One confusing aspect wasn't entirely the filmmakers' fault. They could not afford to stage any King's Landing scenes which more firmly established the Lannister family in the reshoot. But the dialogue didn't help either. The shocking punch at Jaime shoving Bran out the window seemed nonsensical, as viewers did not realize that Jaime and Cersei were sibling lovers trying to protect their treasonous secret. The producers tried to help explain the show's backstory by adding at least one flashback of Ned Stark's father and brother being killed by the Mad King, but that idea was later scrapped as well because it just seemed to add to the narrative muddiness. Now you can actually see some shots from that scene. I have seen some of the images of Ned Stark's brother, Brandon Stark, laying on the floor of the Red Keep. I believe some of that scene was included in the DVD extras of the first season, or maybe some of the history and lore. I can't remember exactly. I want to show you one more thing before I end the video. Let me show you what Dan and Dave said they did to help get themselves a second chance at making the episode before HBO decides to cancel the series before it even began. Dan Weiss said, "We had done a lot of soul searching. The one thing I think we did right is we owned all the mistakes. We did not point fingers. We said, we know this isn't good, and here is what went wrong and how we would do it differently next time. We just went down the line. And I think they got the sense that, which was honest, that we weren't coming in trying to explain why the bugs were features. We were all on the same page that where we want to be is many levels up from this. There was a lot of begging. I think what was clearly evident was that there was a show here. This is why you do a pilot episode, because you're looking at what works and what doesn't, and whether this thing has legs. Now, once certain things were fixed, this would be a story you can tell over many episodes that keeps moving, with characters that keep evolving, but not so fast that you run out of story." Whoa, 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 hold the F up. Let me read that last sentence to you one more time. Once certain things were fixed, this would be a story you can tell over many episodes that keeps moving, with characters that keep evolving, but not so fast that you run out of story.
Why is it ending?
I don't know. Ask David and Dan when they come through. We could have gone to 11, 12, 13 season.
You wanted it to keep going.
Well, you know, if you've read my novels, you know there was enough material for more seasons. They made certain cuts.
Yikes.
This gym is pretty old school, and it's nice. I like it. It looks cool.
Yeah, I've spent here so many times.
Yeah. And the fun fact is that Adam is actually a gym owner, because this is your gym. You own this gym, right?
Yeah. Previous owner had to sell it, and I was afraid that any next owner would kind of change the concept of the gym, and this is like hard training gym, where if you want to train hard, this is the place you want to go.
Today, what do you have planned? We're going to do one boulder 3 times in a row, you said?
3 or 4 times.
Yeah, with how much rest in between?
1 minute, so you can actually chill.
But that's something you do a lot, I've heard.
That is, in my point of view, exactly the endurance that you would need for the competitions. So this is a slab or slab to vertical wall. The thing that is really cool that it has this stuff that you use for changing tires of the car. You can try one boulder when it's more slabby, and when it's too easy, you just make it steeper.
And you have a lot of campus stuff?
I think the campus board is really important, and it's really important to have like various kind of holds, because one single handhold always make a cut in the same space. So we have a lot of different rungs, from crimpers to jugs to slopers. I think that's all really
And you
important.
showed me a lot of challenges that you have here, like stuff hanging from stuff. And so we're gonna do that after. First we're gonna do like a little training session. And then we're just gonna walk around and try a bunch of different challenges that Adam has in this gym.
Right before sending silence, my record was 10 seconds. So it's like really bad.
Yeah,
like
those are-
bad.
So I guess ideally when you do this, you want to make like a boulder that's like World Cup difficulty, right? Or harder?
I would say most often I'm training on harder boulders than World Cup difficulties.
Right. What would you say is the World Cup level? Because when you look at the IFSC World Cup stream, they never tell you how hard something is. And you always wonder, and sometimes when they do tell you how hard something is, they say like 7B or 7B plus, and it's stupid because it's much harder than that, right?
You know, all those coordination boulders are just really hard to grade.
I know.
Some of the coordination dynos can actually be 7B.
Yeah.
But actually, I think if it's like a physical boulder, it's often 8A, maybe 8A plus.
Yeah.
But if it's like a just simple 8A, then maybe most of the finalists will just simply flash it. So I would say max it's 8B. But I think if it's like 8B, and on the top of that, it's not only physical but also technical, then probably nobody will send it.
Are you a good route setter?
I don't really set that often, but I think if it helps to be okay route setter to be a good climber, if you mostly train alone or you have to figure out your own boulders. So I've been like climbing on a spray wall since I was 6 and finding out my own boulders since I was 6. So setting in a bouldering gym with like bunch of holds and free wall, I haven't really done that much. I think nice thing about the spray wall is that it's both powerful but technical at the same time. What I don't really like so much about like system boards or maybe moon board, it's like you can train the physical part very well, but if you actually climb maybe too much on the mood board, you kind of lose the technique. Sometimes there are good footholds and you need to know how to use the good footholds as well.
So I mean, you must have made like almost all combinations by now on this wall, since you train every day on this?
Some years ago, when I literally spent here every morning and every afternoon training, I thought I have exploited all the possibilities, but then like new people come up with new ideas and that helps a lot. But anyway, at least every once in a year, we just change all the holds. And that helps a lot to, you know, keep the psych high all the time.
So what grade are you aiming for here?
I thought of trying to do 8A maybe.
No coordination jump?
No. I've done too much of coordination jumps in the last 2 years. I mean, but even though I suck in coordination, I must admit that it's quite fun to try it, you know? And the feeling if you try something 20 times and it feels impossible and then all of a sudden it works out, it's miraculous. Okay starting hold, but the starting foothold is not so good. First move is not so bad. This one is kind of slopey, so you can't really control it, and the next one is side pull, so you really have to like commit into it. Drop knee, and you really have to hold the body tension, going slow
like
into
a
this bad sloper, and come into this undercling. Then the undercling is like in cut, but it's quite small. It's really hard to keep the tension. Match it into another crimpy thing. And I was thinking into this orange. So I usually have a normal boulder session, and the boulders that I like the most, I use them for the interval training. The funny thing is sometimes, you know, one training session I send one boulder in like 10 tries, but the body memory is so good that on the next session I can already use the same boulder for the interval training. When you're working on a hard project outdoors, like over the time you're improving, especially in the first, I don't know, 8 days. But I would say in the gym, the body memory works maybe even better. Because on the rock, it's mostly more like you know, positions of the fingers. Whereas like I think in the gym it's even more complex, I would say.
Yeah.
So the body memory is even more useful. Gym climbing is usually more dynamic as well. The timing is more important, and I think it's like more physical for the whole body.
Right.
So I think it takes longer until you have it like perfect.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. Nice.
I actually had the top a little different, but it felt utterly impossible.
Yeah.
What I was thinking.
Should have cut my nails before this. The sound.
I like that sound.
You like that sound?
Yeah, it makes me like confident that I get the hole right.
Yeah. Sometimes actually I have felt stronger if my nails are a little bit longer and you have that sound.
No, it's actually, it makes sense. My shape of the nails are perfect. Because you know the shape, it doesn't, like my skin doesn't overhang over the nail.
But that's the same with me. That's very rare though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I think these two fingers are pretty good.
Yeah, so you
know, there is no bend here.
Yeah.
So when you take a small crimper, the skin actually doesn't go over the nail.
Yeah.
The skin always has a support.
Ah, that's smart.
And that's why I think your nails should be a little bit longer. You know, get away with this sound.
Yeah. It's a little bit disgusting, the sound. But yeah, Marcus was immediately looking down at his fingers to check if he had the right nails.
You know, interesting story is I discussed it many years ago with Sachiyama, the Japanese guy. And he was telling, it totally makes sense, but my quality of the nail is pretty bad and I can't do it. On the next competitions, his nails were black, you know, from the color. He was thinking that it would increase the quality of the nail.
He got nail polish.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm just gonna try it. Actually, we didn't warm up that much. Do you warm up a lot usually?
Not so much, especially if it's like second session of the day.
Yeah. Have you had many injuries or?
Recently, last 2 years, it was always like maybe a little injury, but never like fingers. It was mostly like shoulders or knees. But I don't think I've ever got injured when I like tried to pull hard while being just cold.
Yeah. And that's interesting.
It was mostly, I think I mostly get injured when I was like in a top shape. I was totally warmed up and I was going for something hard.
Yeah.
You know, the situation when all of a sudden you just feel like you're in a good shape, everything is perfect, and you feel like you're flying.
Yeah.
And then maybe like all of a sudden you have the power that your hardware is not accustomed to.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like I've been like closer to being injured when I'm a little bit heavier. You know, if I gained a couple of kilos or 3 and I like pull as hard as I used to, like not being used to the weight, that's when I feel like I've been the closest to being injured. But I've never been injured, so I don't really know. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very rare.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Practice makes perfect. Nice. Come on.
And then.
Nice. Come on. Nice.
And then
here. Really solid.
Was it this one?
Yes.
And then,
super easy. Here. Come on. And the orange. Like nothing. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. But
I would maybe make the top a little bit harder.
Yeah, we could make the top a little bit harder.
After the orange, we can try to go for the black stopper. Just jump into the yellow cream.
From the black?
Yeah.
It's cool. I love these gyms. You know, the old school kind of gyms. They remind me of the early 2000s when I started climbing.
Which year did you start climbing?
Year 2000.
2000?
Yeah. How about you?
1990.
1990?
1999.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's before you were born.
And most of the holes were exactly like this.
Yeah.
This brand, K.
Okay, yeah.
It's one of our friends. It's nothing but gray.
Uh-huh.
And I think there were like 20 or 30 shapes.
Right.
And that's everything that we knew.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Not so easy.
That's okay.
Not so easy. That's how we like it, right? I'm trying to act tough. Not really that tough. Do you have any feet?
I just jumped. Strong. Crazy. Oh my god. Nice.
And then?
And then just a yellow check. Wow. I would never come to that.
You would never?
No. Oh my god.
Doing this 3 times in a row with 1 minute rest, that's really hard. Do you have any feet?
I just jumped. Strong. Crazy. Oh my god. Nice.
And then?
And then just a yellow check. Wow. I would never come to that.
You would never?
No. Oh my god.
Doing this 3 times in a row with 1 minute rest, that's really hard. But
that's right.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Actually, the first time that I'm doing it with someone else.
Is it?
And I think that helps a lot.
Yeah, that's good.
I think the extra competitive push helps a lot.
Yeah. I think sometimes you think you push yourself to the max and you don't really. You still have a little bit, you know?
Alright.
Okay. Come on, Adam. Nice. Off that up. Nice.
Let's go, send it.
Oh, where is the...
The green. Come on. Come on. Good. And then come on. The green. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Keep going. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Nice! Come on. Come on. Nice.
Nice. Oh, man.
Quite a fight. Nice.
Come on. Come on, Adam. Yeah, nice. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, easy. Come on. Ah, that's smart. Yeah. There you go. Nice, dude.
Come on. Come on. Strong. Come on. Nice. Set.
Come on. Vale. Nice, come on. Come on. Nice. Come on. Get it? Yeah. Woo.
Come on. Alright.
Yes. So, I couldn't see the hole. So I'm just going to try to continue from that.
Come on. Come on. Fight.
Oh. Are you going to try again?
4 times.
Four times?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to sit out the time.
What the fuck? What a beast!
Yeah. Come on. Come on, Adam. Come on. Nice, come on. Yeah. Come on. Oh. Good job.
Thanks.
That was a nice effort. It's good to see that you're pushing yourself like in the gym as well.
I was unfortunate that you made 2 slips on trying to.
Yeah, but it was like kind of messing it up a little bit. For me, that's like the big difference between being in shape and not in shape.
Yeah.
If you're in shape, you have many good tries. If you're not in shape, you have one good try. So,
I mean, you look really strong. At least on your first try, eh?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. You've probably done that move already. So.
Probably. It depends on the foothold, you know. So with, like this foothold is pretty easy.
Yeah. When I see like a move that I think is cool, it's probably something they already made. So it's better if you...
I think I only did this move with this foothold, and that's easy.
Okay, but we can. Yeah. So we can do it with this then.
Yeah.
Oh, minus 90 chances to press what?
Between.
What the fuck?
That one was longer than 7.
Motherfucker. Okay, we're gonna do it now. No, it doesn't fucking matter. Who fucking cares?
Let's make it rather.
This fucking. Oh my god.
Longer? Okay. That's why
90 minus.
12.
What the fuck?
Tune it.
And then what is it? This one, yeah. Come on. Okay. Got it.
Whoa.
And then move the foot out and go again, maybe?
But for the last move, I think we
Yeah.
need like really good foothold.
Yeah, okay.
And it's gonna work. I think this one, because then it's
Yeah, let's
really
do that.
hard.
Let's fuck up. Should have waited. I should have waited. This is so stupid.
Yeah. I kind of climbed poorly on the last part. It's not that hard though, the last part, but it's. I think it's
But
good.
as a whole boulder, it's quite bumpy.
Yeah,
Bumpier
it is.
than the previous
Yeah.
one.
I'm still pumped from the first round we did.
Cool.
Would you recommend this for anyone?
We.
Or do you?
so.
Yeah, you don't have to be at like a certain level to do
No,
this.
I think it's pretty good even for the beginners.
Yeah.
Because I think if you climb the same boulder more times in a row, I think it helps you to feel better what is like the most efficient body movements.
Yeah.
Uh,
But the 1 minute break, that was specifically for World Cups. But if you don't do World Cups, would you still do 1 minute break, or would you?
Of course, the shorter breaks you will make, the more pumpy it is. But at the same time, you know, the lower you go with the intensity. So I find the interval bouldering like really fun. I think it's a good boulder.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, nice. Thank you. It's a different style for sure than the other one, but it's also a steeper wall, so. But it's always like when I come to a new place, I always make bows with the biggest holes first. I feel like it's like just a natural instinct, you know.
The same for me.
Yeah.
I have no idea how hard it's gonna be. I think a good thing about this kind of training is that you can do it in the commercial gym. Maybe tweak it a little bit if one move is too hard. Maybe make it easier. Grab like an extra foothold or stuff like that.
And don't choose the most fun bowler.
Yeah.
Choose the best for training, you know. Like a run and jump, do that 3 times in a row. Oh, it's good for technique, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Why not?
Nej! I'm not looking! Hvad laver jeg? God fucking damn it. Dumb fuck. Dude, jeg kan ikke klare det her. Jeg ikke. No way.
Yeah, nice up. Come on. Come on. Nice. Yeah. Woo. No! That was my one good try though. That's it. Come on. Come on up. Nice, come on. Come on. Yeah, easy. Yeah.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Nice. Strong. Yes. Come on. Come on. You can do this. Come on.
No. I don't know where my feet are slipping so much today.
At least you can save your energy for the third try.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, nice, come on. Easy. Come on. Come on.
Hvorfor kigger jeg ikke? Jeg har for lidt skade til det her. Ej, hvor er det dumt. Det kommer aldrig til at ske. Det er fucking det nemmeste fase af det hele. Fuck, man. Waste. What a fucking waste.
Come on. Nice.
Så kan jeg da ikke de andre i hvert fald. Det kan jeg skulle prøve med min miner i stedet for.
Oh man. You get so much more work than you think.
Yeah. I think the start is kind of physical in a weird way.
But how many times would you, because now we kind of did this for the video, but how many times would you do this normally? And how much would you rest between the sets?
So usually I would pick one boulders, do it 4 times with 1 minute rest, rest 10 minutes, pick another boulder. So it would be like 16 tries in 4 different boulders. Yeah. Usually, that's what I would do.
Good. Pretty hard.
I would start with the balls in the roof.
Okay, sounds good.
That's, I think, the hardest one.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great exercise when I was working for Silence. And I think right before sending Silence, my record was 10 seconds.
Okay.
But then I think last year I could do 14.
Oh.
I think this year I couldn't do more than 9.
Yeah.
At the moment, I think I will be happy for 4.
Yeah.
So it's like really bad.
Yeah,
like
those are
bad.
bad.
The thing is, like, it kind of looks like a compression that you have to just squeeze it as hard as possible, which for sure squeezing helps, but it's also quite fingery. Like, you know, try to squeeze it with the fingers definitely helps a lot.
Yeah.
So like fingers almost go partly into like crimping, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly, I've only seen 3 persons that could like hang for 2 or 3 seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think you're really strong for this.
No, thanks. Come on.
There was 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy about it. Better than expected.
Yeah.
Pretty happy. So you just try it and I start measuring once you stick the feet on the
Well,
ground.
let's see if I can lift my feet. 1, 2.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. 2 seconds.
2 seconds, yes!
Nice. Can you do better?
Maybe I could do 3 seconds.
So what kind
Där
of
gick
technique
jag,
did you have
det gick
for the
jag.
fingers?
Spreading them out a little bit,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
kind of crimping. It felt
Yeah,
like this
yeah.
position.
Yeah.
It's you would think that it's compression, but it's not compression. It's just
A little bit,
hanging.
but-
Yeah, a little bit.
I think first you really have to hold it with fingers and
Yeah.
then you can help yourself with the compression a little bit.
It almost feels better if you don't chalk up, so you have a little bit of moisture.
When it's like really cold in winter, I feel it's worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this time I'm not gonna chalk up and see if it feels better. It's like 2 seconds. Is that enough to like?
No, 3.
I need to do 3. Okay, then I have to do 3. Okay.
All right, come.
1, 2.
260.
260. Okay. I really want to get 3, but
Let me measure. I'll try.
yeah. Woo! 351.
All right.
That's good. Okay, I'm gonna do one last try. I like squeeze everything. I think even my face is like. So even
I
though
don't know
it's-
many other exercises where you just like try so hard.
Okay, you ready?
All right. Come on, 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 come on! Yes! Oh wow! 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Wow.
Dude, I'm proud of that actually.
Wow.
Okay, next test.
Second best.
I'm the second best in this gym. It's something I'm proud of, you know?
You can get with your thumb as close as possible, but you cannot use the side.
Yeah.
And wherever you hold it, you hold it. You cannot.
Yo, are you
just-
bugged or something? What the fuck's
So
going
the trick
on?
is like to always get it like as close as possible.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Come on. Allez.
Weak.
You go for chalk or no chalk on this?
Depends on your skin, you know.
Yeah.
My skin after the whole day is quite soft, so I do chocolate.
It's really far, yeah, up to the 5th one.
Come on.
Yeah. Is that okay with the hold? Oh,
Get even closer.
Okay.
Yeah. Like even this is
That's
alright.
okay? Yeah. As long as
So,
you don't hold it like this.
it
Yeah.
doesn't-
It's strange because it's so spread out.
Yeah.
It feels like it's like this.
You have to
like
use a
this.
little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
It's a technical campusing.
Yeah. Come on. Alright, come on.
I got it too low.
Yeah. hit my leg in that, my chin in that.
Yeah. Did it hurt?
No, it's fine. Yeah.
Come on. Well, come on. Nice.
Oh. I was a little bit high with the thumb. I felt like I was cheating a little bit and adjusting, but that's fine.
Try just number of pull-ups that we can do.
Okay.
If this is 90 degrees and this is 180, let's do it like something.
Let's go all the way down.
Yeah.
Okay.
And here, choke doesn't matter.
No, I think so neither. I don't know if I can do a pull-up on this. I don't think I can do a pull-up on.
Come on.
That's so strange.
What is the diameter? I mean, it makes a big difference because this is pretty easy. You can do like 15, 20.
Yeah.
But every time you put it back.
Come on. Oh, nice. Come on. That was good effort. Good effort. Okay, I tried too. Do we have any more challenges, or should we?
You can just hang. Okay. Come on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
Oh, damn it. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Dude!
7.
Hvorfor er du der? What the fuck?
10.
11.
Hvorfor er der en kæmpe storm oveni? Hvorfor skal jeg løbe ind i en storm? Hallo? Hallo? Sådan er det ikke meningen, det skal være. Er det fordi, det har taget for lang tid?
This was just
de ved slet ikke, hvad de skal gøre ved det.
Second video for the million
Holy shit.
special. We're gonna do more videos without him. I think in the next video we're gonna go outside to his.
Oh, thank you.
It's amazing.
Nice. Fed bug.
Things about it.
Rigged
so make sure
my
that
serious. Holy
with
shit.
post notifications on. Also check out Adam on Instagram,
What the
on
fuck?
YouTube, and we'll see you guys next time.
Jesus fucking Christ. Why am I damaged so fucking low to fucking shit? God damn it. Why did I do this? Dude, can you come over here, please? Yeah, over here. Thank you. Okay, det er fucking ligegyldigt, det her. Fucking bullshit. Hvad er det i gang med at lave?
Okay. Ability, it's so dumb. What is this fucking stupid ability, bro? No Spectral Helix, bro. Fucking no, dude. You are not playing the same game as anyone else if you're playing Spectral Helix. This shit is so dumb. Okay, multiplied by 1 point. Better than I was anticipating. You suck! My own damage? Let's go watch this shit.
Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Why don't you kill me, Zero? Why don't you kill me, you pussy? Why don't you kill me, bro? Oh, fuck. I'm just standing in the poison shit. I'm just standing in the poison shit because I can. Okay, so 10 multi, 1% critical strike chance per strengthening, whichever's lower. 28.73. 28.73.
Quinn is a really smart guy. Like, he's one of the smartest people. He's really, really smart.
Maybe show the rest of the clip. Let's not show the rest of the clip. We don't need to see any of the rest of the clips, okay? I'm pretty sure that's all the context we need, okay? Is actually just saying how fucking intelligent I am, which is true.
Coin69 spent $500 on...
In the stream, at the end of the day, what's more important? Family? Okay. Or popping off my...
That's such a stupid fucking mentality. Like, the idea should be, what do we need to do right now, given the data that exists right now? Powerful people and popular speech doesn't need protection. The First Amendment doesn't exist for powerful people because you're powerful. Nobody's attacking your speech, right? You own it. You own the platforms, right? That's fine. The First Amendment exists to protect, like, by definition, unpopular speech. Unpopular speech is speech that needs protecting, right? This is why you write or codify into law, defenses of this stuff.
Can you be anti-vax and still be a leftist?
So that's actually pretty interesting, or crazy. So this would seem to show you that...
the rest is a scare campaign, and I've seen them before, and the ultimate objective is...
I think I can be sympathetic towards... Richard Wolff's position here.
We are not anti-vax at this show. We are anti-mandate, right? And that is supposed to be the lefty position.
Night chat. Good night, Stephen.
Dr. Richard Wolff tweeted this out yesterday, and it made some news. It says it's not pro versus anti-vaccine. The issue is class struggle.
I said good night.
Good night, Tabor. I'm trying to react. That's what you want me to do.
Its mandates become intolerable for employees, record job quitting, plus strikes, plus refusals of mass vaccine mandates. Say yes. So I just want to remind everybody that Dr. Richard Wolff is standing on very solid ground when he says this, because this is Dr. Fauci when he was first asked about mandates last year, about 10 months ago.
Why do people do this thing where to own somebody, especially in an evolving situation, you bring up things they said like a year ago? Why not, like, Fauci's probably made more recent statements about mask mandates. Why do you have to go back to 2020 to find something you said? Why not pull something more relevant? It makes me think that you're lying. It makes me feel like you know that this isn't his current position. And it makes me feel like you're just trying to find things for an own because you don't actually give a fuck what the fuck it is you're talking about. You're just going for cheap YouTube views or points.
12 months ago.
And do you foresee that the vaccine might be mandated for any populations, perhaps for school-age children?
No, I don't think you'll ever see a mandating of vaccine, particularly for the general public. Sometimes in the health sector.
Not to mention, what is Fauci even talking about here? When he says not a mandating of the vaccine, is he talking about a government mandate? Because my understanding is that a government mandate still isn't necessarily on the table, right? So far, it's been like different workplaces that have been mandating it, or there's like federal jobs mandate. But even so, even all of that aside, things change, right? This is a year ago. Why not find something more recent?
Like in my hospital here at NIH, you're not going to be allowed to go on the ward unless you get a flu vaccine. But you would never mandate, at least I do not think you would. I'd be pretty surprised if you mandated it for any element of the general public.
Now, as a primary care physician myself, who's had many conversations around vaccine safety with patients, I'm curious, what's our contingency plan for people who might refuse the vaccine?
Well, I mean, they have every right to refuse vaccine. I don't think you need a contingency plan. If someone refuses the vaccine in the general public, then there's nothing you can do about that. You cannot force someone to take a vaccine.
Right.
Okay, that was Dr. Fauci a year ago. Here's also Nancy Pelosi a year ago.
So here's the thing. We cannot require someone to be vaccinated.
Okay, wait, and again, why a year ago? What is the point of this, right? Obviously, shit changes. Obviously, situations are updated. What is the point of this? Especially when you have like a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that is constantly evolving. Why would you go back a year ago to pull quotes from people? Like it's some kind of own. Like why not just find out what they think about it now? I guess unless we're being ultra charitable, maybe your goal is to show that they... unless you're trying to say like they never originally wanted to be forthcoming about their position, like were they misleading you the whole time? Or is it that they're walking back promises? If you view these, maybe if we're trying to be really charitable, I guess, but...
Here's the thing. We cannot require someone to be vaccinated. That's just not what we can do. It is a matter of privacy to know who is or who isn't.
So it seems like Dr. Fauci and Nancy Pelosi are talking about a principle. And those are the principles that lefties are supposed to be adhering to. And so that's not about, well, if the science changes, then we can man. That's not what they're saying at all. They're saying, no, you can't do this as a matter of principle. Joe Biden was also asked last year when he was president-elect, are you going to enforce mandates? And here's what he says. Are you going to enforce mandates?
No, I don't think it should be mandatory. I wouldn't demand to be mandatory, but I would do everything in my power. Just like I don't think masks have to be made mandatory nationwide.
But now people are thinking differently. This is from the ACLU. It says, far from compromising them, vaccine mandates actually further civil liberties. They protect the most vulnerable people with disabilities and fragile immune systems, children too young to be vaccinated, and communities of color hit hard by the disease.
This branches off into like a way different thing that's not necessarily related to this. Man, dude, the ACLU has fallen from grace. Now, I personally am in favor of mandates because this disease and having to spend time on this, but I would expect the ACLU to be repping the other side of this. I think the ACLU, almost on principle, should probably be anti-mandate because they should be fighting for your American civil liberties, right? Not the right of the government to expand power and mandate shit against you, but probably the right of the workers to resist if they wish. This is a super duper ultra fucking weird tweet from the ACLU. I don't know. But the ACLU has gotten so unfortunately like politically corrupted. Oh man, it's actually so sad to see this. But whatever.
Now, what is the argument against that? Well, first of all, it's funny that they put liberty and mandate in one sentence. That's very funny. And Robert Malone, who invented the mRNA vaccine technology,
Stop saying. Anytime somebody says Robert Malone invented the mRNA technology, that's not how these technologies work. And he's not even the one that's given the most credit for the discovery of the mRNA or the invention of this technology. Don't say that. Nobody nobody invents like a highly complicated like piece of medical technology. Like this is the confluence of like tons of different researchers. It's so cringe that people give this Robert Malone loser so much fucking credit, especially when he's like a crackpot conspiracy theorist now. I'm pretty sure Doris had him on his fucking program before to suck him off, but...
Funny. And Robert Malone, who invented the mRNA vaccine technology, retweeted that and said, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. But here's the argument against what the ACLU just said. The argument, coronavirus immunity passports are not the answer. A system of...
Isn't the point to show that they will continually allow to encroach? This is just what I hear from docs in my hospital that wonder where this ends.
The problem is, what do you mean by encroach? Like, things change as situations change. I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, oh, well, we didn't think this was this like 5 years ago, and now we don't want to encroach, so we're just going to fucking kill ourselves now. Like, that's such a stupid fucking mentality. Like, the idea should be, what do we need to do right now, given the data that exists right now? Not this weird childlike game of, well, 2 years ago, you said you weren't going to say, okay, well, shit was different 2 years ago, right? I think a year ago, people probably thought when the vaccines came out, we'd be done and everybody would be over this. But that doesn't seem to be the case. We still have a lot of people that get infected. We still have a lot of, blow-up spots in different areas. It doesn't seem to be as handled as we would have liked it to be. I don't even know, when did the Delta variant even come into existence? I don't even think the Delta variant existed a year ago, did it? Like, obviously these things are going to change as time goes on. There's like 2 battles to play here. One is the like, okay, well, what are our good scientific ideas in terms of like how we approach things? And then the second thing is this weird game of like, well, you said that thing, so now you're saying that thing, so I don't think you can say this thing anymore. It's like, okay, who the fuck cares? Grow the fuck up.
Of immunity passports in the United States.
Hold on. So for Doug Q in YouTube chat, so Destiny supports mandates but doesn't like the ACLU taking his side. Okay, the ACLU doesn't exist to represent the interests of the government. The ACLU typically represents the interests of citizens against the government. That's why it's called the American Civil Liberties Union, not the American Government Enforcement Union. So yeah, just because I support something doesn't mean I think every single person should necessarily be arguing my side of it, you fucking moron, right? Because I'm not a one-dimensional fucking nitwit like you are that thinks that if I have an opinion on every single fucking person in the universe needs to automatically agree and advocate advocate for my position. Having a strong ACLU that fights back against the government, even if it's things that you agree with, is essential for ensuring American liberties, because you want somebody to be pushing the other side as well, to make sure that when you do enact things, even if I do agree with it, it should be done in the most like legislatively or constitutionally friendly way possible, because you don't want the government to just go crazy mandating shit that it doesn't have the authority to do so, okay? Fuck. I also think the ACLU is justified in defending the liberties of the immunocompromised. Why? Who the fuck cares? The ACLU isn't a medical organization. The ACLU isn't here to defend the immunocompromised. The ACLU is here to defend American civil liberties. That's in the name.
It threatens to exacerbate.
Clearly, I understand that things change, but how much latitude do you want to allow the government?
As much as we vote for them to have.
Sir, a system of immunity passports in the United States threatens to... Do
you mind mentioning the other examples of the ACLU being corrupted and veering off of its original intent? So, like, 20 years ago, the ACLU used to defend, like, fucking Nazis, like, doing marches and shit, or crazy, like, First Amendment people, like, or, like, atheists or whatever, right? The ACLU was very much like, we're gonna find, like, arguably the most unpopular people in the entire fucking country, and then we're gonna go and defend those people and their civil liberties, because that's what the ACLU represented. But nowadays, the ACLU seems more kind of just like another wing of like the left, like Democratic Party, where they're like pro BLM and pro civil rights, and I shouldn't say civil rights because civil rights would be in the purview of the ACLU, but they're like pro like progressive agenda, blah blah blah, which isn't really I always reference this article, and we found it one time. There's a really interesting write-up from people that left the ACLU that have opinions on this. But I don't know. Like I remember the ACLU growing up. Man, dude, a lot of people hated the ACLU growing up. Everybody hated the ACLU. Only one group of people really likes the ACLU, and that was libertarians, okay? Like conservatives would hate the ACLU because they would like defend like atheists and crazy free speech. People on the left would hate the ACLU because they defend like Nazis and KKK. They'd be like crazy. Like people, everybody hated the ACLU. But now the ACLU seems more kind of like a left progressive extension of like bullshit or whatever, yeah. Actually, I mentioned this so much, and now that they're brought up, I kind of want to just, let's read this real quick, sorry. Once a bastion of free speech, the ACLU faces an identity crisis. An organization that has defended the First Amendment rights of Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan is split by an internal debate over whether supporting progressive causes is more important. And this is a New York Times article, so you can't accuse us of being right-wing bias or blah, 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 blah. It was supposed to be the celebration of a grand career as the American Civil Liberties Union presented a prestigious award to the longtime lawyer David Goldberger. He had argued one of its most famous cases defending the free speech rights of Nazis in the 1970s to march in Skokie, Illinois, home to many Holocaust survivors. Mr. Goldberger, now 79, adored the ACLU, but at a celebratory luncheon in 2017, he listened to one speaker after another and he felt a growing unease. A law professor argued that the free speech rights of the far right were not worthy of defense by the ACLU and that black people experienced offensive speech far more viscerally than white allies. In the hallway outside, an ACLU official argued it was perfectly legitimate for his lawyers to decline to defend hate speech. By the way, also real quick, somebody correct me wrong. Hate speech is not like a thing in the United States. It's not a real thing. There is no such thing as like hate speech. That's to be like defined on any private website terms and services. But like hate speech is not like a crime in the United States. It might be in the UK or whatever, but there is not like a hate speech crime in the US. This is not like a legal thing. It's just it exists in the TOS in certain websites or whatever. Mr. Goldberger, hold on, let me qualify that one more. I don't mean to say that it's not real that people can't be hateful or have like hate speech or whatever. I just mean it's not like a legally defined thing, okay? Sorry, Jesus. Mr. Goldberger, a Jew who defended the free speech of those whose views he found repugnant, felt profoundly discouraged. I got the sense that it was more important for ACLU staff to identify with clients and progressive causes than to stand on principle, he said in a recent interview. Liberals are leaving the First Amendment behind. The ACLU, America's high temple of free speech and civil liberties, has emerged as a muscular and richly funded progressive powerhouse in recent years, taking on the Trump administration in more than 400 lawsuits. But the organization finds itself riven with internal tensions over whether it has stepped away from a founding principle, unwavering devotion to the First Amendment. Its national and state members debate, often hotly, whether defense of speech conflicts with advocacy for a growing number of progressive causes, including voting rights, reparations, transgender rights, and defunding the police. These debates mirror those of the larger culture, where a belief in the centrality of free speech to American democracy contends with ever more forceful progressive arguments that hate speech is a form of psychological and even physical violence. These conflicts are unsettling to many of the crusading lawyers who helped build the ACLU. There are a lot of organizations fighting eloquently for racial justice and immigrant rights, Mr. Glasser says, but there's only one ACLU that is a content-neutral defender of free speech. I fear that we're in danger of losing that. Founded a century ago, the ACLU... This is the organization, said its former director, Ira Glasser, risks surrendering its original and unique mission in pursuit of progressive glory. Okay. Founded a century ago, the ACLU took root in the defense of conscientious objectors to World War I and Americans accused of communist sympathies after the Russian Revolution. Its lawyers made their bones by defending the free speech rights of labor organizers and civil rights activists, the Nation of Islam, and the Ku Klux Klan. Their willingness to advocate for speech, no matter how offensive, was central to their shared identity. One hears markedly less from the ACLU about free speech nowadays. Its annual reports from 2017 to 2019 highlight its role as a leader in the resistance against President Donald J. Trump. But the words First Amendment or free speech cannot be found.
Sup, dude.
Sup. Nor do those reports mention colleges and universities where the most volatile speech battles often play out. Since Mr. Trump's election, the ACLU budget has nearly tripled to more than $300 million as its corps of lawyers doubled. The same number of lawyers, 4, specialized in free speech as a decade ago. Some ACLU lawyers and staff members argue that the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech and press, as well as freedom of religion, assembly, and petitioning the government, is more often a tool of the powerful than the oppressed. I heard an argument a long time ago that has always stuck with me. This definitely comes from my libertarian days. But the argument that I heard a long time ago that I'm still like, I still feel is absolutely true. Powerful people and popular speech doesn't need protection. The First Amendment doesn't exist for powerful people because you're powerful. Nobody's attacking your speech, right? You own it. You own the platforms, right? That's fine. The First Amendment exists to protect, like, by definition, unpopular speech. Unpopular speech is speech that needs protecting, right? This is why you would write or codify into law, defenses of this stuff. First Amendment protections are disproportionately enjoyed by people of power and privilege, said Dennis Parker, who directed the organization's racial justice program until he left in late 2018. To which David Cole, the national legal director of the ACLU, rejoined in an interview, "Everything that Black Lives Matter does is possible because of the First Amendment." A tragedy also haunts the ACLU's wrenching debates over free speech. In August of 2017, officials in Charlottesville, Virginia, rescinded a permit for far-right groups to rally downtown in support of a statue to the Confederate General Robert E. Lee. Officials instead relocated the demonstration outside the city's core. The ACLU of Virginia argued that this violated the free speech rights of the far-right group and won, preserving the right for the group to parade downtown. With too few police officers who reacted too passively, the demonstration turned ugly and violent. In addition to fistfights, the far-right loosed anti-Semitic and racist chants, and a right-wing demonstrator plowed his car into counter-protesters, killing a woman. Dozens were injured in the tumult. Revulsion swelled within the ACLU, and many assailed its executive director, Anthony Romero, and legal director, Mr. Cole, as privileged and clueless. The ACLU unfurled new guidelines that suggested lawyers should balance taking a free speech case representing right-wing groups whose values are contrary to our values against the potential such a case might give offense to marginalized groups. ACLU leaders asserted that nothing substantive had changed. We should recognize the cost to our allies, but we are committed to represent those whose views we regard as repugnant, Mr. Cole said in an interview with the New York Times. But longtime free speech advocates like Floyd Abrams, perhaps the nation's leading private First Amendment lawyer, disagreed. The new guidelines left him aghast. The last thing they should be thinking about in a case is which ideological side profits, he said. The ACLU that used to exist would have said exactly the opposite. The 2016, a common enemy. Wait, hold on. Boom, okay. A common enemy. The 2016 election blew like a hurricane over the ACLU lawyers texted over the ACLU. Over the ACLU. There needs to be a different thing than a period to abbreviate shit. That's confusing. Sorry. The 2016 election blew like a hurricane over the ACLU. Lawyers texted one another in disbelief. A deputy director broke into sobs as he told his 4-year-old that Mr. Trump had won. Some staff members spoke of a nation irredeemably racist. Mr. Romero, who was a Latino and the organization's first non-white executive director, arrived at the office just past dawn the next day. He crafted a letter to Mr. Trump and ran it as a full-page ad in the Times, attacking the president-elect on such issues as immigration and abortion rights. If you do not reverse course and instead endeavor to make these campaign promises a reality, he warned, you will have to contend with the full firepower of the ACLU. The ACLU became an embodiment of anti-Trump resistance. More than $1 million in donations sluiced? I don't know how to pronounce this word. sluiced into its coffers within 24 hours, and tens of millions of dollars followed in 2017, making the organization better funded than ever before. Salaries reflected that. Mr. Romero now makes $650,000, and some lawyers and senior management $400,000. Its 2017 annual report came with "resist" superimposed on an image, the Statue of Liberty. Jesus. When Brett M. Kavanaugh was nominated for the Supreme Court, the ACLU surprised longtime supporters by entering the fray, broadcasting a commercial that strongly suggested the judge was guilty of sexual assault. When a book argued that the increase in the number of teenage girls identifying as transgender was a craze caused by social contagion, a transgender ACLU lawyer sent a tweet that startled traditional backers who remembered its many fights against book censorship and banning. Stopping the circulation of this book and these ideas is 100% a hill I will die on. Yikes. The ACLU embraced dormitories set aside for Black and Latino students and argued that police forces were inherently white supremacist. "We need to defund the budgets," Mr. Romero said last year. "It's the only way we're going to take power back." Mr. Romero insisted that he oversaw no retreat from the fight for free speech and points to key cases to underscore that. In recent years, the ACLU argued that the attempt by Governor Andrew M. Cuomo of New York to deny the National Rifle Association access to financial services infringed on freedom of speech, defended motorists' rights to put the Confederate flag on specialty license plates, and criticized Facebook and Twitter for banning Mr. Trump. I recall a conversation with a Planned Parenthood leader after we defended the right of protesters to stand outside clinics, Mr. Romero said. She was annoyed and told me, "When you lie down with wolves, you wake up with fleas." I replied, "If I have fleas, I wash them off in the morning." Still, wow, so deep. Still, many of the group's newly hired lawyers, the staff, the staff has grown markedly more diverse under Mr. Romero, who is the organization's first openly gay executive director, often are more energized by issues that range beyond and sometimes collide with free speech advocacy. Am I sorry that I leaned into our opposition to Trump? Hell no, Mr. Romero said. I'm asked, are we a free speech or racial justice organization? And I answer, yes, we are a domestic human rights organization. That said, in an interview, Mr. Romero acknowledged missteps. The ACLU in 2018, The ACLU in 2018 poured $800,000 into what looked like a campaign ad for Stacey Abrams during her bid for governor of Georgia. A questionable move for a nonprofit organization that calls itself nonpartisan. I probably would do a different ad today, to be completely candid, Mr. Romero said. The $1 million anti-Kavanaugh ad campaign, which compared his denial of a sexual assault accusation to Bill Cosby's incredulity at mounting allegations, and Bill Clinton's lie about an affair, left some longtime lawyers inside the ACLU uncomfortable. No organization aside from the U.S. government argues more cases before the Supreme Court, and ACLU amicus briefs have drawn praise from even the strictly conservative Justice Clarence Thomas. I share the discomfort with the ACLU's engaging in partisan-looking activities. It risks taking luster off our reputation as straight shooters, noted Ben Wisner, the longtime head of the ACLU's Free Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project. Amici briefs. The money that flooded into the ACLU after Mr. Trump's election allowed Mr. Romero to flex the organization's progressive muscles and greatly increase the size of its staff. Many of the new employees, however, were not nearly as supportive of the ACLU's traditional civil liberties work. They worked inside their policy silos, focused on issues like immigration, transgender rights, and racial justice. Some fired off tweets like bottle rockets, causing headaches and confusion. This Mark, Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, who survived a bout with the coronavirus, was conducting confirmation hearings for a former ACLU lawyer who was nominated to serve as Associate Attorney General, Rebecca McCrae. Rebecca McCrae, an ACLU editor, listened to the sharp tone of Mr. Grassley, a Republican, as he grilled the nominee and felt a flush of anger. She tweeted, "Tried to watch Vanita Gupta's confirmation hearing, but got too angry. That Chuck Grassley survived COVID."
Holy shit, that's
Mr. Romero quickly apologized to Mr. Grassley's staff and took no action against his staffer. Asked about Ms. McCrae, he responded, "She is highly valued by me." Those who control the official ACLU Twitter account can prove erratic at the national and state levels. In 2018, the Trump administration proposed revamping Obama-era regulations on Title IX, which set guidelines for investigations of sexual harassment and assault on campuses. It strengthened protections for the accused. The ACLU tweet in response to the news was scathing. This promotes an unfair process, inappropriately favoring the accused. Because the ACLU has championed the due process rights of the accused for 100 years, the tweet came as a surprise. It turned out that a staff member at the ACLU's Women's Rights Project had typed and clicked send. Mr. Cole, the legal director, saw the tweet, and as the organization addressed the issue going forward, it stated that the Trump rules offered important provisions that promote fair process for all parties. In another case, a police officer in Columbus, Ohio, fatally shot 16-year-old Makia Bryant as she tried to plunge a knife into a young woman. The ACLU of Ohio tweeted, "At Columbus police murdered a 15-year-old black girl." Here, too, was another example. In this case, an ACLU affiliate of seemingly overriding its traditional insistence on the presumption of innocence. Videos show that the officer made a split-second decision, and murder is determined in a court. Mr. Romero was philosophical about the cacophony. "My staff are the major consumers of freedom of speech within the organization," he said. But in interviews, several younger lawyers suggested a toll taken. Their generational cohort, they said, placed less value on free speech, making it uncomfortable for them to express views internally that diverged from progressive orthodoxy. A dogmatism descends sometimes inside the ACLU, noted Alejandro Augustin Ortiz, a lawyer with the Racial Justice Project. You hesitate before you question a belief that is ascendant among your peer group. Some argued for carefully vetting hires. "I never do a job interview without raising Skokie/Charlottesville and asking if they are Charlottesville and asking if they are comfortable with that history," said a lawyer who asked not to be named because of the fear of inflaming colleagues. Not many colleagues agree. It's about the cause. Mr. Romero offered a verbal shrug. "I reject that we need an entrance exam on civil liberties to establish the bona fides needed to work here," he said. The ACLU has in fact often glorified in its internal contentions. It split over decisions to represent the Nazis in the 30s, the Ku Klux Klan in the 60s, and the Nazis again in the 70s. After Skokie, a leader of the left-wing National Lawyers Guild, complained of its poisonous even-handedness. In the 1980s, Nadine Strozen, the ACLU's former president, wrote an essay defending it against charges of trendy liberalism. All of this prefigured current tensions, not least the debacle at Charlottesville. Dissent from within. Less than 2 months after that terrible day in Charlottesville, Claire Gastanaga, then the executive director of the ACLU chapter in Virginia, drove to the College of William and Mary to talk about free speech. One of her board members had resigned after Charlottesville, tweeting, "When a free speech claim is the only thing standing in the way of the Nazis killing people, maybe don't take the case." Jesus. Miss Gastanaga planned to argue that by defending the rights of the objectionable, the ACLU preserved the rights of all. She walked on stage, and dozens of students who proclaimed themselves allied with Black Lives Matter approached with signs. "Good, I like this," Miss Gastanaga said. "This illustrates very well." Those were the last of her words that could be heard. "ACLU, you protect Hitler too," the students chanted, setting up a line that stretched the width of the stage. They took in front of the stage, and Miss Gastanaga and for half an hour blocked anyone in the audience from approaching and talking with her. She eventually left. "The revolution," the students chanted, "will not uphold the Constitution." The debate inside the ACLU proved scarcely less charged. People were rubbed raw, said Mr. Parker, who directed its Racial Justice Project and took part in these impassioned discussions. "I've never seen anything like it." A decade earlier, Mr. Parker, who is black, debated before taking a job at the ACLU. He had worried about representing white fascists of the sort who paraded around in Charlottesville. "I have a predisposition to be less concerned about the rights of people who would like to see me dead, and that did complicate my decision." So keep in mind, this is an organization who had a Jewish lawyer who was defending Nazis in the Skokie marches or whatever, right? But after Charlottesville, Mr. Cole wrote an essay in the New York Review of Books that defended the decision. "We protect the First Amendment not only because it is the lifeblood of democracy and an indispensable element of freedom, but because it is the guarantor of civil society itself," he wrote. That ignited anger among some 200 staff members who signed a letter stating the essay was oblivious to the ACLU's institutional racism. Oh, geez. The ACLU's upper ranks are diverse. 12 of the top 21 leaders are either Black, Latino, or Asian. 14 are women. David's approach fails to consider how our broader mission, which includes advancing the racial justice guarantees in the Constitution and elsewhere, not just the First Amendment, continues to be undermined by our rigid stance, they wrote. The ACLU held wide-ranging discussions with its staff, and summary sheets of those gatherings captured the raw feelings within. One group demanded that the ACLU no longer defend white supremacists. Another said top leaders are not to be trusted alone with making decisions on these delicate questions. The ACLU lawyers who defend speech acknowledge tension. I don't sleep or eat well when I take cases defending such clients, but this is who we are, said Emerson Sykes, a black lawyer who previously worked to represent those who struggle for free speech and assembly across Africa. I have worked in countries where the governments lock you up for speech. Other senior officials, however, pointedly distanced themselves from the Virginia affiliate, saying that it failed to recognize the nature of its client. They got snookered, said a longtime senior leader with the ACLU involved with many decisions over the years. We don't want to be in-house counsel for the NRA or the alt-right. AWOL on campus? 2 decades ago, as free speech battles erupted on college campuses, a new civil liberties group took shape to vigorously advocate for First Amendment principles called the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education. The organization was purposely non-ideological and nonpartisan. A founder, Harvey Silverglate, had served on the board of the ACLU of Massachusetts and considers it an ally even as he sees its limits. When you deal with campus hate speech, you know they most often won't file a brief with you, Mr. Silverglate said. Mr. Romero, he added, is not a liberal, he's a progressive. His ACLU prefers cause work. It may be an overstatement. Mr. Wisner, who runs the ACLU's Free Speech Project, has represented the National Security Agency whistleblower Edward Snowden and rattled off important cases his lawyers handled. But FIRE, he acknowledged, has taken a strong lead on campuses where so many consequential battles are fought. FIRE does not have the same tensions, Mr. Wisner said. At the ACLU, free speech is one of 12 or 15 different values. Traditionally, the ACLU state affiliates monitor and argue free speech cases, but in recent years, some shied from such fights. Here are a few examples. In 2015, University of Missouri students protested racism and established an encampment in a campus quad. When a student journalist tried to take photos and talk to protesters, students and a communications professor physically blocked the reporter from doing so. The ACLU of Missouri applauded the courageous leadership of student activists and faculty members, and 2 national ACLU officials wrote columns about the protests. They did not mention First Amendment rights. 4 years later, at the University of Connecticut, 2 white students walking home late at night loudly repeated a racial slur. In the ensuing uproar, the university police arrested and charged the students with ridicule on account of race. The ACLU of Connecticut demanded that the university hire 10 black faculty and staff members and require a freshman course on ending racism on campus. It made no mention of the arrests other than to opine that the police force is an inherently white supremacist institution. 2 days later, Mr. Cole issued a corrective. The students' conduct is not criminal, he stated. The First Amendment protects even offensive and hateful speech. Even the New York Civil Liberties Union, traditionally an independent-minded ACLU affiliate that has produced several national executive directors and stood at the forefront in defending free speech cases, did not want to talk about these issues. A spokeswoman for its executive director, Donna Lieberman, said, "We don't feel we'll have anything to add." Such reticence sounded like terra incognito to Norman Siegel, who led the New York group when Mayor Rudolph W. Giuliani tried to block the Ku Klux Klan from rallying downtown in 1999. The Klan was anathema to Mr. Siegel, but he fought like a cornered cat for its First Amendment rights. "Did I give anyone else a veto? No way," he said. "I would have compromised my integrity." Mr. Siegel, who was white, drew support from the black publisher of the Amsterdam News and from the Reverend Al Sharpton, a black activist who filed suit in support of the NYCLU. Mr. Siegel recalled receiving a standing ovation from a black audience. A woman came up and said, "You did the right thing. If Giuliani could shut down the Klan, he would do it with us," he recalled. Yeah, okay, sorry. I read this a while ago. I think I mentioned this on stream, but I never read it. But this is kind of like an idea of like the changing of what the ACLU's mission was. If you're only like 23 or younger or whatever, maybe you don't remember as much, but I feel like I remember growing up, just like everybody hated the ACLU. They only cared about one thing, which was the First Amendment. And like, yeah. But, okay. Oh, this didn't make it to, our politics, 159 comments. I wonder what they said about it. I haven't heard a better take on where we are right now and how issues of free speech are different than they were before. Oh, nice. Or maybe. Oh, never mind. No, he's, yeah, so he's. Oh, this is a negative comment or positive comment about the article. 14 upvotes. Okay. My understanding is that America is relatively unique in our protections of freedom of speech. I do think that they go, I think, quite a bit farther than most other countries in the world. Like, we don't, like, I think it's pretty common across a lot of European countries that you actually do have hate speech laws where you can get in trouble for saying certain things and telling certain jokes.
Yeah, of course, bro.
But
what the fuck?
So, I mean, it is a nice thing. Okay, sorry. Anyway, all of that to say, I just found this ACLU tweet cringe because it's not their job to be fighting for vaccine mandates. They should probably be fighting the other end for your civil liberties to resist said mandates. That's their job. But okay.
And Robert Malone, who invented the mRNA vaccine
I already said this. Robert Malone didn't, but yeah.
Technology retweeted that and said, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. But here's the argument against what the ACLU just said. The argument, coronavirus immunity passports are not the answer. A system of immunity passports in the United States threatens to exacerbate racial disparities and harm the civil liberties of all. Any immunity passport system endangers privacy rights by creating a new surveillance infrastructure to collect health data. An immunity passport system would divide workers into two classes, the immune and the non-immune, and the latter might never be eligible for a given job short of contracting and surviving COVID-19 if an immune worker is available to take the slot. Given the lack of scientific support for reliable immunity determinations, no significant policy decisions should currently be made on the basis of presumed immunity. There are better ways to both advance public health and protect individual rights that we should focus on in order to emerge from this crisis without creating a new privacy invasive data infrastructure that threatens everyone's rights. And who said this? Who was giving the counter narrative, the argument against the ACLU? Well, it turns out it was the ACLU. So that's what the ACLU used to always think, like all lefties think. But now everybody's changed their mind. From Fauci to Pelosi to Biden to the goddamn ACLU, which we know turned into a bunch of shit libs, and it's because of Trump. So guess what? Why do you have a vaccine mandate if the vaccines no longer prevent transmission? So you're going to get, as Andy Slavitt, the COVID...
Why? You're psychotic. He has psychosis. He has psychosis. He has psychosis. This guy is psychotic, okay? Why do people keep saying, if it's not 100%, it doesn't do anything? Why would you mandate this if it doesn't do anything? Like, stop saying this. Please, stop saying this, okay? It's not 100%, okay? Of course it's not 100%. We know that. That's not an argument for or against anything. That's just an argument of stupid fucking shit, okay?
The director said, everyone's going to get COVID. You can't get away from it. It's like the flu. You can't get rid of the flu. You can't get rid of COVID. And the vaccine no longer prevents transmission. That's according to the CDC. Now, you tell me what the rationale for...
What is vaccines no longer prevent transmission? I mean, like, they never 100% prevented transmission. No one ever said that. That was never a claim ever, that they prevent all transmission. That's never, ever, ever been a claim, ever. That's never been a claim.
Mandates are. It's not about health. Because vaccines protect the person who got the vaccine. It no longer protects the person who didn't. So if you need the vaccine, you should get the vaccine because it will protect you from serious illness and hospitalization. But it will no longer prevent you from transmitting it. So a mandate to get a vaccine to protect other people is anti-science. And they're doing it. 9,000 New York workers leave as a vaccine mandate takes effect.
Oh, this is New York City workers. Didn't like 10,000 cops say they were going to leave, and at the end of the day, there were like 34 of them that actually left? Wasn't it like some really...
So those are cops.
Serious question. Can you be anti-vax and still be a leftist?
So there's an Australian guy that came on here named Kyosin AU, and he gave the lefty argument against vaccine mandates, which in a strong union culture can make sense. if you are a lefty, and if you are somebody that believes like in strong worker rights, then arguably mandates are bad because they take away some negotiating power from workers. So if workers want to, if jobs want to require you to be vaccinated, then maybe you should be able to get something. You should be able to get something from your job in order, you should be able to get something from your job in exchange for that negotiation, which is like an okay-ish argument, I guess.
Those are medics. Those are EMT. Those are firemen. Nurses are in short supply. Employers worry vaccine mandate could make it worse. Chicago school bus drivers quit in droves. Over the 10% of their bus drivers quit. Those are blue-collar workers of color. Workers rally against New York Presbyterian's COVID vaccine mandate for staff. And by the way, only 20%, 80% of young black New Yorkers are vaccinated. So this is who this is a war on, young black, young people of color. Everybody thinks it's dunking on Trumpers, but it's also dunking on the most vulnerable workers in our society. Here's the New York governor orders National Guard to fill New York hospital shortages caused by staffers not vaccinated against COVID. You're firing healthcare workers in the middle of a pandemic. I don't think this is about health. And you're replacing them with National Guard who also are not mandated to be vaccinated until June 2022. Did you know that? That half the National Guard aren't vaccinated and they don't have to be mandated until June 2022. So this isn't about health.
What's it about, Jimmy? Tell us.
Black Lives Matter of Greater New York blast the vaccine mandates as racist and disrespectful. Is he a Trumper? Richard Wolff says it's not pro versus anti-vaccine. The issue is class struggle. Have employers...
I've met tons of lefty anti-vaxxers. Once you've sold yourself on one conspiracy theory, the rest just flow and easy.
Dictates mandates become intolerable for employees. Record job quitting, strikes, refusals of max vaccine mandates say yes.
Okay, I've got two things. I've seen across two different chats, people say that National Guard has to be vaccinated by November. Army outlines, the Army National Guard will have until June 30th of 2022. Wait, where do you see November? Why do you say November? Oh, this is the Army National Guard and Reserve soldiers. Guard airmen, blah, blah, blah. The Air Force active duty airmen have until November 2nd. The Navy also previously announced that active duty. Okay, I don't actually know. Is the Army National Guard the National Guard, or does everybody have a different National Guard? Is there like an Air Force National Guard and a fucking Navy National Guard? I have no idea. The Army National Guard is the National Guard. The Army National Guard have until June 30th then to be vaccinated, so that was correct. But they are only sending National Guard members who have been vaccinated for this. Oh, okay. Well, wait, can you link me a story on that? Hold on, now I have to see if I don't need to see if I believe you. Fact check, National Guard members would need vaccination to help with New York health care. The claim, nurses fired for refusing vaccine in New York can be replaced by unvaccinated National Guard members. The vaccine mandate for New York healthcare workers has sparked a misinformed conversation among social media workers. Or users, sorry. Nobody on social media works. By September 27th deadline, 92% of hospitals have received at least one dose. New York governor, okay, so the meme is, New York governor fired all hospital staff who didn't get the shot and replaced with the National Guard, reads the text in an image widely shared on Instagram. But the National Guard isn't mandated to get the shot until June 2022. Make it make sense. Fact check. The post, which accumulated over 1,500 likes since it was posted on October 1st, isn't the only one of its kind. Other versions accrued thousands more likes. This claim stems from a contingency plan New York Governor Kathy Hochul disclosed 2 days before the vaccine mandate went into effect. In it, she said the state could consider calling the National Guard and recruiting medical workers from other states or even overseas to cover shortages if needed. However, if called, National Guard members would have to be vaccinated, the state's health department told USA Today. USA Today reached out to the poster for comment. Hochul's plan includes preparing to sign an executive order to declare a state of emergency, which will allow out-of-state workers and other qualified healthcare professionals like recent graduates to assist New York hospitals facing worker shortages. However, they would have to be vaccinated in accordance with the vaccine mandate. Abigail Barker, a spokesperson of the New York State Department of Health, told USA Today in an email. Oh, cool. Yokel. Hey, this is what I said, how like if you actually just Google and read an article, you can be more informed than like even like the huge 10 million of you month commenters. Okay, so this idea that they're bringing in unvaccinated people to replace the unvaccinated people that just got fired is really stupid. But okay, all right. What was the other one? I think there was one more. that I had a question about. Oh, how many New York police quit strike? So far, 34 police officers and 40 civilian police employees have been placed on unpaid leave. How about 10% bus drivers quit? Mandates. Okay, here's this. Chicago school bus drivers were quit in droves over COVID vaccine mandate. Chicago public schools says 10% of their school bus drivers quit on Fridays are unwilling to get mandated vaccines. Okay, this seems to be true at least. 70 bus drivers quit in one day.
7 additional
probably
gyms.
around
Yes.
700 drivers if it was 10%. Jeez, damn. Okay.
Richard Wolf says it's not pro versus anti-vaccine. The issue is class struggle. Have employers' dictates, mandates become intolerable for employees? Record job quitting, strikes, refusals of max vaccine mandates say yes. Anti-mandate movement is not all right wing or anti-vax. Its labor militancy component deserves interest and support. It's an important opportunity to fight the right and build the left. So and by the way, let me just to drive this point home, you're going to mandate somebody who already had COVID get a vaccine, even though they have greater immunity than the vaccine provides?
So this was something that I think I've said before. So if you are infected by something, it seems to be the case that your body would be able to develop antibodies against like the 24 or 29 proteins or 27 proteins that the virus has. So natural immunity theoretically should yield greater protection rather than vaccinations that only target a single protein. So there's two big corrections on that. So one, I think technically your immune system isn't actually identifying 25 different proteins over the actual virus. It's just the 4 that are involved in the shell to get to get that strand of mRNA into your cells. RNA, I think. RNA. Right? I think a coronavirus RNA virus. So one, your body doesn't actually train against like all 25. It's just, I think it's mainly just the 4 that come into your body to protect the virus as it's on its way to a cell. Secondly, though,
with delta's R value being 6, wouldn't 100% vaccine coverage with a 60% effective vaccine just lower the R value to 2.3? It's not going away.
Nice, ask your mom. Also, another thing is, I think research just came out. So this is one study that is very new. But I think it showed that the drop-off in natural immunity was actually significant versus vaccines, such that it actually does seem like natural immunity is dropping off quicker than vaccine-based immunity is. And then, which is interesting to me because it seems to be counterintuitive. But then I think it's a CDC study. But then something that I read was that, fuck, I don't even think I could get this from a YouTube video. You probably take like a whole course on this. I don't know how complicated this could get. Take everything I say with a grain of salt because I don't know if this is actually any of this is true. Okay, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. So something that I've read is that let's say that you get infected with the coronavirus. Okay. Your body is going to see these 4 proteins that are encapsulating the RNA strand, okay? It's going to see these 4 proteins, and it's going to develop a way to identify and counteract with all of these, right? Now, if you're getting the mRNA vaccination, then the only thing that your body is seeing is like the spike protein, so it's only one thing. So theoretically, the idea is that, okay, well, if your body sees all 4, it can develop more antibodies, that's fine. So something that I read somebody say this, okay? I read a random person say this, so this might be completely wrong. Supposedly your body produces or can produce in certain situations the most easy to produce antibody that works, but might not be the most effective. So it might be the case that in identifying these 4 proteins, your body learns to massively produce one antibody that targets a couple of these proteins, but they're not actually the most effective ones to target if you were trying to destroy the virus or prevent it from making you very sick. If that were the case, then only seeing a single protein, arguably the most important one, the spike protein, which the virus needs to bind to a cell, to that ACE2 receptor and actually inject its load, blow its fat load into your cell, arguably or maybe inarguably, I guess, as more data comes out, just training your immune system against this one hyper-specific protein is actually going to be more beneficial than seeing the entirety of the virus and getting an immune system that sees all of these. Now, this is like the mechanical explanation that I've read. I don't know if that's 100% true, and this seems to get way farther into immune responses than I don't have the background for that. I don't know that. I just don't have the education, and I haven't like gleaned this from a YouTube video. So the CDC has a study out now that says that. Oh, fuck, did we even read this on stream? Fuck my brain. I might have a brain lapse. We might have even done. I don't remember sometimes what I read on stream versus what I just read off stream because I talk about everything so much. We didn't read this one on stream. Okay. So I believe that with this study, when they were tracking hospitalizations and everything from people that had the virus versus people that had versus people that just had a vaccination, people that were naturally infected were having worse hospitalization outcomes upon reinfection rather than people that were vaccinated and had breakthrough infections. So that's actually pretty interesting or crazy. So this would seem to show you that even if you had like the Pfizer vaccine, 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, and then somebody else had a full-blown round of the SARS-CoV-2 infection, the COVID-19 disease, if you were both reinfected, then the person who had COVID-19 is more likely to have a worse outcome than you who just had the vaccine. Yeah, okay. And I think that's what this study, and they tried to control for a lot in this too. Like they were going for, they talk about how, so previous infections with the virus, or COVID can provide immunity, blah, blah, blah. So they use data to examine adults. They were trying to take infections within a certain time period to rule out like other types of confounds and stuff, or to make sure people weren't getting false positives and then having like the disease later or whatever. Like, yeah. But yeah, so, okay. So it's still true that natural immunity to reinfection is probably stronger. It's just that natural immunity to hospitalization might not be. No, it was that natural immunity is inferior in both ways to the mRNA vaccines, at least. So you're less likely to get sick if you're vaccinated, and you're less likely to get infected if you're vaccinated, or you're less likely to get infected and you're less likely to have a negative hospital outcome. Now, I will say, this is just one study by the CDC. That might change. So I don't know if this early release might mean preprint. If that's what that means, it's not actually published yet. So this might be garbage that just gets completely pulled, or maybe there is an issue later on with the study that they'll talk about, and then we found out that that's not the case. But yeah, just something to keep in mind. Yeah.
This was asked to Dr. Fauci by Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
There was a study that came out of Israel about natural immunity, and basically the headline was that natural immunity provides a lot of protection, even better than the vaccines alone. What are people to make of that? So as we talk about vaccine mandates, I get calls all the time. People say, I've already had COVID, I'm protected, and now the study says maybe even more protected than the vaccine alone. Should they also get the vaccine? How do you make the case to them?
You know, that's a really good point, Sanjay. I don't have a really firm answer for you on that.
Okay. All right. So now you know this mandate is complete bullshit and has nothing to do.
Okay, why not let him at least finish his answer? So like and by the way, I kind of agree. If you were infected, if we're gonna do this passport shit, if you can prove a prior infection, I don't know, fuck, never mind. I just remembered my counter argument for this as I'm thinking of this. So in my opinion, if you could prove a prior infection, should that not give you some credit for like a vaccine passport? However, the only counter argument that I thought of before is that, like, if we do that, are we encouraging people to get natural infections? Because if that is the case, then maybe that's not good behavior. Yeah.
With health, he doesn't even have an answer for a question he knew was coming because there isn't an answer for it. But he is captured. You know what a regulatory capture means? That's what this guy is. He's the poster boy of it. So now let me bring in Dr. Richard Wolff. Always happy to talk to him. He's the host of the YouTube show, The Economic Update.
Doctor. I mean, yeah, it's Professor Counts, but I just, that's very funny. It's very convenient. Sorry, okay.
Democracy at Work, author of many books, including his most recent, The System is the Sickness, When Capitalism Fails to Save Us from Pandemics or Itself. Pleased to have with us Professor Richard Wolff. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Jimmy. Glad to be here.
So now, how would you respond to the what you just saw here and the pushback you got from just saying that? Explain to people how about this is about class struggle.
Okay, I'd be glad to. I think the way to start is to recognize and to applaud, at least if you come from the political directions that you and I share, Jimmy, that there is a kind of rising of working people that we haven't seen in a long time. The government keeps these statistics about people who quit. We are having record numbers of American workers, many of them returning to jobs after the pandemic, and taking a long, hard look at that job and coming to the conclusion, if I can quote from a country and western song from a few years ago, you can take this job and shove it. And that's what they're figuring out. Now, it's not the best moment. It's a risk they take. Jobs are scarce. But you know, when people have had it, when it has built...
Are jobs really scarce? Aren't there like millions of filled jobs at the moment? Are they really? We need to read more on like what is happening in the job market right now. Wait, no, we don't. Well, no, we always should. You should always read more. Unemployment in the US is really low, isn't it? I thought it was so high, but it's not. I think unemployment is sub 5% again, right? So I don't even know if yeah, I don't actually know what people are talking about when they talk about the job shit. Feels like we need more workers. We need more Mexicans. That's I mean, like, right? Really, is it like we need to do the immigration shit, bring in more low-skilled workers? Because traditionally, people from Mexico are how people were filling out their jobs before.
Jobs are scarce, but you know, when people have had it, when it has built up for too long and it's too strong, they may not choose the best moment, but they said, I'm out of here. I'm not going to be treated like this anymore.
It's a nice trap.
Number one. Number two, we're seeing a strike wave, the likes of which we haven't seen for a long time. You know, Kellogg, Nabisco, John Deere, there's a whole bunch of them. And many that we don't even know about that are smaller and don't get coverage. But I want to make a point about that. It is getting more coverage than labor struggles used to get. Yes. It's almost as though people in the media all over the place smell or sense that something is going on. And so for me, when I watch the working people that I know saying, I don't want to be mandated, I understand that it's mostly not about the details of the science. They're not familiar with all of that. It's not about that they don't believe in vaccines. They've been vaccinating themselves and their children for a long time, and it's a normal procedure of life. But they don't want to be told again what they must do by pharmaceutical companies and government bureaucrats for whom they have lost what little respect they had. And so they're pushing back. And if they don't get a vaccine, I think that's a shame. I'm vaccinated. I'm glad I'm vaccinated. I understand your position about it as well. But I don't see this as an issue so much of science or of what the CDC says. This is a movement that the left should be in there saying, you're right to be angry at mandates. That didn't have to be done. There's 100 ways you can organize to talk about and to work out procedures, have your different scientific points of view presented in a rational way, and then make a democratic decision that allows people the personal and private decisions they want to make. The rest is a scare campaign, and I've seen them before, and the ultimate objective is...
I think I can be sympathetic towards Richard Wolff's position here, even though I think his phrasing might be a little bit whatever, and that arguably it can be like a way to fight for labor rights and all that. But the way that he references the other side is really shit. that like, oh, it's a scare campaign and, you know, they don't care about the science. It's just about, and it's like,
Okay, don't. Mistakes were made.
In my mind, is to reestablish the ability of those who like to give other people mandates with a position to do so, and I don't think the left belongs there. Last point, I know the people on the right-wingers and all, they want to get in on this too. They would like to move the anti-mandate movement in their direction.
Yes.
I get that. They want to do that.
Yes.
We should be in there saying, no, you don't have to go in that direction. You don't have to be an anti-vaxxer. You don't have to. This is not necessary. You can take that impulse, that feeling, and join with other people to change the system that oppresses you, and not to get lost in some detail of science and medicine that really isn't the issue for us at this time.
A really good one.
So, well, very well said. So you don't even need the fact that a mandate is anti. You don't even need that argument, is what you're saying. And you're saying that it's a blunder of the left to cede this argument, this cause, over to people to the right, and then people will suck people because they're the only ones talking about it. I cannot, right. Richard, I couldn't. Yours was the first
So if we ignore like this hyper-specific argument and we go back to like the macro political argument that exists right now, I don't think there's any path forward where people on the left can be siding with people that don't want to get vaccines because of the mandate. I think like politically, I don't think that works. It's so much like a culture left versus right culture war thing now. I don't think you can realistically maneuver that without just walking back on everything it seems like you said before. I don't think you can do that.
I have found of any of the establishment COVID narrative policy from the lefty perspective. I haven't seen, I've been the only one out there that I know of on the left. And also we had on Michael Tracy. And only one from the left. And no one else seems to say, it's the same people who were telling you the truth about Russiagate, the same people who were telling you the truth about Syria, Venezuela. Those are the same handful of people who are telling you the truth now, giving you a critique anyway. At least there's a critique from the left on the establishment policies surrounding COVID and mandates. And I think, your credentials are impeccable, and you make the great argument that we cannot cede this to the right wing. And you do not have to push people away. I make the scientific argument that it's ridiculous. You're making the lefty critique that it divides class and it divides workers, and we shouldn't let this happen.
No, it's even stronger. It takes workers who are becoming militant, critics of the job situation, critics of the way they're treated on the job and by the government that the corporations control anyway. These people are beginning to move in quitting and striking. We should be in there. We should be applauding what they are doing. Sure, people make mistakes all the time, but I'll use your language, Jimmy. We're ceding it to the right if we allow the liberals and the others to collapse the people fighting against a mandate as if they were all people who were, against vaccines for anybody out of some abstract notion of science that isn't supported. That's not necessary. We can be pro-vax, and you've done that well, without being pro-mandate. By the way, the whole history of the labor movement is not to allow the employer to dictate to you what you are going to do. And, I'm the person who believes that the majority of people have an interest in not letting that happen. Do I always agree with the target? No, and it doesn't matter. This is where people feel strongly right now. Just like those who are quitting feel strongly about why they quit, and those who are striking feel strongly. And that militancy and that criticism of how they are treated, that's a flower to be nurtured on the left, not to be dropped into a bucket as if it's undistinguishable from all of the rest of the right wing. And by the way, when anyone says that, you're doing the job of the right wing. You're helping cement an alliance between them and this labor militancy. And man, that is politically stupid.
So what do you say to people? I've seen Keith Olbermann tweet out when the policemen, firemen, and paramedics were marching on the Brooklyn Bridge. He tweeted out, fire them all. Same thing with teachers. They were like, hey, we got teachers who are anti, they don't want to get the vax, fire them. Hey, we've got nurses that don't want to get the vax, fire them. What do you say to that? That to me is just so chilling.
Yeah, for me, it's a kind of a tragic slippage of these people, and I'm trying to be polite, but it's a tragic slippage of these people into reinforcing the very authoritarian hierarchy that we ought to be critics of. You know, this is a system that really didn't do a good job. I mean, the most important historical fact here is this one. The United States has 4.5% of the world's population and 20% of the world's COVID deaths. The establishment that ran this program
is that one. I don't. Aren't those numbers based on? Aren't those numbers taking into account that everybody is accurately reporting all of the coronavirus deaths, which is arguable for like China or I think some parts of Southeast Asia. I don't know how much. I haven't looked into if people think those numbers were fudged or not, or what but.
Is a failure.
Yes.
And a failure is not the one you put in a position to be ordering everybody else around. I mean, we could be saying this without allowing anyone to portray us as being against a vaccine. You know, I have 2 kids. They were vaccinated when they were born. The doctors told me this is important. Smallpox, I don't remember them all, whooping cough. You know, we do that. We've been doing, I don't want to be put in that box. That is misrepresenting us, but that does the work of the right wing, and I think we should be very, very cautious about that, to say the least.
Well, I really appreciate you saying all that. That's 100% right. They'll mandate a vaccine, but they won't mandate you get health care if you get sick from the virus or the vaccine. They won't mandate that you have health care.
I mean, if you want to get that, by all means, good luck finding the power and the will in Congress to do it.
And we now know, due to studies, that when they did the study, 600,000 people in the United States had died from COVID. And they determined that a third of those people, 200,000 of them, would still be alive if the establishment, the oligarchy, the government would have given them Medicare for all. We now know that universal health care would have saved 200,000 people's lives, and they never talk about that.
Wait, can somebody source that for me? What is that number? Because you already have free access to emergency care. What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. He must be referencing some study or whatever. Also, when you talk about mandating healthcare, if you're talking about the coronavirus, I mean, like, the vaccine is free, right? So in a way, I mean, I don't know.
Fauci talks about how to save lives. He never brings up universal health care, ever. So you want to give those people the authoritarian power to dictate to workers, and they've already failed us. That's exactly right. Oh, my God. You said it so perfectly.
Let's remember one little additional point, Jimmy. We've been closing hospitals in this country for decades. Yes. We've been closing them because of some stupid notion that this is quote unquote efficient. Well, you have to be a ghoul to have saved that money at the expense of the hundreds of thousands of lives, not just from COVID, but from God knows what other diseases that weren't handled properly because we didn't have the facilities in place. You're right. That's the mandate that might be arguably something for the good of the people. But that the government, having messed up on this COVID on a scale that's beyond words, on a pharmaceutical industry that only went to work on the vaccines when it was made a riskless, profitable venture by government contracts given in advance. Wow. And then to say they can mandate this one thing and not deal with all the rest of the problems, I mean, really, it pushes you to wonder the folks that fall into that trap. And my hope is that people...
Oh, okay, real quick. Somebody linked me this, okay? Roughly 40% of the US's coronavirus deaths could have been prevented, new study says. It could have been prevented if the US's average death rate matched other industrialized nations. Okay, thanks.
We'll see through it and understand that the argument about a vaccine is a different matter from the argument about allowing the corporate elite and the government bureaucrats to be mandating to all of us what we must and must not do, especially if the scientific questions are still open about whether it makes any sense on top of it.
Especially, and we've detailed that at this show, and the most recent year-long study revealed that vaccinated people are just as likely to spread the virus as the unvaccinated.
We could go digging for that later. I'm too lazy right now, but my understanding is that's just not true. I'm pretty sure it's been shown time and time again that if you're vaccinated, the viral load is less, your likelihood to transmit is less, and your likelihood of ever being infected in the first place is also less, meaning that you have far less chance of transmitting than a non-vaccinated person does. Unless he's talking about like a vaccinated person getting a disease versus a previously immune person getting a disease or something. I don't know.
Yes.
The difference was negligible, 13% difference, which is nothing. So the conclusion of the study was everybody's going to get friggin' COVID, and not that study. Andy Slavitt said that. That's, by the way, accepted by all scientists now. They just don't broadcast that on CNN and MSNBC on a nightly basis, that everybody's going to get COVID. But Andy Slavitt, Joe Biden's director for COVID response, tweeted out, everybody's going to get it because the Delta variant is, and the vaccines don't protect against the Delta variant, even the boosters. They just make it so that you don't get serious illness or have to go to the hospital, which is what those vaccines do. So now they've even
which
the
is a
CDC
good thing,
director
dumb
admits
fuck.
it no longer prevents transmission. So you got it right from the lefty perspective, and you got it right from a scientific perspective. There's no
I wish that he would like actually read through the shit on his show, but I guess nobody cares about actually doing that.
reason to be for this unless you're an authoritarian who likes to cede power to the oligarchy. That's the only reason. By the way, the oligarchy that has already failed our COVID response.
No. Den kommer til at slukke det. Det gør jeg kraftigt. Det er den med dig. Vi er done med heist. Vi er done med craftet.
Kimmy is made up to be a nubile, 18-year-old girl who doesn't wear makeup, according to the captions, and she is Japanese, living in New York. How come there are Korean words on the pictures then? And more importantly, where is Peter in all of these photos? So we asked on Twitter, does anyone recognize the girl in the photos? 2 of my awesome readers helped me check it out, and guess what? She is a Korean Olzang. I don't know what the fuck that means. Maybe get a job, get a girlfriend, move out of mommy's house, then come back and preach. A real girl. Best thing ever? Jesus, Peter. Oh my God. Do you guys know about the Peter Coffin memes? Do you guys know about the Peter Coffin memes? There's like an iceberg of Peter Coffin memes, okay? The tip of the iceberg is like, he's just a joke socialist dipshit on Twitter. The 1 layer deep of the iceberg is like, you've made me tired, okay? The next layer is where he makes a whole video and says it wasn't about me, even though he literally photoshopped screen grabbed my background and then dressed himself up in a hoodie and made a video satirizing me.
The average person gets up every single day and goes to their bad job that they picked because of some you problem. And maybe they're biologically stupid, maybe they're just too lazy to be smart.
You're not willing to defend any of your ideas. You can't substantiate anything outside of like a huge video circle jerk. And all you do is you mischaracterize the fuck out of everybody that disagrees with you. This is why I got popular. It's because I filled a void that none of you were able to do.
Okay, so what you've done here, shut the fuck up. What you've done here is you've made me tired, okay? That's what you fucking did.
Yeah?
That's all you did.
Okay.
I'm already emotionally done. I had a full day. I'm intending to put my kids to bed. You have made me fucking tired. That's what I'm fucking right now.
That's cool. I'm crying for you right now. Like, it's so sad. Like how hard your life must be. Like making YouTube videos. Like, yeah, that's so hard.
Right now. Laughing, putting the head back, laughing.
You don't think I have to deal with any kind of like blowback from the internet stuff that I do?
Oh no, I definitely don't. I definitely don't think that you've ever dealt with anything on the internet ever. That's my position.
Okay, because you're trying to play a pity card while you're contributing to like active harm.
I'm not trying to play a pity
card.
You
are. You're sitting here crying about how tired you are after you just made a borderline hit piece video on me. Like, come on, dude. You think I'm supposed to fucking feel bad? It is. You're literally using an image of me to construct like fucking race realist arguments, dog. It is absolutely all right. Good luck. See you later. Then the deeper part of the iceberg, the ball kicking video.
No weapon
Here on this stage, please welcome the groin kicker himself, Peter Coffin. Pete, how you doing? I am good, Steve. By the way, I gotta show you this. Step over here. Did you notice how Peter was walking out? This is the look of a guy that's fitting to kick himself in the nuts.
That's exactly what it is, Steve.
I'm telling you, man. Let me get on this side, because I mean, hey, come on, Peter, let me see.
All right, here we go.
What?
What it is, Steve.
I'm telling you, man. Let me get on this side, because I mean, hey, come on, Peter, let me see.
All right, here we go.
What?
I'm just going to stay here for a second.
Okay, we're going. At this point, people thought that's as deep as the iceberg went.
No. Okay? Oh, it has almost all the good shit.
We're gonna go one level
deeper.
deeper.
So fucking bad.
We're gonna go one level deeper. I don't know who this person is. I looked up some YouTube videos of her. She's some, I think she might be Chinese. She's some Asian lady that does commentary content. I don't know that much about her, but she has a blog 10 years ago. March 23rd, 2011, okay? Peter Coffin is a loser. I think today's blog post is going to be interesting. It's all about this guy called Peter Coffin. A little background. He's an American douchebag dude doing YouTube videos, and the videos are like mostly lame parodies or something. I don't know. I can't finish watching even one. Link here. Warning, douchebaggery ahead. Anyway, I wouldn't give two fucks about this dude if not for the fact that he consistently undermines me and insults me on Twitter. He seems to have a problem with girls who Photoshop their pics, put on makeup, had plastic surgery, his views on Kim Kardashian, or are just vain in general. I mean, I understand most, if not all men, prefer natural beauty, but it's not like I'm freaking pushing my face into his view, am I? I'm so far away from him physically, why can't he just unfollow me instead of attacking me all the time? He actually reminds me of those crazy homophobes who like have an abnormal hatred for girly boys and have to beat them up, except he does that with vapid females. I'm guessing he's been picked on by them in high school. Couldn't find his older hate comments on me, but here's the latest after I announced I had a nose job revision. Congrats to, is this Zhai Zhu? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Shai Zhu? On being one step closer to an unattainable goal, as well as being a shit role model. The wrong people succeed sometimes. Peter Coffin, please explain what's wrong with doing a revision when it's crooked. Shai Wei. Wendy Chang. Speechless, here's what he tweeted. At Shai Shui. Please explain to people how they can never be good enough without expensive doctor yacht buying procedures and crap you hawk. Please explain why you even reply to me. What in fuckery's sake is this rubbish? Don't pretend you give a shit about me being a role model. Really? If you cared so much about being the perfect role model, then why are your own tweets and videos so vulgar? And since my nose job is sponsored, it's not relevant to me buying yachts at all. I do find it, however, pretty revealing that he mentioned being not good enough. See above high school theory. Okay. So, makes fun of random girl on Twitter, you know? Who cares? Do we really care that much? Is this really that interesting? Is it really something we actually care about? Not really. It's actually pretty boring, you know? I don't actually know if I should have brought this up now. Maybe this is just kind of boring. Okay. I'm long-winded, but I swear I haven't gotten to the interesting parts yet. So I blocked that moron, and guess what? Along comes a chick called Kimi Kobayashi, who also starts insulting me. She is Peter's girlfriend, and she looks like this. Like super pretty. She is Japanese. Also, her Twitter had 17,000 followers, so she's actually pretty popular. So I tweeted some nasty reply to her and blocked her. So annoying that she's so hot, what the fuck? And then things started getting suspicious. 2 days later, Kimmy not only locked up her Twitter and stopped tweeting, she deleted her Tumblr too. I started thinking something isn't right, so I went to see Peter's Twitter. Nothing happened, she just really needs a break and needs to not be a Twitter comedian. It's really just the feeling means I don't care about my pitch. 2 words you don't hear often together. Library battle. Latest Dead Space. Oh. I don't know what this is. Oh, these are just a bunch of tweets. This is hard but important. Kimmy's Twitter became too much too fast. We are still together, but she will be taking a break from Twitter. So apparently, Kimmy was sick of being a Twitter comedian. That is weird because all she did was to be a Twitter comedian. And then here's tweets from Kimi Kobayashi. You shouldn't actually hold your body against Britney. You might catch fleas. About 12 hours of I wonder if kids regularly throw
normal item to nothing item one, adding 1 height.
I like my men how I like my hamsters.
God,
Cute,
1
low maintenance, and a
height.
lifespan of 1 2. It's all just like dumb.
Let's fucking go. Which one?
When women brag about giving birth with no pain relief, all I hear is, my pussy currently looks like a Saving Private Ryan scene. No personal tweets. No talking about girly issues like her hair or shopping or boyfriends. And girls who look like Kimmy and snap photos of themselves to post online will never be so other-centered, okay? Just crude, lame jokes.
Just watched your debate with Infrared. Masterclass in tackling a skilled rhetorician. Great work, buddy. Bookfucker would be proud.
Thanks. Just crude, lame jokes. The jokes sound familiar? Yes, they sound like Peter. I suppose you can guess where I'm heading to. So to further confirm my suspicions, I looked at Kimmy's TwitPic stream, worth a click, and here are some of the pictures. The worst part about being friends with thin Asians is that I'm the bigger one. This one really got me. Would any girl take a photo with her friends and read a nasty caption like that? No. Okay, there's like a crudely drawn penis. I don't know if it's like TOS or not, so we're just gonna scroll past it, I guess. But it's like a 4-line thing. And it says, an abandoned building in Japan and a beautifully drawn penis. It doesn't get much better than that. It's art. Sure. All right, now I'm scrolling down past that. It's a rocket ship. A penis.
Holy shit.
If only. I don't know if she's being dancing or not.
If only.
Note the Korean words in the background. Cola in Japan. I think it tastes better in America, though. It has the extra taste of freedom. So, saying she's in Japan, well, there's Korean behind her. Kimmy is made up to be a nubile, 18-year-old girl who doesn't wear makeup, according to the captions, and she is Japanese, living in New York. How come there are Korean words on the pictures, then? And more importantly, where is Peter in all of these photos? So we asked on Twitter, does anyone recognize the girl in the photos? 2 of my awesome readers helped me check it out, and guess what? She is a Korean Olzang. I don't know what the fuck that means. Her name is Lee Na-young. She is not Japanese, probably not 18, not Kimi Kobayashi, and most definitely not dating Peter Coffin. Her pics, available here and here, were stolen from her website by a loser and used as a pawn for his own validation of popularity. In other words, Peter stole her photos and created a fake profile of his girlfriend. So here begs the question, what the fuck is wrong with him?
Holy shit.
I print screened some of the funnier stuff. Peter Coffin at Kimmy. Hey, thought I'd publicly flirt with you. At Peter. Look, you were told by my lawyer to stay away from me after the attack. Don't make me call the police. At Kimmy. The problem is the state call. So it's just like a ton of them, like him flirting with himself. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my God! Oh! Oh! LOL, loser. 6 exclamation marks. Ha 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 ha. Can you imagine that fucker flirting to and fro with himself and thinking he found his soulmate? It's so ridiculous that people would believe that it's two different people tweeting each other. The writing style is exactly the same. Peter Coffin, July 8th, 2010. Some of you guys were like less than 10 years old when this was written. But it's time for me to say something. At Kimmy and myself are Twitter's new power couple. LOL, I'm sorry, but even if Kimmy is real, which she isn't, the term power couple are reserved strictly for good-looking or famous people. You're fugly and not famous, and she doesn't exist, so neither of you qualify. Do you wish to marry Peter? Someday. At Kimmy, you are beautiful and I loved you. I love you too. You are the best. Oh, and this is him writing about his girlfriend. I'm not often public with my personal life, but people probably know, or at least they should by now, that I'm in a relationship with a really incredible woman. It's bizarre how different I technically am from her, but how completely the same we are. There's almost no difference between the two of us, except she doesn't like milk or peanut butter. I do. We are both pretty big fans of bread, however, to the point that I brought up the idea of making a t-shirt that simply said carbs, and she agreed with me that it would be a good idea. Enthusiastically so, too. Gorgeous as well. Like, I have never really considered myself to be hot stuff or anything like that, but I nabbed me a looker. Someone I believe to be way out of my league. Lucky for me, that isn't even her most redeeming quality. She's smart, funny, caring, independent. The actual definition of the word, rather than bitchy. Endlessly contemplative. And
rather than
she doesn't believe her own hype, and I think probably never will. It's all like a fake person. I'm glad she likes the carbs idea because it's crap. It doesn't symbolize love for bread at all because many other things are carb, blah, blah.
Oh my God.
It drives me nuts to see people basically being racist to at Kimmy. And yes, she's beautiful, but she's mine. Are you wondering why Peter wrote this? It's because he also created a Kimmy YouTube account to comment on his own videos. At Peter Coffin. Oh wait, where is it? So somebody's like shitting on Peter's video here, and then she comes in. What an absolute asshole you are. You must be so miserable if you need to take the time to insult someone like that. If you think a plastic bimbo who wears 10 layers of makeup like Kim Kardashian is ridiculously gorgeous, you're clearly a loser who can't find a real woman. Also, Peter is not lazy. He works very hard on his videos. Maybe get a job, get a girlfriend, move out of mommy's house, then come back and preach. A real girl.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Fuck, what is sad.
Is this fucking funny or what? I can't believe he wrote about that loser who can't find a real woman with the real in caps. Is he trying to hint to us the obvious? At Sandvich. I was just joking, sorry. I am a female, so I'm not sure the insult prick is suitable for me. I'm also Peter's girlfriend.
Generally, you consider
what,
the opinions of dead philosophers like Plato or Machiavelli authoritative.
Tier 1, holy shit. It said all the
no, I don't know enough about them to say.
Dog
okay?
shit.
Don't ask me.
Maybe people want it, I don't fucking know. Why would you?
Anyway, there are a lot more of these, and you can see them here. Only one friend on her YouTube account. Guess who? Oh, he deleted it. Besides tweeting, YouTube trolling, twit picking, would you believe that Kimmy also blogs? Okay, so there's one with her in a swimsuit here. Are we allowed to look at the swimsuit one? She's not in water, so I don't know if it's like appropriate. Out at night looking for fairies. Oh, really? When my parents were still together, we would all go back to Japan during the summer, and I would attend the same playgroup every year. I looked at this picture now, and I realized I might never know if all of them are okay. Full of shit. My dad's house is pretty cool. Gotta love Peter for his creativity, randomly finding some Korean kids and wondering if they are okay in a Japanese disaster, all to boost his righteousness.
A real girl.
Yes.
Is that what he calls his hand or the sex doll he bought? I bet it's an Asian sex doll, also on the wall.
I think they are because they are in Korea. We Asians are not interchangeable. We are not interchangeable. Fuck you. Also, I love how he is psycho enough to come up with all these crazy details about Kimmy like she really exists. Anonymous asks, hey, this might be rude, but I'm just curious. If you done plastic surgery, you look like a porcelain doll, very pretty with a sprinkle of dullness, that I would probably shit myself if I saw you at night wearing these typical Asian white dress, the ring. But anyways, you're very fun and cute. I've never had plastic surgery, but when I was 15, I went through correctional surgery on my jaw because it developed too far forward or something. I had legitimate health reasons. In fact, for a long time, I thought it was just a flaw I would have to deal with rather than something that needed to be fixed. I felt deformed, though, in the longest periods of my time. Jesus, so this is like all fake. Oh my God. Maybe he had like a friend he had. So much fleshed out lore. This guy knows more shit about his fake girlfriend than I know about my fiance. Jesus Christ. Truthful Tuesday.
I've outpaced him intellectually.
Yo, guess now that you have seen Kimmy's father's house. Is this one of those girls you would come inside?
Good question. What is this? Stardust. Your shit is way too memey for me, okay? But I wish you the best.
At one point in time, he made him tired. And now, he made him suicide.
No! When I was a kid, I would show my vagina to other kids in exchange for toys, so I can never say I haven't been a hooker before. Truthful Tuesday. I think most of my tweets in the bathroom pooping. Nice. I also love how he slanders Lee Na-young's name with his childish commentary. Now the next one is like a cleavage picture. I don't think it's that bad, but like it's got some cleavage kind of booba. It's probably okay. I mean, people show more on Twitch. Look how ridiculously packed in my boobs are in this dress. Makes me laugh every time. And the cleavage is funny because I don't know. Anyway, after looking through Kimmy's stuff, I realized that Peter loves to use her to talk about the Asian race a lot. It's like he's fucking obsessed with Asians or something. Here are some. Oh, really? Oh, wait, sorry. Which one is me? No, really, I can't tell. Because all Asians look alike, I guess. Asians, get your peace signs ready. Got rice?
What?
Okay, this is like a swimsuit one. I don't think it's that bad, but she's like on a chair and not in a pool. So I'm just gonna scroll down a little, okay? Asians and deer. They look the same when you run at them full speed with an exposed erection yelling, penis good time now. As an Asian girl, I am legally obliged to pose like this at all times or risk death. Asians come out at night. Oh, you're pretty for an Asian. You have big boobs for an Asian. If you're going to say shit like this to me, I would rather be straight up insulted than be left feeling confused and inferior because of my race. Like, what the fuck? Do you think this is acceptable to say? And for the record, I know plenty of other Asian women who have regular sized breasts. It's a racial stereotype that Asian girls like curves, so eat a dick and shut up. Jewish boy angry about Asian body shapes. Add Kimmy, the day is mine. That's what I hate. And then here's... Shouldn't you be at Nagasaki avoiding the Hiroshima bomb?
He became so tired he dreamed he had a real girlfriend while he was awake.
Shouldn't you be at summer camp, avoid the showers? Japanese have a lot of common with ants. Work, build. Oh no, a giant lizard is killing us. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, we're just going real hard.
You're a genius, dude!
Holy shit.
Is anyone surprised the communist fetishizes Asian women?
Jesus, this is... I don't even know if I can... Just a lot of old internet jokes. Okay. Just... Best thing ever? Jesus, Peter! Oh my God! I don't usually play the race card. I don't give a shit whenever insults people hurl at my race. Call me a word. That's like a basketball term, okay?
Why does
but there
he
is
keep
something
kicking
really
himself in the
cringeworthy
nuts
about
on
a
Steve's
non-Asian making all of these Asian jokes. And seriously, he seems to be only capable of making racist jokes. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Ladies and gentlemen, hi, my name is Peter Goff and I have an imaginary girlfriend and an ugly scarf. He was in a relationship with himself for 8 months. Jesus Christ. There's the currently the deepest part of the iceberg.
What the fuck? That's just fucking insane.
Oh my god.
I feel like I outpaced him.
What year was that? Like 2010. How did you find this shit? Somebody emailed it to me.
I'm a beta, and we're both beta as fuck. Our self-worth is not contingent on how many women we've laid.
Jesus Christ.
Logistics is boring. Let's fight! Oh, good. Still plenty. I guess we should talk. Wait! Another deal. Just can't bring myself to care. Finally. Go on. Just do it, you skit. The weak deserve death. I've seen you. And the strong get stronger.
I can't do this just yet.
What? Was geht Lee? I feel like that was lag. What the fuck? What the fuck? Ooh. Bremsen. Kinda like that.
Good to see you. See you. Cool winds. Celerim. see you. Come back soon. Godslayer, good luck out there.